This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. From the Sunshine, I'll blow that entry, that intro, and I do apologize. Oh, we got so many buttons here that we are pushing, and let me make sure we turn that off and turn this on and do all of this stuff and do all of this and push these buttons and get these things running and everything. But what a night. I hope it's not like last night. Actually, last night was a great show. But let me re-roll this intro from the Sunshine State, hidden deep within the Nature Coast. I wish you a very good evening. I am your host, Jeff Norton, and you are listening to the Midnight Ocean. Oh, What a day, what a night, what an evening. I can tell you last night was a great show. Had a lot of after show emails, conversations, things like that. Don't want to get into that. We might be able to hold that off for the second hour, third hour. Ask some callers to call in. I know there's some people that are still wanting to talk about what happened last night. But tonight we are going to talk, we're going to switch subjects. We're going to bring on an author. I can tell you, Dianne, been in this business a while, long time. And I can tell you, Dianne Emerson is a person, just the emails that we have going back and forth with each other is a person that definitely dots her I's and crosses her T's. So this is going to be an interesting conversation. Her new book, Psychopaths in Our Lives. You can get that through our website. If you go to www.themidnightocean.com, you can click on Diane's link in the guest, or you can actually click on the homepage, follow that, and you can take a look at her book. But that's going to be an interesting conversation. She's actually going to be coming on at 15 minutes past the hour. We'll bring her on so that we can accommodate her schedule. You know, people are busy. People have lives, believe it or not, other than, not everybody can sit around and stay up for 4 hours, 6 hours, as we did last night. For those that don't know, yep, the show last night went for 6 hours. There's a lot to be said, after we got the dust settled and everything. And let me just say this, just as a general statement. I think I need to set some ground rules here when we talk about our show and what we do and everything. Our goal is to educate, to inform, to have a conversation. You can't have that if you have people that are talking over each other. If you guys listened to last night's show, we had to calm people down a couple times. I know we get into heated debates and everything, and some of the topics we talk about are pretty heated. But, we need to be respectful of everybody's opinion because, who knows? They might be right. You might be wrong. So there was a couple times where we had to do that last night. The other thing too, is I want to tell you, this show is unlike my other show. For some of you guys that have listened to some of my other shows in the past, which are very controversial and, some of that was tolerated. This show, it's, I don't want to say motto, but its goal, number one, is to inform. Number two is to be respectful to its listeners, to its guests. That doesn't mean that you have to agree or disagree with the guests all the time, but like any good conversation, you need to still respect them. The other thing too is that, real quick, I'm going to tell you this. Because we deal on fringe topics, one of the things that I will not tolerate is, how do we say, supposition. That's the right word I want to use. I will not, you have to deal with the facts. There's a reason why the court of law doesn't allow you to repeat something that someone else said. That person needs to be present and repeat it themselves. And the same thing here. We're not going to allow that. We want to deal in facts. And, I know that's kind of crazy when you talk about paranormal shows, especially the type of stuff that we talk about. First person observation is considered factual in the court of law. That's why you have first person testimony. Now, obviously you sniff it out and see, but it is considered, factual until proven otherwise. That's why we allow. So if you want to say, hey, I personally experienced this, or I personally saw this or did this, then that's okay. And we're going to allow you to go on here. But when you get on here and you start saying, well, so-and-so said that they saw this or that. No, get so-and-so on here. I mean, we're available. We allow people to join the conversation. We'd love to have you join the conversation or have them. It adds credibility. So I just want to set those ground rules because I don't think I did that when I first started the show. And we'll continue to hear that. I don't want to hear what so-and-so said. I want to hear, unless it's actually documented, you know, and that leads to credibility for our show because I want you, the listener, to feel comfortable with the information that we're providing you. So when you hear that Hillary Clinton was involved in, uranium deals with the Soviet Union and stuff, yeah, that's true stuff. Very well documented. It's not documented in mainstream media. Well, it is. They talked about it, but they kind of let it go. But those are things that we do need to get out. And, trust me, on this show, I'm not going to let the BS fly through your radio. I will call it out. Pretty knowledgeable guy. I have a lot of contacts in different groups that I can flush a story out in, especially when it comes to government-like stories. And no, I'm not a government shill. You will be surprised how many government federal employees don't like what's going on and they want to speak up, but they can't. So we become their voice for them. So I just want to lay that groundwork out there. I want to make sure that we are crystal clear that this is not a show who is intended to slander, to belittle, to send disinformation. That is not our goal. Our goal is to entertain, to provide you a good quality product that you feel good in and that you can recommend to your friends and family. So enough of that. Talk about recommending to your friends and family. That's a great transition, Jeff. If I say so myself. Get over to the Midnight Ocean on YouTube if you're watching this on YouTube. I do have to say this. I am tired of dealing with, I've had a very smart man, my mentor, tell me that, remember, you do radio, not video. We've been spending a lot of time dealing with these video issues. Now, I did buy a new piece of equipment. It is on its way. Hopefully that will resolve its issue. We will do everything we can to accommodate the YouTube crowd. Don't get me wrong. But if you truly want to listen to the show in high quality, high definition, you need to go out and listen to it on our page at www.themidnightocean.com. There's many players now. Talking about players, we just got approved for iTunes. We got in iTunes and we're also in TuneIn. So we'll be adding those links as well. So if you have those on your phone, you'll be able to listen to our show. We are working with TuneIn and their engineers to actually provide the show live through the TuneIn app. So that will be going on here in the next couple of days. Look forward to that. But, get out, support us on YouTube. More importantly, watch our shows on YouTube. I found out today, I actually talking to them and their engineers and learning out how things monetize, trying to get our stuff worked out. It looks like we're in a 6-month hold before we can actually monetize the shows. I don't know why, but they told it's the views. So if you're sitting around at your office and stuff, feel free to watch our videos. It's kind of fun. I kind of like watching the process. And we're going to do some other things with the views. We're going to show you the studio cam a little bit more as we add that stuff, but also on Facebook. Join us on Facebook, all you midnight listeners, with one word, midnight listeners. Get out there, follow us there. We'll keep you posted. Of course, on Twitter, you can hashtag me at TMO host. But with that being said, I know that we have Dianne Emerson's going to be joining us here in a few minutes. It's going to be an interesting conversation. I can't wait. I especially after last night. I'm going to enjoy it. I can tell you and stuff. So you guys know, one of the things about Dianne is, her book, Psychopaths in Our Lives. We think of a serial killer when we hear the word psychopath, but the vast majority are not in prison, but walking amongst us. Lacking a conscience, they leave a path of destruction and despair as they pass through. You read this, you read in their own words how they approach relationships, how they manipulate their partners, and what they think about themselves and others. Dianne Emerson provides readers with a rare opportunity to enter the personal lives of three male psychopaths through their own words. Through the careful organization of their everyday stories of who, what, when, and where, Emerson ultimately provides the building blocks for readers to understand why these individuals do what they do. Without such stories, there's little hope for understanding. Carl B. Garcon, Ph.D., and Dr. Aaron J. Kivisto. Powerful book. We're gonna hear firsthand what wow. I have to fix that. That's the say the YouTube. YouTube's just jacking me up. Jacking the show up. That was the actual YouTube computer power cable that was giving us that hiss. So Dianne will be joining us here in a few minutes. She'll be calling in, Skyping in, and we'll talk to her. I hope everybody got a good day's rest. I know a lot of you guys had to go to work after the long haul yesterday. 6 hours we spent. We spent 6 hours doing the show last night. It was a great show. After we got things calmed down, got people kind of put in their positions, their places, got everybody organized. It was a very, very interesting conversation after that. We got into some hard facts, hard details. We had a really good time. And it was fun. I know it was a little rough there at the beginning, but we kind of cleaned it up in the end. So what we're going to do is, obviously we're waiting on Dianne to call in. And once she gets logged in, we will be communicating. I know that she had some other commitments this evening, so she's fitting us in between those commitments. And like I said, one of the things you're going to learn with a lot of these authors is that they're very busy people. They're not like some of, well, we're all busy. But I believe we have Dianne. Dianne, are you there?
I sure am, Jeff. Hello.
Hi, Dianne. How are you? You are so punctual. Oh my God. I wish all my guests were punctual like you. I could set my watch by you.
Well, thank you. I try to kind of, do what I'm going to do and say what I'm going to do.
I agree. It was funny. I was giving you, I was talking about how detail oriented you are. I don't know if you heard the first couple minutes when I first started, to let my guests know that I am confident that your book crosses every T, dots every I, because I just in the conversations that you and I have, through email and everything, I can pretty much guarantee you are definitely a detail oriented person. And I appreciate that. In this industry, we sometimes forget that part. We just send out emails and say, yeah, be there. And most authors are kind of like, okay, yeah, I'll just show up whenever and stuff. I really do appreciate it. So please understand. It's refreshing to know that people are, that there are still people that are that way, that are detailed.
Well, yeah, it takes a lot of details to write a book. I mean, I think in this day of self-publishing, people seem to get this crazy idea that it's an easy thing to do and anybody can do it, and it takes a tremendous amount of discipline and details.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, I've purchased a couple books on how to write books. I've started a couple books myself. I got the 24 pages down, and it's not an easy process. So my hat's off to any author out there, anybody that puts together a book or spends the time. And, more importantly, my hat's off to a quality book. And I'll have to say, how do I say this? After reading your book, and I haven't gotten through it all. I'm just going to be honest with you. I got jammed up on some other ones, and I haven't gotten through it all the way. Um, uh, it, I'm looking at people that I know, people that I've associated with, even myself at times, you know, and
Mhm.
I'm wondering, I'm like, do I need to go get some help? Because there's times where
Yeah,
I
well,
detach.
yeah, but the thing is that that's part of one of my goals was to have people to also be able to look into their past, not their own personal past, but their past with other people and their interactions. And kind of a lot of times the truth will set you free because
Yeah.
interactions with psychopaths are never pleasant, but they leave you with a very uneasy feeling because you can't quite put your finger on how it all happened. So you walk away, kind of tailspun. So
Yeah.
my goal is to help people to not only see that they've encountered them in the past, but to look for the warning signs of, if they see them coming in the future.
Yeah. 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 So, I mean, and like I said, I mean, there's a couple instances, some stories, and we'll get into that in a couple of your, you interviewed, so the listener out there, you interviewed 3 male psychopaths, and you basically presented, to the world their thought processes and their actions and everything. And I can tell you, there's times, do people go through insanity moments? I was a little concerned because, like I said, there was times where I kind of, and not to the, the drastic of these guys, but there's times where I've been in situations where I'm just like, it's all about me. I can care less about what's going on with everybody else, you know? And it's like, oh my gosh, do I need to get my head checked? Or am I just being, or I'm just human? Sometimes we as humans become selfish creatures.
Well, I think narcissism can enter into the factor, but narcissism is an acquired trait within the personality disorder cluster. If you think of things like selfie sticks and how people are moving these days toward, self aggravation of themselves. So narcissism can be an acquired trait. However, not all narcissistic people are psychopaths. But all psychopaths have narcissistic personality disorder. So there's a big bridge between the two of them
Okay.
because a psychopath doesn't have a conscience. So,
Uh,
but they are very self-reflective, which I was quite surprised by. But yeah, not all. You're either born as a psychopath or you're not. It's a genetic condition. So
gotcha.
it's not something that you gather along the way. It's not something you can catch. Now, sometimes people can mimic behaviors which may have that impression, but
Yeah,
that's why you have to kind of pay attention because
sure.
and also, the term gets thrown around way too much because you really need to reserve that term for people who really are psychopaths and not just,
Correct.
call people psychos and whatnot because it's a pretty evil it's a, I wouldn't think it was funny if somebody called me a psychopath based on what I know about them because
Yeah.
it's a very evil characteristic. So I try to also help to educate people that it's not something that's funny. I mean, I wouldn't laugh if you called me a psycho.
Yeah.
I probably would never speak to you again.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
so yeah, the term gets overused and underplayed a lot of times.
Yeah. And that's part of the golden night is I do want to get into, you know, what is a psychopath? Because I think you're very correct, especially in with today's misunderstanding of the mental health. We in this country, we seem to just be neglecting the mental health of our citizenry. But the thing is too is that, like you said, is everybody wants to lump into one group, and and it's wrong. And you're absolutely right. I mean, the term psychopath, after reading what I've read so far in your book, is not a term that you should. I mean, look. Let's face it. We've all had the ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends, and we're like, oh, they're psycho. We we use those terms very very loosely, and you're absolutely correct. Is that after your reading book, I can get a much more appreciation for the term, and it is it's something that should be reserved for the worst case scenario. and
Well,
everything.
and it isn't a mental. They're not mentally ill. They're not crazy. When you look at mental illness, through the psychiatry terms, you've got people with bipolar disorder, psychosis, and different things like that. They're none of those things. I mean, it's a whole different classification. They're in the personality disorder cluster, which includes borderline personality disorders, psychopaths, and narcissistic personality disorders. Psychopaths being and you can also have commingled things. Now, with, like, for example, with Jodi Arias, when they did get a diagnosis for her, they said she was a borderline. Well, she was clearly also a psychopath. I mean, she may have had underlying borderline
Sure.
tendencies, but and even when faced with them, we have a really hard time calling it for what it is. I mean, how many, trials or shows can you see on Dateline about, these people? And it doesn't take a genius to figure out you're dealing with a psychopath. And very rarely do they even really use the term, because it has become so associated with the Ted Bundys of the world.
Yeah.
And stranger danger is really well overplayed, because your chances of getting killed in your driveway are pretty slim. It's much more significant that something horrible is going to happen to you with somebody already in your life. That's why the police will start working inward outward. So, stranger danger, if you watch enough TV, they'll have you thinking that there's people, psychopaths are lurking everywhere and jumping out to get you. Well, I don't know. The ones I've always found the most interesting are like the ones I interviewed for my book, and they're people who will probably never spend a day in prison, but they'll probably ruin more lives than the most prolific serial killer through their lifetime.
Yeah.
So they
Gotcha.
have a real, they're clever, they're conniving, they're too evil and clever to probably end up in prison.
Yep. Gotcha. So with that, I know you can hear the music. So that's the system telling us that we're at the bottom of the hour. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break here. But we are talking with Dianne Emerson, author of Psychopaths in Our Lives. Now, what we're going to do, guys, is that we're going to have a conversation probably for the next 30 minutes or so, because Dianne is very busy with her schedule, and she fit us in and stuff. And then what we'll do is, I promise you, we will open up the phone lines at the top of the next hour. So once again, you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton, and we'll be back in a few.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. We are talking with Dianne Emerson and her new book, Psychopaths in Our Lives. So as we bring Dianne back, Dianne, you there?
Yeah, I sure am.
You know, I know it. You want to talk about not a phobia, but I don't know what this is. It's like a light switch. You know, when you go to a light switch, you don't know how the power works and you don't know how the power company makes the power and stuff. But when you flip the switch, you expect the light to come on, correct? I've been doing radio for years. And every time I go and push, I don't know if it's just a learned behavior, but every time I go and push the button to turn the phone back on, I always ask, are you there? Even though I know they're there, unless you hung up on me, you know, which I would see that in another system that we have. It's just like, I don't know. It's kind of like the elevator. When you see the elevator light go, you go over there and you push it. And you know, even though you know the elevator's coming because you see the light there, but you still want to go over there and push it. I do the same thing. I've been doing it for years, especially on the radio. And it's just, it drives me nuts. It's one of my things.
Well, I don't know why that would make sense, though, because it would be better to confirm that somebody's there rather than go onto a long thing and find out the line had gone dead. So
yeah, but you know, we have another device. But the thing is that like the elevator, you know, where you have the light and you can hear the elevator. I have another device that tells me that you're there. I mean, I'm looking at the screen now. I guess I've had cases where I've had people who have not come back from break on time and everything like that. So that's true. It's just funny. I keep on telling myself, it's like, I just got to assume, you know, the real way to do is just assume they're there. And if they're not, then cover, you know, but that's another, we'll talk about that later. Let's talk about your book. You know, I'm curious. Do you find that you know, obviously the psychopaths and how they infiltrate people's lives and stuff, you know, that shows a sense of intelligence. Do you find that some of these, you know, not some of them, but did you find that most of the psychopaths are highly intelligent people, highly charismatic?
Well, sure. The ones that I've always found the most interesting are those people because they know the system, they know what buttons to push, they know how to maneuver through society. They probably have been well socialized as children. So the dividing line really is the nature versus nurture question and answer. The more they're nurtured as children by caring, loving, better educated parents, the more likely they're probably going to mold into society, never end up in prison, and probably run a large corporation or just ruin a lot of lives. If you're on the lower socioeconomical status, your chance, and you have the gene, of course, you're more than likely to end up committing crimes that will put you in prison, and then you'll have recidivism. So yeah, it's a nature versus nurture. Gotcha. So the ones that are the most understudied are the ones that are, because there's been a million books out there as far as about serial killers and, you know, victims write about their experiences, but nobody really has gone behind the scenes to, you know, how do they really plan out these things and really how self-aware they are. They're very self-aware. They know that they've got to learn these things to be able to move further. So, and that's the only reason they were willing to talk to me was because things weren't working out for them. They were trying different things, and they knew that there was ways that they could improve.
Gotcha. So these individuals, I mean, and we're going to get into the guys that you were talking to a little bit in their backstories and everything. But so these individuals knew they were psychopaths, and part of their psychosis or part of their, if I use that, you know, I'm not a clinical person, so if I use that term incorrectly, please correct me.
Yeah, no, they don't have psychosis. They don't hear voices. They don't. Oh. They're very lucid.
So
yeah.
okay. See, that's something I didn't know.
Yeah.
I always thought a psychopath that was a typical person that heard voices in their head, that said do this or
No,
that
no.
directed
Uh-uh.
them and everything. Okay, so these
No.
are just
That's that's somebody who might be a psychopath with other commingled disorders. But when you have to have a certain level of psychosis to be able to hear voices and
sure.
yeah. So no, they definitely don't hear voices.
So
They definitely do not have mental illness.
so for our listeners, what are the traits of a psychopath? I mean, what are the things that set them apart from I don't want to say normal people because I don't think there's such a thing, but what sets them apart
Yeah.
from the mainstream society?
Well, there's in society, we have this belief that a psychopath is more likely to be like a deranged killer, more like a Ted Bundy or any of the ones that have become famous, the BTK killer.
Yeah.
That's how society typically views them. And even they view themselves, and the people that I interviewed, two of them viewed themselves as sociopaths because they felt that that was less of a killer kind of a image. And one of them was very proud to be a psychopath. He considered that he was like a lion, the rest of them were hyenas. So they're not ashamed of what they are. And the main difference is this, is that they do not have a conscience. You're born between the ages of 1 and 3, you develop a conscience.
Okay.
So it's a born genetic disorder. So you do not have a conscience, and so that's the really Dr. Kivisto and Gacono wrote the foreword to my book, and they really laid out probably the best technical definition of the sociopath psychopath. And I'd be glad to provide you with that copy if you readers want to really get into it. But here's the bottom line is the conscience. They don't have a conscience. So that they can do things that the rest of us would find very disturbing. And like, for example, if they're running a large corporation, there's actually a need for them in society these days, and they could do things that the rest of us wouldn't be able to functionally do. For example, I wouldn't be able to wreck the lives of 100 people in my organization by getting rid of them and look their families in the eyes and all that.
Yeah.
They can, because they don't have the same guilt pangs and conscience that the rest of us do. So they just see things in a very different. So everything they have to do is learn and mimic behaviors. So as they go through life, they learn how to mimic behaviors. What points do they appear distressed? And so people, a lot of times, let's say if you're watching, I don't know if you watch much Dateline or that show, but you'll find that the person, one thing people will say was, well, he didn't act very concerned when so-and-so was killed.
Yeah.
But then yet when the trial moves on and the sentence comes down, the guy's bawling his head off. Well, they're crying because now they're concerned about themselves. It's all about themselves and control.
Sure.
So, because they model behaviors. So when you put them in a situation they've never experienced before, they really don't know how to behave. I mean, for example, one of my questions to them was, well, we're born with these things. Like, we know how to behave at a funeral. We don't laugh, we don't text, we don't, make light of the situations. We don't run around and make jokes with people. They don't know these things. And actually, one of them got kind of angry about that. He said, you have the advantage because I've got to go through life pushing all these buttons to figure them out. So without a conscience, you don't have the same measurements as far as things. And people get really hung up. There's those checklists all over the internet. And one thing that I found is that you can read all these checklists, but until you really read how they operate, checklists will only get you so far.
Sure.
Because, for example, over the years, members that I have had a victim support forum for like 18 years. It was the first one online. And one thing that always throws people off is the pet question. So people would say, oh, I don't think he's a psychopath because he has a dog that he loves. Well, does he really love that dog, or is that the impression that you've been given?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's been cases of serial psychopaths who were eventually ended up in the system, and they will use a dog as a shield. They will actually adopt, disabled dogs because that attracts people's empathy. So, so people will look at these checklists and they'll it's easy to make a misjudgment about somebody off of a checklist.
Gotcha.
So until you really learn that's what my goal was, to really get behind how do they think these things through? I mean, do they really have a system? Do they really have a checklist of how they, how they identify their victims? Who do they seek out? How do they seek them out? And more importantly, how does that person get molded to stay with this person? And these are normal people. These are people like you'd have in your life.
Yeah.
And they become very isolated. In the end, the victim is the one who takes the biggest hit because nobody, it seems too outrageous. It's like, how can you be calling this guy a psychopath? I've seen him at parties and stuff. He's the nicest guy on earth. Well, that's what they want you to think, but you don't know what's really going on behind the scenes.
Gotcha.
So
And
they're very very good at perceptions.
yeah, and in social settings and things of that nature, they're, are they, do you find that they're usually the ones at social settings that take over the party, or are they ones that sit back, or is it a combination of
I
both?
mean, yes, I think it's really a combination of both. I think it depends on what their goals are for being there. They always have an objective. They always have a reason for doing what they're doing, and it's all about getting ahead in life, controlling, manipulating. So they always have an agenda going on, and their agendas are very interesting because they're things that you really couldn't stay awake late enough nights to figure these things out because the thought process is underlying so evil and how they will get people and maneuver situations to their favor. In the meantime, leaving a bunch of broken hearts and a battlefield of people in their wake. So I think over their lifetimes, I can pretty much guarantee that a good socialized psychopath wandering around, never end up in prison, will probably ruin more lives than the Ted Bundys of the world,
Wow.
just by the multiples of the numbers.
Wow.
Because people walk away from an experience. Let's say you walk away from the experience. Now you're isolated because they've isolated you to control you.
Hmm.
Nobody really believes your story because it seems too far-fetched because they've got this killer image in their mind when you mention psychopath. They've seen the other side of this persona. So the victim, and they've been manipulated by this person for anywhere from a few months to a few years.
Yeah.
So the victim usually ends up with PTSD. So you got all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So at the end of the relationship, the person's pretty much trashed out, and so they're not believed at that point because you do start to appear to be a little bit crazy because that was their whole goal, to get you off balance and feeling like you're crazy.
Sure.
So goal accomplished on their part.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I think that the key part that you hit is, they have no conscience, I guess, is the litmus test. So, I can tell you, I definitely have a conscience. Well,
if you look at places if you look at different things, like look at Ponzi schemes, for example, they're all run by psychopaths.
Yeah.
Cults are all run by psychopaths.
Yeah.
They'll convince you, and that's the extraordinary part about their charisma. They'll convince normal people in a Ponzi scheme to take away their one security in life, their home. They'll seek out people who have their mortgages paid for. They'll convince them that they should mortgage that thing to go with this person's dream, and get these things this other person has. So it becomes very convoluted, and they're very convincing. So people really get drawn in, and then it multiplies from there. So then every person they bring into the scheme becomes the best salesman for the rest of their friends and family.
Yeah.
So it's not they all work on a sliding bridge. So pretty soon everybody in your life has now become invested in this thing. So you all go tumbling down. I mean, I've seen cases where people have convinced their elderly parents to mortgage their property and stuff.
Oh.
I mean, what kind of deal is that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
But we all have to take responsibility though too, because at what point was that a good idea?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I see it all the time, especially here in Florida. I mean, we have a pretty large indigent care, a lot of retirees, and every day on the news, you hear about family members who have left mom and dad or whoever in a wheelchair, and, they're taking the money, they're spending their money, they're out and literally rotting away. I mean, there was a case not too long ago where they found your mother, for God's sake, the person's mother, for God's sake, basically decomposed. And the person was, had no no remorse whatsoever. They almost felt like they were entitled to that money. And the fact that they were upset with their family member for dying because they could no longer get that money. I mean, is that what we're dealing with here? Is that a good example, or is that another issue? And I do want to talk about the difference between narcissism, because I always thought the things like the Rupert Murdochs of the world, and we can talk about him because I think he has a long enough history. I always thought that was narcissism. I thought the guys that ran the multi-level marketing and stuff, that was narcissistic behavior. But what you're describing, it's almost is, the psychopath, because I don't think he's remorseful. Even to this day, I've yet to hear him in any interview, and there's only been a few, if I think one or two, where he's spoken and they've recorded, and I haven't heard any remorse whatsoever. I mean, it's almost like he was entitled.
But also remember, people with power and money, I mean, they really could also, it could be narcissism, and he could have himself surrounded by a bunch of psychopaths as his hatchet people.
Yeah.
It takes a merry band of bandits to carry out any kind of a scheme. So within that group, people might select other people to do their deeds for them, but I don't know enough about him, and I wouldn't want to try to diagnose him, but I think you could find more extreme examples, like the Ponzi scheme guy that, what was his name? The big guy in New York. God, I don't know why I remember his name. He was really big. He took in millions and millions and billions of dollars.
I know.
Of money.
Is that the one that ended up here in Florida that killed himself right before his trial?
No. Yeah, they do that sometimes, because the interesting thing that I always think about when I see these guys that do get caught, they'll make a deal. Which I find fascinating. They'll make a deal to get life in prison versus the death penalty. That's one thing that a prosecutor can really jam them with, because it's like, here they'll go out and they'll brutally murder a whole bunch of people and stuff, but when it comes down to their own life, they'll make a deal to spend life in prison because they're so, they're worried about the death penalty. Now, if I did something horrendous, let's say I just went nuts one day and maybe it was drunk driving and killed some, I don't, those kinds of things happen, but I'm not saying it's a responsible way to act, but I would be begging for the death penalty, because I wouldn't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. But they'll always cut a deal. In most cases, they will cut that deal just to get life in prison versus the death penalty, when yet they've brutally murdered a whole bunch of people. And speaking of death, that's one thing they use for victims a lot of times, or socialized ones, is they will convince you that if you don't stay with them, they're going to kill themselves and be all on you. See, they know how to play their victims. So, and that really works a lot of times, because if they're looking for a kind and caring person and you start saying, I'm going to kill myself if you leave me, a lot of times that will keep the victim entrenched with that person.
Sure.
They use that as a tool. And they're really not going to ever do it. I mean, they're really always worried about saving their own skin. So it is unusual when they do kill themselves, because it's usually a very good threat that they use, that they're going to kill themselves, because they're looking for a highly empathetic person, and that kind of person is going to respond to that. Don't kill yourself, I'll come back. So that's just one of their tricks that they'll use. But usually they don't kill themselves.
Yeah,
and they'll cut a deal to keep from getting killed.
Well, and it's fun. It's not funny. It's actually sad. I had a roommate when I was younger that, this guy, and the more I look at it, and he every time I would go out on a date, or I'd go out with a friend or whatever, he'd always call me up. This is really bizarre, but he would always call me up, and he would be like, I'm going to kill myself. I just can't live with life. And, he had some other issues, and without getting into those. And I hate to say it, I finally just said, look, there's a gun in the closet. Go in the bathtub. This is really bad to me. And just, please, just, if you're going to do it, just do it. And I'm clean. And I know I feel bad for, even to this day, telling us, but after I called them out on it, never heard an issue ever since. And, it was, and that's that attention seeking. I know that is, but, it was one of those things where I just got tired and I just got frustrated with it, because, and I tried to include him with my other friends, but they just kind of didn't want him, didn't want to hang out with him, and he annoyed them. He was one of those guys that just, these guys, and the ladies that we were hanging out with and stuff said that he kind of creeped them out and they didn't want to be around them. And so it was one of those scenarios where I just said, look, you're going to do it. I can't stop you. And that might sound cold, but I will tell you, after I did that, I never heard a word never again about it. It was done. Were you talking about Kevin Trudeau, the weight loss guy who was just indicted
that guy
in Chicago?
Yeah, no, those are all pure, straight up psychopaths that run all those Ponzi schemes.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is that people also have to accept a certain amount of responsibility, and I'm not brushing off what they're doing is okay, because they're looking for people that are kind and caring and with a weak boundary system. And people who fit into that category, it's the best way to be in life, because who wants to be anything but kind and caring?
Yeah.
But you have to really have good boundaries to go along with that package, because normally what happens is every victim that I've ever interviewed over the years, they see the red flags, and what they do is they rush in and paint them white. So, a lot of times your instincts will be telling you something's not up, but what'll happen is they're looking for a kind and caring kind of personality, so they know how to maneuver that either by suicide threats or, I'm going to lose everything if you don't give me this money now, or you've already been a Ponzi scheme, you've already invested X number. Madoff was the guy I was thinking about. You've already invested $10 million, so now I need you to give me $2 more million, or the whole thing is going to crumble. And the person actually goes and gets the extra money. They get a relative to mortgage their house, or they go take another loan out on it.
Yeah.
So everybody kind of gets caught up in the madness. And they're people, that's how they start to control you. They start to tap you out and see how much you're good for in life in general, not just for your money.
Gotcha. And that's the thing. And you got to be careful. I mean, it is, how do you say? I mean, it's gotten to the point now to where, I'm grateful. I've been with Sandy. I mean, I've known Sandy ever since we were in high school. So it's one of those things where we've been together basically off and on forever. So we know each other very well. I mean, what are the signs that what do we need to be looking for when we're associated, not just in a relationship with an individual, but in business and things? What are the tall tale signs where you gotta, if you see it, it's kind of like, whoa, stranger danger kind of thing. I know you mentioned that, and that's, might be the wrong term, but what are the characteristics of these individuals?
Well, the characteristics are, it's all about control. They're going to want to be in control of any situation. So let's say you're working with one of them, and they decide that they want your job. Well, what they'll do is, the number one thing they do is they use what's called gaslighting. And that term came from either 1944 or 45. It's a very famous old movie with Ingrid Bergman and Charles Boyer. That's where the term originated. And basically what it means, it's their goal is to alter your reality so it becomes a fact. So they start twisting things around, and they have ways to isolate you, maneuver other people to not like you as much, start to corner you, get you more isolated from other people. So they use a wide variety of techniques. It depends on if you're talking about in a relationship or in a working relationship. But they have a whole list of things that they'll do. When I brought up the question to these guys as far as gaslighting, none of them knew what the term was. So they went and Googled it, and they came back with, oh yeah, that's my favorite thing to do. So in any situation, what you want to start to look for, or is this really making sense? What do your instincts tell you? And so that's why I try to let them do the talking in my book. It wasn't about me. It was about how they processed information. So it's really, it can be a good tool to learn to go behind the scenes. So if you start to see some of these patterns, you'll be able to say, aha, maybe not such a good idea to keep going here.
Gotcha.
because they have a whole different way of processing information and how they're going to get your job or get you into a relationship with them for whatever their purpose is. But it's all about control is the number one thing.
Gotcha. You know, and it seems like everything's out, you know, about control. It's just,
well, for them, it's a very serious thing. One of them talked about, let's say if a relationship, we were talking about personal relationships. If the personal relationship didn't end the way that he saw that it should have ended, okay, wasn't favorable toward him, he would actually circle back around and come back and re-engage the person, you know, confess his love. Okay. It was just, you know, gotcha. There you go.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's the music once again, and we'll take a quick break. You are listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I have author Dianne Emerson, and she's talking about her new book, Psychopaths in Our Lives, my interviews. Interesting stuff. When we get back from the break, what we'll do is we'll actually talk about some of the three males that she talked to. I have a couple more questions for her, and then we will open up the phone lines for all of the callers, and you can ask Dianne your questions. You're listening to Midnight
Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
There you go. Thank you, Andrew.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I don't know how that song got slipped into there. Don't have no idea how that song. You know, we have a radio system that controls. We're trying to get that up and running, controls our music and everything. And that definitely was not a royalty-free song. So I'll have to look and see how that one slipped in and everything. But we caught it in the time. But enough of that. We're talking to Dianne Emerson, author of Psychopaths in Our Lives. And I do want to address something that was asked in a chat room. Someone asked me, said, what happened if your friend, your roommate, took you up on that? I can tell you, sometimes when we're young, we do and say stupid things. I obviously would have been devastated if he followed through with my recommendation. I think, call it naivety, call it stupidity, call it whatever you want. But I can tell you, I would have been completely devastated and probably to this day been guilt-ridden. So I am grateful that he did not take my immature suggestion and everything. So I hope that's a good enough answer for you and everything. So Dianne, we are back and talking.
Yeah, the music's still playing.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it does that on your side.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't do it on the air side, but I'll go ahead and kill that out. Because one of the things, I don't know why or where that song came from.
Now.
Yeah. I'll kill that out. Yeah, it's on the radio side, it kills it, but on the phone side, unfortunately, because they are two separate systems, they do play. But I do need to get that fixed or figure out why that. I don't even know why that song came in, because I don't want no YouTube strikes against me. And everything for
anyway, we do things when we're young and we're learning. So I'm sure it was probably just a matter of frustration, not out of evil intent.
Exactly.
Because, yeah. And then I'm sure from there you probably learned to not have roommates who were so needy and out of control.
Yes. I will tell you this. After that, my roommates, instead of looking at roommate, typically what you do is you look at a roommate, especially at that age. You look at a roommate that can pay their bills. That's the criteria.
Right.
That's the criteria. Do they have a job and can they pay their bills? Are they going to stick me? Are they going to stick me with the bill and everything? And now, it did change to, hey, look, I mean, are you nuts? And I've actually had a few. I mean, and I'm sure a few have thought I was pretty crazy because, when relationships end, they either end, they usually end not on a good note, but on a bad note, and people interject different things. But that's enough of that. I did want to, I had a, just a question, because I know you interviewed 5 males.
Three.
Do you find that most psychopaths are male?
No.
Okay.
Here's the deal. You'll read reports that'll say 1 out of 3% of the population, but that number was kind of extrapolated. Over 20 years ago, there were studies done that 25% of the prison population are psychopaths. And for however reasons, they extrapolate that number out to 1 to 3% of the population. And then they always kind of downplay the female part. So they don't know. If I were to take a guess, I would have to say it's probably a lot higher. And like one of the psychopaths I interviewed said, kind of a chilling kind of a comment, he said, well, the world is becoming more like us than you.
Yeah. So
I think the percentage, when you read the 1 to 3%, personally, I think it's probably way too low. But we don't really have any studies out there that have really pinned it down. I mean, there's just a lot they still don't know. They know it's genetic, but they don't know, is it passed. The 3 guys that I interviewed all got the gene from their father. But it doesn't necessarily pass from one generation to the next. But usually, if you start to interview somebody who has that gene in their family, they'll be able to point to relatives of somewhere along the family chain that have the
Yeah.
gene.
Yeah. Now,
So it does get passed along.
now you're saying though, you're saying it is a genetic disorder. Have you ever heard about the study about the 5 monkeys and the banana? And this is not a joke. I mean,
No,
have
huh?
you, okay. So basically there was a study, and what the scientists did is they took 5 monkeys, and they put the monkeys in a cage, and they put a banana on top of a ladder. And so what they did is that whenever a monkey would climb the ladder to get the banana, they would spray or douse the rest of the monkeys with water. And they continued to do
Mhm.
that. And so then as the monkeys, when the monkey did it again, or another, that monkey would get beat up because the other 4 monkeys would decide that, they're not going to get sprayed with water because of the thing. So they would spray that monkey, they would beat that monkey up, and then they would do that. And so slowly over a period of time, they would take that monkey out that got beaten up, and they would replace it with a new monkey. And then that monkey would learn the same trait, and then they would continue this process until at the end of the thing, you had 5 monkeys who wouldn't climb the ladder. And they weren't the original monkeys who suffered the pain with the water dousing or getting beat up. They
Mhm.
were just trained not to climb, and it was a big study. Do you think that society, I know that you said it's genetic and everything, but do you think over a period of time that society can actually train psychopaths?
No, no.
Okay.
It's something that you're either born with or you're not.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
maybe let's say your father was a psychopath, okay,
Okay.
and you didn't get the gene. Now, there are cases where you could possibly mimic that behavior to a certain degree because that's what you were exposed to. Same reason why alcoholics will a lot of times raise budding alcoholics.
Okay.
So there's ways that it could possibly mimic that behavior, but they may have to do that to survive as a child in that environment. But let's say there's 3 children, one of them you could probably pick out is not just mimicking, but they're really behaving that way. So yeah, it takes a little bit of it, but no, you'll never make a psychopath. They're born,
They're born, but you
and they
might have
know
different
from brain studies.
characteristics though. You would probably carry different characteristics than I got you. I see. Now we talk about the genetics. So have we isolated the gene? Do we know the gene, the pair? Do we actually know that
Yeah,
or
they've done enough gene studies, and they're doing twin studies now, and they also have done. It's pretty technical, but they can do brain studies to start to look at different parts of the brain that controls empathy. So it is in the brain, it is in the behavior, and some places are more progressive. Like for example, in Canada, their judicial system is pretty aggressive as
Mhm.
far as testing the inmates to see if they're psychopaths or not. But really, if it's a 25% hit rate. So that's why, people said, did you interview any inmates? And the answer is no. I don't think that they, to me, would be as interesting as people who are still roaming around at will,
Yeah.
because, they're just kind of, for the other thing people need to realize is if you go to a prison, I worked for a criminal defense attorney for a very short time when I was younger, and it's creepy.
Yeah.
And the other
Yeah.
thing too is that if they have signs posted everywhere. If a riot breaks out, you're on your own.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. No,
so no, I had no interest in interviewing inmates because I didn't feel like they would teach us as much as because they're gonna expose themselves pretty quickly, and then they're gonna do something crazy and get caught. It's the ones that are probably never spending time in prison, which I find are the most interesting.
yeah, the functioning psychopaths, right?
Yeah, high functioning.
High
Well,
function.
so they could well socialized,
Yeah.
very well socialized. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and that's scary. And, obviously the lingering question, we're going to get to that a little bit later, I am sure. But I did want to talk about, I just kind of throw that one out there. And yes, I am going to ask some questions about some individuals in today's news and, you can give your opinion or not, or some of the characteristics. I have my own conclusion. I think most people, for the most part, though, are more narcissistic than psychopath. Like you said,
Yeah.
and I'm glad you cleared that up, that it is a genetic disorder. It is a genetic trait, because then if you truly want to look at, you can look at someone's lineage and see if those traits and those things were there. And, I think right out of the bat, obviously people are, wondering about Trump and his narcissism. And there was times where I thought, maybe he's the psychopath, but I did some research on his family and stuff, and that gene that you were talking about, and based upon what you just said, I don't see a history of his family. So I think it's more of a narcissistic behavior.
Well, you don't know. You don't know. It could be somewhere else in the family that we don't know about. And remember, they're very good about covering up and making appearances or everything to families that have psychopaths within there.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have a brother who died an alcoholic at 43. I mean, that's a pretty heavy alcoholic to drop over dead at 43. The father certainly enabled Trump's behavior his whole life. $1 million here, $1 million there, signing loans for the banks for him. He's entering into an arena that he's not that familiar with. He certainly has a lot of exhibited traits that I would have to point to.
So yeah.
He is careless in his remarks. He shows no remorse. Everything is about him. It's all about control. I mean, look, he went crazy over somebody made a comment, was it Marco Rubio, about his hand size. I mean,
Yeah.
who gets up on a presidential thing and starts discussing their size of their penis?
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Yeah. That's exactly.
So yeah, I mean, I would have to say, and I wouldn't try to diagnose him, but if I were personally looking at him, I'd say he's got a lot of markers there.
Oh.
And people, we're going crazy now because people are like, well, I was a Bernie supporter. Okay, I'll come right out with that. But people are going crazy now saying, well, I'm going to vote for Trump because I don't trust Hillary. Well, I don't trust Hillary either.
Yeah.
But Hillary has not made any crazy conversations about why can't we use the nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
So, if you look at the history, I would encourage people to, Netflix has just a tremendous, out of Europe, tremendous amount of docu-series that have come out about Hitler and the rise of the Third Reich. And really, people all brushed him off. He was just kind of a, person that nobody thought would ever succeed. So,
Yeah.
The crazier he got, the more he got people to support him.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of parallels there that you really can't avoid.
There is. I mean, and so, I'm a libertarian. So, I mean, I my dog in the fight is only at 9%. So I don't even know they're going to get on the stage. But, it's one of those things where I look, and that was one of the first things that I saw that concerned me about Trump, is I am a study of history, and I look at the rhetoric, of Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler, and the tone and the words and the things that he uses back then in the 40s. And I always wondered, it was amazing. I always wondered how you could get a people or a population to follow that, and here we are.
Hitler.
And here we, follow Hitler, because you're like, what the heck? But you have that. I mean, and you do have a contingent of people in the United States that would see nothing better than to see every Muslim locked up, or every Muslim kicked out, or every, Mexican locked up, and that does concern me. And so.
Well, that's how Hitler started with the Jews.
Yeah.
And the thing is that today Trump said something about the Second Amendment people should take care of Hillary. In other words, saying kill her. These are pretty outrageous things. And, they panned the audience. People in his group were laughing. I mean, that is not something when you start, look at how he started off by telling people they should be punching the other people. So they started punching other people in his thing. So watch, tune into Netflix, start watching some of these things, and you'll see some parallels that will make you think, I think Hillary Clinton is a huge liar, okay?
Yeah.
I'll be the first one to tell you what a liar she is. She won't even back off and admit fault with this FBI thing. But I got to tell you what, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to sit home and go, oh, well, she's a liar, so I'm going to vote for Trump. I mean, to me, that walks into some pretty reckless, and I wouldn't vote for a third party for that reason, too, because if you really want to have a rough time in life, get a lunatic in charge.
Yeah.
We will become isolated from everybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the third party, I mean, and I'm not, this is not a political conversation, but, I think there's a lot of misinformation there. I think the couple of the third party candidates, especially libertarian candidates, are established governors. They have an established political history as well. And,
They do, but you're taking your vote. You're taking
You're
your
right.
vote, and you're gonna.
You're right.
You're taking
And,
your vote. And
well, even
the percentages.
Well, I was gonna say, well, even then, the problem is even if they were elected and stuff, how much, because you still have a two-party system, so they can't,
Well,
it's going to be hard for them.
Let's put it this way: the numbers aren't there. Okay, we're
Yeah.
2 months out. The numbers aren't there.
Yeah.
If you're at 6% right now, you don't have the numbers. So
Yeah,
really, you're throwing your vote. You're throwing your vote to the wind, and you will only have yourself to blame if Trump becomes in charge.
Yeah,
You're looking for.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned, and I originally was looking at the Trump wagon and everything, but there are some things I will tell you. There are some things, and actually reading your book, and also there's another book that Alec Markovsky, we was a guest on the show last week, and some of the other things that have made me kind of reevaluate. Like I said, I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. I actually think that one or the other is going to trip themselves up. I still think, unfortunately, I still think that there's probably an indictment looming out there for Hillary. And I actually think that Obama, I can't remember that one movie that Dreamscape where the presidential candidate, was there was assassination attempt and they convinced, I think the movie was Dreamscape, where they knew this guy was dangerous. And, he ended up messing up his own campaign. It's just a matter of time. And so who knows, maybe someone might.
Well, it's a curveball. People would have thought that Hitler going against the Jews would have had a turning point too, but it didn't. It didn't work out that way. And he has only grown more popular the more outrageous he's become. And people say crazy things like, "I like him. He speaks his mind." And it's amazing because people vote against her. Here's how I look at it. It's going to be pick your poison time, okay?
Yeah.
Which poison do you think is going to kill you? I don't think Hillary is going to kill you as badly as Trump would.
Gotcha.
So, I don't want to get political, but I really would advise people to pick your poison.
But what
Pick
I did want to bring it up though, because I do see traits. I mean, let's face it, and that's part of the topic that we're seeing, because there are a lot of people in a lot of positions high up that make decisions for this country, for other people. Like you said, one of the things, when I lived in Chicago, I was a huge Cubs fan. I loved the Cubs, breed. I loved the Cubs, and then they went and they gave a contract to Sammy Sosa for $10 million. And the next day they laid off 1,000 people. See, to me, if I was in a position of management, I don't care who you are. There is no one person that's worth 10,000 families, and putting food on the table. And that just, and those decisions are being made every day in business. And it seems like the people that make the decisions, they don't care. It's all about bottom line. It's all about what's good for the shareholders. It's all about putting, $2 million more dollars or $3 million more dollars in their pockets, even though they're, profitable company making $7 billion a year. And it's just,
you can bankrupt it. You can bankrupt a company in this culture that we're in right now and get a huge bonus.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I know. I know.
Yeah.
I know of a couple of them. I've done business with.
So that's why I argue against the 1 to 3%.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take. You don't have to get all of them into a diagnostic center to start to look around and see people operating without a conscience.
Yeah. Oh, they do it in business. I remember, and I won't tell you the company, but I was a consultant there, and I walk in. It's during the Christmas time. And the CFO of the company had a Christmas hat, like an elf hat, and I knew the guy prior, at his other company where he was a CFO as well, or CIO, and he's wearing his hat during Christmas time, and in the process, he's telling he's going to lay 3,000 people off. And it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. See?
what kind of insanity is that? This is one of, you are destroying people's lives, and you're going to walk in all cheerful and happy, and, under, wear a elf hat on top of everything. It's kind of a big, F you. That's as bad as it gets on this show, to 3,000 people and their families. And the guy never, of course he, oh, well, we're really, really, really sorry. They're not sorry. And like I said, this is a company, net revenues are $7 billion a year. So it's not like, they were making $7 billion, but they wanted to make $8 billion the next year, and they had no problem.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why it is true that the corporations encourage that kind of behavior and that kind of personality, because those are the people who are going to rise to the top at all costs.
Yeah. Yeah. And this guy, like I said, has a long history of doing this. I mean, that was his, corporations seek these people out. I actually think that they do seek out hatchet men. To do this.
Oh, I can 100% guarantee you that they do. 100%. Yeah. And I've seen it in certain corporate structures that I personally know about, that, yes, they seek it out. And if I could figure out the person's a psychopath by spending a couple minutes on Google and looking at their background, you can't convince me that the next group of people that hired this person didn't have that same knowledge. And they were really working with careless disregard because they saw that person as being able to come in and straighten out their problems, make them more profitable, meet their goals. So yeah, of course they could look at their background and see that they didn't do it because they were kind and generous people. They did it because they were ruthless, and they got sought out and got a promotion for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, they do rise to the top rather quickly.
Yeah, and they got paid their millions, hundreds of $1 million bonuses to do it.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, and who gets fired from a bank if you get caught stealing? It's a perfect setup, because they don't want people to know that there was a thief there, so they'll quietly just send you out the door with a great referral.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do reward them as far as in society, because money is the god that people all look to.
Yeah.
So that's where you get a Trump-like person espousing. I don't think he has anywhere near that amount of money, but you people that have no money are looking to him as some sort of hero. He doesn't care about you.
No.
It's not in their genes to care about you. He's got the grammar of a fourth grader.
Yeah.
They've done linguistic studies on the guy. So, but yeah,
which I find very odd, because a gentleman like that, like Trump and stuff, he's had, well, maybe not Trump though, but you look at his kids and everything, and they've gone to finishing school, so that they know. And you look, one of the things, and I don't know if you picked up on this, but I since we brought it up, one of the things that disturbed me, I was watching his daughter introduce him. Did you, I don't know if you watched the convention, after she made a statement, if you go back and listen, you could hear her it's almost like it's a menacing laugh below the tone. If you go back and watch the video, she's talking about her father. It's almost like a menacing, and I don't know if that's a nervous disorder or a nervous trait that she might carry or something, but I would think that someone in her position wouldn't have something like that. But if you listen, you can hear it's a menacing laugh that she does. And that's actually what made me go, whoa, what's going on here?
Well, his sons have some serious issues. They all support this band of other cultures. How many people do you know that go publicly talking about wanting to do their daughters?
Yeah,
because see, they have no filters. Did you see the way he tapped her on the hips after she introduced him?
Yeah, and and like
creepy.
I said, yeah, it is.
It's creepy. It's not normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's and I know there's a lot of listeners. We tend to cater towards more of the conservative crowd and everything. Starting out.
Yeah, well, we'll get off politics, because I don't want to get riled up into it. I don't want to carry this on with the questions.
But I think people though need to see that, because I think we're seeing it up front, And it just goes to show you, step back, whoever the candidate is. I think we are seeing a great example, which actually supports your book, that here you are in mainstream media, you're seeing a person right up front in your face who is showing these signs, and 30% or 40, whatever the numbers are going along with them. So I think it actually supports your book. I'm going to take the politics out of it, but you see an individual. Here's a great example. You see an individual doing these things, and people are all sitting there going, yeah, rooting them on. And it just goes that, it's these people that are walking around into, in today's society. And this just happens to be an example. If I could find another mainstream, I would be glad to do it, but the ones I know of are already sitting in jail.
He started off. Yeah. He started off with the same hatred that Hitler did.
Yeah. Gotcha. So guess what? We're already at the bottom of the hour. So Dianne, what I'm going to do is, let's take this last break here, and then we'll come back. I have one more question, I promise you, and then we'll take calls. And we'll go ahead and open up the phone lines at the when we get back from the break. That's okay with you?
Sure.
All right. So you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast, as I push the wrong button here. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You are listening to Dianne Emerson, author of Psychopaths in Our Lives. And what we're going to do is when we get back from the break, we'll go ahead and open up the phone lines. And as Dianne and I are talking, if you feel that you want to talk with her, you're more than welcome. We'll release those numbers here in a few minutes. For those people, those individuals who are longtime listeners, you already know what those are. So if you want to call in, you can. And we'll take a short break. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour. And once again, we are talking with Dianne Emerson, and the author of Psychopaths in Our Lives.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. You're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I do promise you, I do not select the music for the show. I have one song that we do select. All this other music that we play on the show and everything is selected by the computers, by the computers and everything. We are going to go ahead and get an ASCAP BMI license for those people. We were talking about that last night. We are going to get those licenses, and that way we can actually play real music during the show. And then what we will do is we'll cut the music out for our refeeds, and then that way we'll be compliant with the law. It is a process though, because we have to do some things with YouTube as well and everything. So once again, I just want to tell everybody that we are speaking with Dianne Emerson, author of Psychopaths in Our Lives. We've opened up the phone lines. If you'd like to call in, give us a call at 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200 to speak with Dianne and everything. And we do ask that you, if you're going to call in, we keep the questions to Dianne. I don't want to hear about any other show or anything like that. There will be after later on this evening, we'll take calls and we'll talk about some of the other shows and stuff. But why Dianne is here and why she's gracious enough to give up some of her time, because I know she's very busy, right, Dianne? You got a lot of things going on and stuff, and I do appreciate
sleep in a while.
Sleep, yeah, sleep is a good thing. I agree. Sometimes we forget. This is my schedule. We did a show last night that was 6 hours long. Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. We get into these topics, and my thing is, especially with these shows, is that they are so interesting, and the audience is so intrigued by them. I want to make sure that the guests have time to talk and everything, because I always hated those shows where, like NPR, where they brought someone on, they had an interesting conversation, and they did a 15-minute vignette, and then they were gone. And so when I put this show together, I wanted to make sure that we had plenty of time to discuss what we had to do. But I also do know, people have other commitments and things, and I do appreciate you taking time out of your evening to talk with us about this. And and like I said, I have I think you pretty much tilted me. you tilted
I don't
me.
want to keep going on politics, but just remember, I went through a few months ago and watched all of because I don't think they really taught us all the stuff that's out now, and Europe has come up with some fascinating documents about the wars.
Yep.
And there's some really good information out there, and I went through and did a refresher thing a few months ago, and just it's kind of funny, because not funny, but then now we get this situation going on now. And if I don't want to talk politics anymore, but all I would encourage people to do is review history, okay? Because history does have a fascinating way of repeating itself. And Hitler's whole thing started with hatred of the Jews, hatred of this person, hatred of that person, and pretty soon it becomes this group think, and then everybody's in. And the interesting thing is that there weren't that many people that were enforcers during that time, because people were turning themselves in.
Yeah.
So that hatred really goes a long, long way. So I would just say, before you rush to the ballots and are convinced to pick your poison and review history.
Yeah, look at history, and and like I said, I brought up Trump because of the fact that I think it supports your book. That's the reason why, because he's it does. I mean, everybody reads your book, and the whole premise of your book is it's not the ones in jail that you have to worry about. It's the ones walking the street, and you have an individual up here who is showing all of the characteristics. I'm glad from a clinical standpoint, or not, that you kind of pointed that out, because I think it just reaffirmed. But let's talk about some people in your book. So first, one of the characters that disturbed me the most was Fred.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Fred was, well, they were all creeps, but yeah, Fred, yeah.
yeah, I mean, first off, can you give Fred's backstory for our audience? And I'm gonna, we'll focus on Fred, and I'm just gonna tell, if anybody wants to learn about the other two, you're gonna have to buy the book. We're not gonna sit here. We're not gonna read the book
Yeah,
to you.
yeah, because
But yeah,
yeah, because here's the thing. The only reason I would only interview them in writing was because they play off your emotions, they read your
yeah,
emotions, they modify things based on your emotions, and I didn't want them to have any access to my emotions.
yeah,
And Fred, all three of them, and also to present a journalistic viewpoint, you just don't go interview one person and go, "Yep, got it nailed. This is how they operate."
yeah,
So I really wanted the balance of three of them because I had to have my own checks and measures. So,
sure,
and then in some cases I would ask them, well, this guy said this, what would your response be to that? And really it was fascinating to read because I think in writing I probably got closer than anybody ever has because people usually write in terms of composite characters. And when you make up a character, it's hard to really get beneath the skin of that person. So Fred was really interesting. He actually he was the first one when he first contacted me because people wonder, well, why do you talk to psychopaths? Well, I had a victim support forum. It was the first one online for like 18 years now. So over the years, I would get contacted by psychopaths. And I started writing. I moved to a place where I'd have the overhead and stuff to be able to just write because I wanted to work as a public service and talk to people about how people become victimized by psychopaths, normal people in everyday life. So I started the book several times from a victim standpoint because that's what I was most familiar with. And then Fred came along, and I thought, this could be very interesting because my opinion used to be if their lips are moving, they're probably lying. Well, yeah, they are lying an awful lot, but beneath the lies is a stark reality. So he was probably the most prolific one, and he was just really a handful at times because I ended up with enough. The book ended up being like 300 pages, and I ended up with 300 pages just from Fred. And he was very well socialized, very clever, very manipulative, and at times he became very frustrated with me because he couldn't read my emotions because I
mhm,
wasn't letting on to anything.
yeah,
I would just make, he would try to circle around me and he would try to bait me, because you can Google anybody these days and figure out where they live.
mhm,
So, he would try just little stunts about talking about the weather where I am. Well, I'm living in Nebraska, okay? I'm from California. I moved to a flyover state so I'd be able to have a paid for mortgage and write and have freedom, right?
yeah, yeah,
It's not my life goal to be here, but that's just the way in order to write this book, that's what I had to do.
yeah,
So he would make little comments about the weather because he was trying to get a reaction out of me,
sure,
and I never would give him a reaction, and so he found it very frustrating at times because he was looking to bait me, he was looking to try to trick me, and none of it was working. So it put him into a whole different perspective because here he had this person he wanted to learn. I mean, I was making a deal with the devil, really, because if he didn't learn, I wasn't going to learn. So, but I was never going to make it about me because no matter how outrageous they would say things, I would just say, oh, well, that's interesting. How did what made you think about that? So I just kept myself more detached, which kind of drove Fred a little bit crazy. But of the three, none of them lived in this. They're all from different geographical areas. None of them had any interaction with each other. They didn't know each other. None of them. I was the only person talking to the three of them.
mhm,
And he was kind of interesting because he circled around for up until publication time. And I'd hear from him, and he's like, "Hey, Dianne, how's it going?" And I said, "Fine. We're still editing." And I knew he wanted something, but I would never come right out and ask what he wanted. And then finally, he said, "Am I going to be upset when your book comes out?" And I said, "Well, Fred, the only reason you would be upset is if you would be upset at yourself because I haven't altered or changed any of your words." I said, "Because that's what I found the most fascinating." So I said, "You would not have me to be upset about. You would only have upset about yourself." So then I hear from him, and he says, "Well, because I sent them all copies of the book and electronically, and he says, "Well, I got the first copy, and I was a little bit mad, and so I got rid of it." And I said, "Oh, well, that's too bad." I said, "Would you like another copy?" And he says, "Oh, I'm not trying to get you to send me another copy." And I said, "Well, I'll send you another copy." So I sent him another copy, Radio Silence. Haven't heard from him since then. But like one of them, I became so overwhelmed with Fred at one point, and the other two would answer me every day specifically because of their geographic areas. They would answer me every day just based on the questions I asked.
Sure.
And Fred was just a rambling mess of words. I mean, he was up until all hours, and because of the time zones and stuff, so I was up until all hours because while he was talking, I wanted to listen. So I think in the end, he was probably upset with himself that he had said as much as he did.
Ah,
But then on the other, so the other two, one of them, I didn't ask them questions for a day or so because I was just overwhelmed with night and day of Fred yapping. And one of them wrote to me and he says, "I haven't heard from you." He said, "Have I offended you?" He goes, "I'm really not a bad person. I really have some very fetching ways about me." I'm like, and that was the one who gave his victims medications. I'm like, "Yeah, you're really a swell guy." But no, I never let them know that I was thinking that way.
gotcha.
So I never let them throw me off my base.
Yeah,
And so it became fascinating because, see, Fred would start off with, when I asked him about the medication thing, I said, "Well, would you do that?" I said, "I'm talking to this one other psychopath, and he preferred to be called sociopath." I said, "So I'm talking to this other sociopath." I said, "And he gives medication to his victims to control them. Would you ever do that?" And oh, he starts off, okay. And he starts going. And he's like, "Oh, well, that is just deplorable. I can't imagine anybody doing this." Okay. So that's what was the interesting thing about writing. So then he gets down to closer to the truth.
yeah,
The first part of the paragraph was probably what he'd say if he saw you in person. And then he keeps
yeah.
going because they can't stop themselves. And then he starts talking about, well, it would probably leave a chemical trail and I'd get caught. See, now we're out to the real truth.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not that it's deplorable, which would be the right thing to say. It's because you might get
I
caught.
might get caught. Yep.
So so once he would get going, the first part of his statements would be something that he would probably tell you if he saw you in person, and if you weren't paying attention, it would probably seem like it was realistic what he was saying. But then when he would kind of keep going, then you'd start to see the underside of where he was really going.
Yeah.
And Steve, with the eyes for my book, people have used eyes on books about psychopaths before, but they were like stock eyes that you would just buy from some site.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about the eyes because I wanted to know what they understood, what we saw when we looked into those black evil eyes. And
Yeah.
so he sent me his picture of his eyes. I was like, whoa. But here's an interesting thing, because I'd done this study at my forum many years ago, and I asked people, I said, "Have you ever looked at pictures of the psychopath you were with and paid attention to their eyes?" And so people start looking back at pictures and saying, "Hey, I really see a difference here," because there's something about. I think that if you met Steve in person, you probably wouldn't get that creep factor that he shows on my book cover.
Yeah.
Because I sent it around to a few of my friends, and I said, "Hey, I'm looking at these graphics." I said, "What's your first response when you look at these eyes?" And everybody's like, "Creepy." But I think I'm quite certain that if you met him in person, that wouldn't be your response. But there's something about photography. Now, this is just my own untested theory. There's something about photography that catches it.
Yeah.
Because there's a certain disconnect between the eyes and the smile when you're dealing with a psychopath.
Yep.
So if you look at them in a group of pictures, they don't have the same connection that the rest of the people will have as far as their facial motions. So yeah, he was very he was very, very talkative, and his whole thing was he wanted to control me, and he wanted me to at times he wanted me to be afraid of him. He would say nasty little things and stuff like that. So he was trying to work every angle to see what kind of rise he was going to get out of me. And then he circled back at one point and said, well, I really don't think I'm a sociopath. And I said, well, yeah, it's nice that you think that way, but you certainly sound like the other people I'm interviewing. Um, so, because I think in his world, if he could convince me that he wasn't one, then he feels like he could probably pull the wool over more people's eyes because I would know more. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
think that he figured if he could trick me after talking to him for a long period, if then he could revert the thing and trick me, then he was probably good to go as far as being able to trick the rest of society.
Gotcha.
So I just let him go on and on and on and on. And then eventually he came back and said, well, yeah, I probably am. And it's like, well, yeah, I've already figured you are because I'm comparing you against two other ones. And so the patterns were there.
Yeah.
So I just felt it would be ridiculous. It would be reckless to only interview one of them because you had to have some checks and measures because of their ability to lie so seamlessly.
Now, how did you seek them out? Did you put an advertisement? I know you worked with a couple PhDs, a couple doctors and stuff. I mean, were these people that were already in a clinical system or a trial? I mean, how did you find these individuals?
Well, over the years, Dr. Gacono, as a matter of fact, is like the leading expert in the field. He wrote my foreword, and his feeling was that my work, you can study it all you want, but until you read how they actually behave, puts a whole different perspective on it, the thing. So anyway, they contacted me because of my form. And so I had Steve showed up, and I thought, I've been struggling with how to write from the victim's perspective for a number of years, and I had put aside 4 different starts, and I got several hundred pages into it, and it wasn't becoming the community service that I thought it would become, because it was just, I don't mean to diminish a victim story, but it would just become another victim story. I mean, there's several of them out there. People don't tend to feel very sympathetic because they're like, well, you've been with this person for 20 years. What's wrong with you? Yeah. So I felt like if people really understood the dynamics, they would feel more empathy toward the victim. So Fred shows up, and then I had 2 other ones that had recently been at my forum, and I've always had a no psychopaths allowed at the forum because clearly it's going to make the victims feel uneasy to have them roaming loose there. And no, they've tried to get in over the years because remember, they know everything. They're the smartest guy in the room. So they really, and Fred in particular, really wanted to get his hands on showing up at the forum. And he really actually, I did print some of the advice he had for some of the victims, and it was actually quite good. Like in one case, he said, her first mistake was when she answered the phone, when they called again.
Yeah.
So some of it was very simple, evil, but yet on the other hand, intuitive, a learning kind of an experience. Because victims can tend to become re-victimized, and they'll get rid of one psychopath in their life, and another one will come along. Because remember, they're still kind and caring people, which is who they seek out. So people can tend to become re-victimized. So they, without looking for the patterns, it happens, and people will also fall back in with the same person, the same psychopath, because they have a way of wheedling their way back into your life. So yeah, he was really something. What was your impression of him?
Creepy, It just, how do you say? It was just creepy. He was the one that creeped me out the most. There was something about him that just out of the other ones. I mean, unfortunately, the other 2, I okay. I learned, I've seen that behavior, and so, but something about, to be honest with you, when I got the Fred, I got that, the classic line from Clarice, I did. I felt like it was that. I felt like this guy, for some reason, if it's the manic or it's whatever, and I just felt like he could potentially be the guy that you read on the news next.
Yeah, the beta reader, who I had a couple of editors, and we used a beta editor, and that person's role is to kind of look through what the 2 of us have been working on to pull out things. And her comment was, he seemed like he would probably end up being some dictator in some third world country and be very successful at it. I think when you read more into the book and get to read more of it, I think you'll find them all equally creepy. Steve actually becomes the creepiest as you read along.
Okay.
So yeah, they actually become creepier and creepier when you read along. Because Steve takes up Fred takes up the first part, but when Bill brings in his part about what he does to people at work, and Steve brings in his part about how he maneuvers people with trying to play games with their minds and stuff, they all reach a pretty high creep level.
Yeah, no, I think they're all equally like, yeah. I mean, I can see that, but you're
Yeah,
absolutely right. Is
yeah,
that, the thing like with the bill in the workplace and stuff, I mean, I've seen that. So there's a personal
yeah.
connection there. And it's like, yeah, I've seen that behavior and everything. So I wasn't too unfortunately, this is a sad statement. I wasn't too put off by some of his behaviors. Um, Fred, like I
Yeah, but when
said,
you
I
read his
just,
behaviors, when you read Bill's behaviors though, just the stunts that he comes up with are
yeah.
just so diabolical. I
Oh,
mean, I felt so sorry for their victims that I really wish I could have found them and said, "Hey, it really wasn't you. This guy really did a number on you."
yeah. Yeah. Send
Um,
them a copy of the book.
so yeah,
We'll find out.
yeah, well, because here's the thing. People go for years after one of these encounters, and let's say you lose your job to one of them or something,
Yeah.
or you're in a relationship with one. People will carry this around for years
Oh, yeah.
because you really do walk away feeling like you're the crazy one in the room because
Yeah.
their master is at making you feel like you're the crazy one. And then society turns on you. So it's a no-win for the victim. And everybody's going to meet these people in their life. I'd like to meet somebody who says that they'll never meet one in their lives because trust me, you will.
Yeah. I mean,
And it's good.
yeah.
It's going to be the one. Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you see it a lot, and there is a fine line between the narcissism and this. And like I said, I'm glad that you pulled up the genetic, the genetic marker. And, unfortunately we can't have people
Yeah.
tested.
I mean, a narcissist, or even a borderline, they're not evil. Okay.
Yeah.
They can pull themselves back in. They're very self-absorbed, which these people, all psychopaths are narcissistic, but not all narcissists are psychopaths. So
Yeah.
a narcissistic personality certainly will hog up a lot of mirror space, take a lot of selfies,
Yeah.
control a lot of things in your life, but they're not going to relish at your demise
Yeah.
like a psychopath will. And
Yeah.
that's where the going gets really ugly.
Yeah. It was funny because the other day someone had to show me how to do a selfie. How to hold the camera and
Yeah,
and teach me,
yeah.
for the Facebook page, which we just started not too long ago for the show. And it was funny because they're like, no, you're supposed to hold it way out. The further out, the better. And it was like, really? I just want to take a picture. I don't, whatever.
Yeah,
So,
there's a whole thing with all that and all this. I consider actually the internet to be a psychopath highway. I mean,
oh,
show me a Dateline show that doesn't start off with somebody meeting on
something
one
on
of
the
these
internet.
dating
Yeah.
sites or something.
Well, absolutely. I mean, and the thing is, yeah, the internet has connected us in more ways than one, and some, most times, for the bad than versus the good. Now, did you ever? Now, I know that you said you communicated with these guys most through mail, through letters, through writings and stuff. Did you ever meet them face to face? Did you ever have that?
No,
Okay,
no, no, I had no desire to. Fred wanted to meet via Skype and whatnot, but no, besides, I think it would ruin the validity of my work to do that
good,
because I didn't want them in my life, and I didn't want them to have any access to my emotions to try to
sure,
manipulate the outcome of my writing.
sure,
Because the whole thing took me 3 years, so I didn't want them to turn it into their playing ground because they clearly once they got past all the interviews and stuff, I'm sure there was probably a certain resentment there because he made little comments before he dropped off saying things like, well, how's it going with your other subjects? In other
mhm,
words, like I was looking down my nose at things. So yeah, these are not people that you want to be friends with. And
yeah,
I felt like if I were to interview them, let's say with Skype or on the phone or whatever, that how they say things is as interesting as what they say,
hmm
and it would be impossible and a lot of books have been written about them, but it's translating things. And once you start translating things, you lose that connection with the evil
Yeah. Yeah.
that they give you when they write.
Yeah.
It gets lost in the shuffle. So no, I wouldn't allow it, and it wouldn't be anything that I would encourage. I didn't for my own sake. I had a couple of friends say, "Well, maybe you should write under a pseudonym." Well, I'm not some hack or something. And what am I supposed to say to these experts that I want to write my forward? Oh, by the way, I'm not going to really put my name on the book. I'm going to be some, fake name.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't really feel like a question that comes up, well, were you afraid? No, I didn't really feel like anybody was going to break in and try to kill me or anything. There were many times that I just basically felt creeped out. I mean,
Yeah.
just plain old creeped out. I mean, it was overwhelming at times, just the amount of creepiness coming in my direction.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
doing these types of shows and stuff, and as we get up to the top of the hour, and I know, Dianne, you're limited in your time, and I appreciate your being gracious enough for all of those that are out there that are holding back and giving a call. If this is your time to call in, if you want to speak with Dianne directly, the number is area code 312-588-1200, because she is going to be gone here in a few minutes because she has other commitments and mainly sleep, as she said earlier, and everything.
Yeah, well,
So,
what we can do is if you want to, I don't know how many questions you have, but we can go for like 30 minutes after the break if you'd like to.
oh, okay. Like I said, I don't have any callers. I think most of the people are just standing back and
Oh,
letting
okay.
us talk. What's really strange about this type of show, um, the ones where we get a lot of callers is when you get the political guys on. That's when you get the callers. When we do
Yeah.
this, what's amazing is that these types of shows, which are my favorite type, believe it or not, more so than the political, is most people just kind of sit back and listen, and and I think they're reflecting. I would be concerned if,
Yeah, that's what
especially
I was
after,
going to say.
yeah, after our conversations about Mr. Trump and stuff, I was a little concerned that we were going to get some phone calls, but I think most of the people respected that. So no, we can go. I mean, I respect your time. I mean, obviously, I appreciate the fact that you were gracious enough to join us. A couple more questions that I had in regard to the psychopaths and the people that you met. And we're talking with Dianne Emerson, author of Psychopaths in Our Lives, my interview. So are there times like, I think we talked and early on, and I run across, obviously, with this type of business and what we do here in the radio show, we run across some pretty scary people. These
Yeah.
are individuals who, I mean, there's a very well-known broadcaster. He's my mentor, guy that I look up to, and kind of got me into the business by, watching what he did and everything. Art Bell. Art Bell came back and great late night broadcaster. I think at one time he was higher than Howard Stern. He had over 10 million listeners. Also Rush Limbaugh. So he, late night radio, he crushed it. He had people coming out of the woodworks. Now I've had people, I've had the threats, and I've had the people, showing up at the door or showing up at my place of work when I did the other shows. And it's always a concern for us. I mean, is there, I guess from a selfish standpoint, is there, obviously I don't want to get close enough to look into their eyes. I mean, is there other signs or outward signs where I need to go, whoa, this is beyond, I get the mail, I get the emails, I'll get the crazy letters, I'll get this or that, but is there, most of it is just people wanting to be heard, or people, most of it's trolls. Let's call it what it is. They're trolls. They think it's funny and they think
Yeah.
it's cute, but
Keyboard warriors.
yeah, I mean, is
Yeah.
there keywords that I need to, or that people need to be aware of, that when you hear these things, you just kind of go, this is a little bit, you've gone over the line.
Well, I don't know enough about the paranormal community, but I would imagine just like any other group, it attracts, it attracts good and it attracts bad and it attracts the interesting. I mean, it probably has a whole combination of those things. I think the main thing, I really don't know how I would answer that
Okay.
question except to follow your instincts. I mean, if
Yeah.
somebody, if somebody starts to drift off too far, what's that old saying about arguing with an idiot is they'll drag you down to their level and beat you at their own game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, at some point when you feel like, at least me personally, if I feel like the conversation has dissolved into craziness, I just politely will disengage because I don't have any real goals to try to change your mind or control what you're doing.
Gotcha.
My best trick in life is to be able to be aware of my own behaviors. And, like for example, people feel justified in arguing or screaming back. Well, that's just not me because at some point I bought into your madness when I start getting on that level and having those negative thoughts. So it's a
Sure.
matter of, who's right, the person that starts the argument or the person that continues it.
Yeah.
Really, nobody is at that point.
Yeah.
You've lost the battle.
And that's one of the
Yeah.
things I don't engage in. Talking about engage, we do have a caller. Caller, before I bring you on the air, please only say your first name. Turn your radio off or however you're listening to us because there is a delay and it will mess you up. But please only say your first name. And you are caller from Florida. You are talking with Jeff Norton and Dianne Emerson. Caller from Florida.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Lily. Hi. I've got a question. Well, I guess I first off, I want to thank your guest for doing this kind of research and putting it out there. And something that I'd like to get her opinion on is things that I've been coming across over the last few years. It seems like places like YouTube in particular, where people are doing videos of themselves and one thing or another, seems to be just a wonderful hunting ground for psychopaths. And then it was something that I've seen recently in the last couple of years is these psychopaths find each other and network together and do what I call harvesting victims. And, if you're dealing with people one-on-one that you meet at work or school or, dating, whatever, I think it's maybe a little bit easier to realize that they're psychopaths or narcissists and disengage. But the stuff that I've been seeing on YouTube in particular is just frightening to me because these people are saying things that, if somebody said it to me in real life, I would walk away and never, ever have any contact with them again. But people are saying things like, they're getting sexually aroused by thinking about humiliating people that they call trolls and hunting people down. And then there's thousands of people cheering them on.
Well, yeah. I mean, that, are you seeing that? I mean, with the we talked about that early on in the conversation about the internet and everything. Are you seeing that because of the internet and the fact that we are such connected, that a lot of these individuals are using these as opportunity and also feeding grounds?
Well, I think it's a couple things. I was online for some of the very beginning of the forums back in '94, whatever, during the John Benet Ramsey, and they had a forum at the Denver Post, and that was in the old Wild West days when you didn't have to register, and the trolls really started learning how to come out at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a difference. It's a twofold difference. One is people who behave really poorly when they don't have to, because there was a couple of groups that met up from that. There was a whole group of people who would all meet and talk about theories and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a couple of times that people had get-togethers in Denver where people flew in and all met. And it was interesting because people would make comments like, well, so-and-so who was really a big jerk, on the forum and stuff was so nice in person. So I think that there's a couple of things. There's that kind of person who uses the internet to express aggressive behaviors that they probably wouldn't do in person.
Yeah.
Kind of like rage road people.
Oh, absolutely.
But then there's other people. there's other people like psychopaths who use it as their mechanism for trolling and finding victims. You know, they can go to dating sites, they can represent themselves as a whole bunch of different things. So for them, it's fertile ground for a lot of game playing, a lot of manipulation, and a lot of control. So they can move into a group and they can take a group which was normally pretty functioning, and they can become like the big dog in that group, and then they can start to isolate the other members, pull out people that they don't want, talk badly behind your back. So it's complex, and I think it's two different groups of people. But in any case, this is how I respond to it, is I just don't participate.
Yeah.
Once you start making comments about getting off over trolls and things like that, you've lost my attention. I'm going to unsubscribe. When I'm looking for information, I try to look for people who know more than I do and have a rational sense of good boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
So once people start to engage in ways that are not, and I don't wish them ill, I don't have anything nasty to say to them, I just leave.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not learning.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, we're all about conversation, and that's the purpose of the show. And, you know, when you break down and you attack people and stuff, I'm not interested either. It's not anything that I want to be a part of. And you know,
well, what is the caller's response? What is your response when these things happen?
She
Do you
actually
leave that group?
Yeah,
or?
she actually dropped off.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
she actually dropped off.
my 2 cents would be is that follow your instincts and the red flags. And once a group starts to become, you know, I'm not really big into Facebook or any of those things. I mean, I follow a couple, you know, antique groups in Facebook that I'm interested in, but I don't spend much time on it. It doesn't interest me. The narcissism in people brings them to want to have X number of followers, and you know, it's all rated on how many friends you have. And
yes.
I think to a certain degree we've lost the idea of what a friend is. I mean, a friend is somebody who's there for the good times and the bad times. And people can make friendships online. I'm not trying to say that they can't, but in general, it's not for me. I mean, you would never. I'd rather die an old lady with 100 cats than log on to a dating site because of the amount of games that would be being played.
Yeah. No.
Absolutely. It's a fertile ground.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's a fertile ground.
When I had my other show and stuff, you know, I would have 3 or 4 separate sites that were set up, and you know, they were maxed out to 5,000, and we used it as a marketing tool and everything like that. And one of the problems with that is you're right, is that these truly aren't your friends. So when we started up the Midnight Ocean, one of the things is I don't friend just anybody. Typically they're only guests or people that I personally know. And my rule of thumb is that if I would give you the keys to my home, then you'll be a friend on my Facebook page. Under the Midnight Ocean. I mean, we have other public pages that you know, if you want to talk, if you want to communicate with me, you can use those pages. But as far as my friends go, I think I have 11. and they're mainly, they're mainly guests and family, you know.
But I think it's a matter of, in answer to the caller's question, I think it's a matter of just being clear of what kind of information you're seeking. And when it doles itself down to the level of childish backstabbing, snide comments, and all of that, you know, you have to pick your battles. I mean, you really can't. I placed this a long time ago when I had my forum. People would start new forums and say, will you send a link? And, you know, I decided at that time that, you know, I'm not the police of the internet. You know, I don't know what kind of forum you run. I don't know how functional it is. You know, a lot of them can be kind of maneuvering, and, you know, people get really nasty about stuff. And I've never had that kind of an organization. So I've always just kind of been in my own little path and said, you know, I'm not really sure that, you know, that's really just not for me. I think there's a big difference between being able to be alone and being lonely.
Sure.
And I think without good boundaries, if you're feeling lonely and that's your only source of entertainment, then I'd have to say that, you know, you got to be careful, because that's the kind of type that they're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, we have another caller from Florida who, caller, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Dianne or me?
Well, yeah, I was the caller before, and
Yeah, you're
you said
back.
I dropped off.
Yeah.
It just it disconnected me. But one of the things I guess I kind of wanted to raise that maybe I wasn't clear about was it would just seem stunning to me the amount of people that seem to want to engage with people that are just so nasty and really truly are showing some really scary, dangerous psychopathic tendencies, and they've got all these followers and they're saying, oh, he's so passionate, or he really speaks his mind. And I'm thinking, when they're saying some really creepy things like hunting people down and people are applauding them for speaking their mind, I don't understand why people are wanting to connect with these people and follow them, and I guess to me it just seems like such a mental and moral and spiritual disconnect that they're thinking these people are just wonderful when they're just in my opinion, some of them are just flat out evil.
Yeah. So
Well, here's the thing with evil. You have to understand that in order for a person to win over people, they have to be persuasive, charming, and engaging to begin with. So it takes a while for their mask to kind of drop, and maybe you're seeing it quicker than the rest of the people, or maybe they're doing different maneuvers behind the scenes that you're not aware of, to keep these people engaged. But I just like the rule of thumb that, if you think you're dealing with a psychopath and if it seems unhealthy, get out safely.
Yeah.
You're not going. The one thing you'll never do is you'll never win, because it's about control for them. And when you see these really scary stories on Dateline and stuff, and the person who has no history of violence but they're a psychopath kills their partner, it's because that person is leaving them. They've lost control, and then they haven't exited safely. They stayed under the same roof. So and even online, it's a matter of, what's going on with your life is helping you to stay there. I mean, is there a reason, or are you learning something, or sometimes it's just okay it's okay to move on.
Yeah.
Can you discuss a little bit about how to get out safely?
Well, what would be your situation that you would be in? You mean online with people? Get out safely from people online?
Well, yeah, I guess with the stuff that I was talking about online is that there were these groups that had formed that were calling themselves the Patriot Network, and they were getting all connected up. And
hey, caller. I know where we're going with this, and
Okay.
I was hoping we don't get. I mean, it's about you actually have a very valid question. I mean, and I think the answer is pretty simple. Just to get offline, right? Don't be part of the group. And Dianne, let me give you a little bit of a backstory here. Is that we had a pretty heated conversation yesterday, and now I recognize the individual's voice on the air, and I don't want to carry that over. I mean, there were some very valid points. I think the internet does allow these psychopaths to amass a following. I mean, it's obvious. Mainstream media does that as well. It's just not the internet and everything. But I mean, your advice is, when you're engaged in these people online, I think the sensible, I think our answer to that and to the caller is going to be the same thing. Disengage. Don't engage. Number one, just
yeah, and
don't engage.
You don't need to disengage in a way that's going to bring more hostility your way. I would disengage personally by saying, if somebody said I haven't seen you around, and I would probably just not log on to my messenger and whatnot and control my own time, and just say I've got a lot of other things going on, so I'm just a little bit too busy right now.
Yeah.
So I would always use politeness as your way to disengage, because otherwise you're getting on their own level, and you're going to give them more fuel to come after you and try to badger you more. So
Exactly.
that's why instant messaging was kind of fun at the very beginning, but I don't use it anymore, because if I'll talk to you on the phone if I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Just safely disengage.
Yeah. And I agree, and I run into that all the time. I mean, obviously I have people that object when you have a hot topic and you're talking about, Satan, or we're talking about exorcisms, and then you get the the other side, the religious fanatics, and they have the right to believe, and they come and say things, and my normal response to those individuals, like the political movement, because you have two different sides to every argument. I mean, our courts are filled. You have the defense, so there's always two sides of the coin. My response to those individuals when they reach out to me privately is, what are you going to do if you want to better the conversation or forward the conversation? I am all for it. I agree. It's all about conversation, and I'm all for it. So if you have something that's going to forward the conversation, then I'm all ears. If you just have another complaint or another, off a thing, I'm sorry. I only have so much time in the day, and I can't really occupy my time with he said, she said, and blah blah blah. I mean, I sent those emails out today.
Yeah. Yeah, I've run across psychopaths in my life, and I just try to, I don't go out the door screaming about what an idiot you are, and I'll never believe you, and you're just a loser and stuff. I just go out the door quietly and close it behind me.
Gotcha.
And because I'm not gonna bite into that. Yep. You're not gonna get my blood pressure up to your level, is how I look at it.
Gotcha. No, and that makes perfect sense. It's just, there's a fine line. Obviously we have a show, we have an audience, and it's a pretty diverse audience. So you got to kind of cater back and forth. And that's that is one of the things that we give up when you're in a public eye like this and everything. So.
Well, civility goes a long way.
It does.
Civility goes a long way.
It does.
And a lot of that has just been eroded by society in general. I mean, people don't sit down and eat together. They eat out of bags. I mean, even, it's civility goes a long ways.
Yeah.
You don't, people say, God, that person was really an ass or whatever. Well, I don't know why that person was behaving that way. If I invented something that could tell me that, and I could go around getting into other people's minds, I'd probably have a real big seller on my hands. But until that happens, I don't know why they're doing that. Yeah. Maybe they just found out somebody in their family died. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, and I'll never know. So to try to guess or try to retaliate is kind of fruitless.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And I had to use that same skill with these psychopaths. I mean, well, what am I gonna gain by arguing with them? First of all, I'm not going to get any information out of them because the thing would have disintegrated within the first, week of our conversations because, I knew their issues were about control. So I wasn't going to keep them talking if I became, confrontational and crazed out over what they were saying. But of course I found what they were saying to be very distasteful. And in a normal environment, would I have stuck around? Of course not. Would I interview more of them? No, I made sure I got what I needed out for this book, and I'll write about something else the next time.
I was going to say, as we wrap this up, do you have another book in the works? Are you going to stay in the same genre, or are you going to move on to something else?
No, I'm going to stay in the same genre. What I really wanted to write about first, but I needed this book first, was I really want to do a book about parents of psychopathic children. And over the years, they have been by far the hardest to engage because it's a very mind-numbing process, as you can imagine, to be a parent of a suspected psychopath.
Sure.
So I put a request at the end of my book that I would be. I've had a couple documentary companies contact me over the years wanting to do a documentary about parents. And, I tried to gear them more in the direction where I finally went with my book. I said, you need to start off somewhere, and the parents is like the highest hill to try to climb to start with. You need to build your audience and your trust, and people need to know that, they can talk to me about their children because I'm not a big mouth. I'm not going to judge them. I'm not going to criticize them or, show any kinds of those behaviors. And really no parent is going to go on camera, but I'm convinced that I probably will be able to find something that I can interview. Because really, what kind of parent who has raised, that is successful in all these other markers, and they have a psychopathic kid, are they really going to go on camera?
Well, I
don't think so.
Well, I don't. I think I disagree. I mean, think about, the reality TV that's out there today. There's a lot of parents that are exposing their kids because the parents have issues, and I with the whole Honey Boo Boo series.
Different.
Yeah, I know.
But those people are all just Yeah, these are parents that aren't psychopaths that have a psychopathic kid. I should have clarified that.
Yeah. Well, that was the other thing too, is that it is genetic. So, my concern is, not only you're dealing with the child, but you might have to be dealing with the parent as well. In that regard.
Yeah, well, clearly you have to take a whole different route when you get into that area.
Yeah.
But no, with these people, these reality shows, everybody wants to be a star.
Yeah.
That's all narcissism coming to the front.
Yeah.
They don't want to work for what they have. They see somebody like the Kardashians who literally made their beginning off a horrific porn tape.
Yeah.
And God, how does a normal person hold their head up? I don't really care how much money they've made, but how do you look at people and you've seen all this stuff that I've done, and I've not seen the porn, but I've read enough sites about generally what it was about. So, unless you are highly narcissistic, how do you look people in the eyes? And you're having dinner and they've seen you nude having sex. I mean, really, that's pretty high level narcissism.
Yeah,
you can hold your head up and be proud of yourself.
Yeah, it's amazing. I have young daughters, that are growing up, and unfortunately, they live in a world of pornography, and that's the norm, and it's disgusting and it's sad, and I agree with you. Is that how can you sit across the table, or how can you? And I tell my daughters all the time. It's like eventually, the internet, you can't hide on the internet. And when those things are out there, so your employer is going to be looking at you, and they're going to see, if they're male, they're, the first thing they're going to do is Google you. And,
most companies do. If you want a decent job, most companies, they're all going to Google you. So the crazy thing to say as a youth, I never went on Facebook until I published the book because I was dealing with victims and I had psychopaths trolling around. So I didn't want my pictures of my family and my pets and my life posted online. That's for friends. That's not for, that I'm not a narcissistic. So that's not, to me, there's so much oversharing down to the point of taking pictures of your food. Really? Who does that?
Yeah. Yeah. The foodies. Yeah, the foodies. I don't care what you...
Everything is so important. They take pictures. Oh, look, I don't have makeup on today. Or, oh, look, this is what I ate today. Oh, look, I've lost 10 pounds.
Well, I know, like I said, I know my girls use it. That's their way of communicating with each other. And because, unfortunately, they're at the far ends of the earth now as they grow up and they're out the doors and everything. I have grandchildren. And that's the way that mom, that we communicate with each other. And that's kind of replaced, like I said, us sitting down and eating dinner. It's like, hey, look, this is what I cooked today, and it was fun. And they use it for that regard. They're not using it for, hey, look at me. My middle daughter was like that, but she's gotten so much better as she's grown up, and now she has a family of her own, and she doesn't share that stuff as much. It's like I said, you've learned. You learn, but wow, Dianne.
Yeah, and learn not to be desensitized to all that stuff.
Oh, it's
We've become desensitized.
We have.
A lot of things. It's become normal, and it's not normal. Okay, a lot of these things. Getting back to Trump and his saying he wanted to do his daughter, these things aren't normal.
Yeah, that's
and people
disgusting.
Need to. When you hear things that aren't when you hear things that aren't normal, you need to figure out a way to get away from it.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that every victim over the years, when they've encountered a psychopath, almost every one of them has said that the first red flags. And it was interesting because even the psychopaths said the same thing. Like, for example, people would say things like, these are from the victims, they'd say, well, yeah, the guy I was out with or going out with or married to or whatever, he told me he's got a really dark past. Well, what is their response to that? Normally it was laughing, okay? And then the psychopaths themselves told me the same thing, that they were amazed that they would tell these people the truth, okay, and say, hey, I'm really evil, I'm dark. And the reaction is the exact same. The reaction is, oh, come on, ha, 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 kick him in the arm. Punch him in the arm and laugh. So I think that it's become more fertile for psychopaths because we have become more disconnected. And what is abnormal has started to appear normal. So my best advice to somebody is pay attention. And if somebody says to me, I'm really dark and evil, you got my attention,
Yeah.
okay? You got my full attention. And no, I'm not going to be laughing.
Yeah.
I won't find it funny.
Yeah.
I will figure out a way to distance myself from you because to me, that's a frightening piece of information.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so, but yeah, people have.
yeah, to put that out,
I mean,
on the platter, right off the get go is that, I'm a dark, evil, sinister, person.
well, I went into writing my book thinking that they were all just horrific, chronic liars. And once you read their words,
Yeah.
they are telling you the truth. But people they're coming right out and telling you this stuff, but everybody is ignoring them.
Yeah.
And they're ignoring them for their own denial. I mean, like in the case of Mr. Trump, they're ignoring it because they think he's successful. He says it like it is. Really? Is that really what we want to hear?
Yeah.
I mean, is really like if you're in a group and people start talking about sexual behaviors and stuff, is that really where you want to hang out? But
Yeah.
I think we have become so desensitized.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
It's
that's
not,
how
it's not appropriate dinner conversation. It's not something that you want to, you can have your opinions and you can voice them in such a way that makes a constructive a conversation versus a destructive conversation. And I think that, if you look at the words that he uses and like, at first I was a fan, I'll be honest with you. I was a fan. I don't know if it was part of the correlations when I was reading your book, Psychopaths in Our Lives, my interviews by Dianne Emerson. Let me get that plug in for you. But as I was reading your book, I slowly started to say, oh my God, because you always heard the word narcissism kicked around with Trump and other politicians and other public figures. You hear that quite a bit. But it's scary because I'm starting to see some of the patterns and some of his disdain, or not his disdain, but it's the me, and the no guilt. And, I have no problem declaring bankruptcy and I have no problem doing this or doing that. And, that's just business. And, you can dice it up
Well,
any way you want to.
but the interesting thing is his ghostwriter for the book that really made him famous, The Art of the Deal, that guy was only in the news cycle for about 2 days. And, he came forward and said if I had to title his book again, in other words, he was apologizing for participating in the building up of him. He said he would call the book The Sociopath because his attention span was so low. They always have this craving for excitement and new things. And
Yeah.
you really see that a lot in Fred in the book. They have this constant need for, validation and, being in control and charged and all that. I mean, the guy has the attention span of, 10 minutes. I mean, he said he actually had to install a phone in his office because he trailed him around for, I think, a year and a half or 2 years to write the book. He didn't write the book. That's what people don't understand. These days, a lot of people, they don't write these books. Ghostwriters write these books.
Yep.
And, he had to actually install a phone in his office so he could listen in on conversation because his attention span was so short. And that's another sign. They have usually very short attention spans. It's the next shiny object.
So what is the difference between, I know you mentioned it and thank you for holding on here. And I promise I'll limit the question but you did raise a good point. What is the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath? What is the difference?
Well, I would love to, if you'd like, I'll give you the link because I posted the doctor's, it's a very technical thing through history about how the terminology has changed.
Okay.
And even through the psychiatric world, they call it antisocial personality disorder.
Gotcha.
And then there's a whole bunch of code words, okay? For example, if they don't diagnose kids until they're 13, 16 years old, some do 18 years old, but now there's some tests out for 13, 16 years old. And usually the code for that is if they refer to the kid as having conduct disorder, that's usually code for psychopath. So the words have gotten mingled. And in general, in society, people think of sociopaths as a softer version of one. Well, really, evil is evil, okay?
Okay.
So, but we have over-media-sized it to the point that they think psychopath, they think Ted Bundy. because I don't know if you watch many of those Dateline shows. I watch a ton of them, and very, very rarely do they call the person a psychopath or even a sociopath. We don't put a name on it.
Yeah.
We go through the whole history of how weird we think they're acting at the funeral, how weird, the friends were saying, things like, if I ever die, look here for my note, and it was him that did it.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, think about that. If you're having to tell your friends, if I'm dead, Harry did it.
Yeah.
Why haven't you gotten out safely?
Yeah. Why didn't you leave? I mean, if you're that fearful, that's,
well, but see,
yeah.
But see, that's the public perception, and what the reality is by the time the person gets to that point, they have such a raging case of PTSD. I'm talking the victim, and their mind has been so scrambled. They've been very successfully isolated from family and friends, so they really don't have the thinking process. It's easy for us to say, well, why don't you get out safely? But no, their minds are so scrambled that and really, but maybe the people around them who aren't scrambled should stop and think, why is she telling me this? Maybe I should intervene. Maybe maybe I should.
Well, it's like it's like
give
an
them a
Al-Anon or living with an alcoholic, is that you become so, wrapped up in that. And
You do. That's the whole thing about gaslighting. That's the whole thing about gaslighting, is they have altered your sense of reality to the point that upside is right and downside is down, and they have humiliated you, dehumanized you to the point that, and you see a lot of that going online with people in these groups and stuff, to the point that they don't think they have any value. And, this will be a person who entered the relationship very successful by all outstanding purposes. But they have a way of, you get a person like Fred in your life, and they have a way of chipping at you to the point that you will become a different person. I can guarantee you that much.
Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing. And, are there organizations, I mean, I know that you say to get out and everything, are there organizations, and can you give those organizations, or do you want to send those to us for people who have further questions? Obviously read your book.
Well, here's what I would do.
Yep.
Yeah, I would read the book, because you want to learn the subtle things, because you really aren't crazy. They're spinning things to the point they want to get you crazy to get control. If I were, let's say I read the book and I thought, oh my God, this guy I've been married to or going with for the last several years is a psychopath. Now we have kids together, our finances are intermingled. Well, if you've got kids, I'd be very careful. Like, I've gotten contacted by somebody who was in a relationship, so they were going through a divorce. So they hired Dr. Gacono to come in for the evaluation to present to the court. But what I would do is I would probably follow, I would go to an abuse shelter. And it's always tougher for men, because men are not seen as the person who can be abused. They're usually seen as the abuser. And that's not always reality. Men get abused probably as much as women do, but they don't talk about it. I mean, very few women talk about it. I mean, what's it, like 1 out of 10 rapes get reported? So it's even worse with men. So I would probably, if it were me and somebody close to me, and remember, if you see it and they don't, if you start trying to intervene too much, what'll happen is the whole thing will turn against you, because that psychopath will then convince them that you're the problem.
Yeah.
And that you should be not listened to, and they'll get that person back under their clutches. So you have to be very careful. But I would probably use the system that any kind of abuse system would do. I would plan, plot, and get out very carefully. I wouldn't go make a big announcement and live under the same roof or be under the same environment as that person.
Yeah.
Because that's where things that's how you end up with Keith Morrison in your driveway and the Dateline trucks out front.
Yeah.
When you make a global announcement and say you're going to get out, because remember, a lot of people aren't going to believe the reasons why you want to get out, because they have seen only the other side of this person.
Correct.
So they have a very evil way of getting people to give up information about you. So people will think they're helping you by talking to this person, but they've got a plan. They've got it all planned out. So they will have ways of extracting information from your family and friends. So I look at it as something that I would trust hardly anybody if I was getting out. I would have to have a best friend that I would be totally in trust with my life before I would go around talking to people. because you don't know a really good psychopath will have infiltrated those people.
Wow.
And they give a lot of examples in my book about how they do it. They will convince people that you're the problem. I had that happen to me many years ago in a business situation. They had people, this psychopath had everybody convinced that I was to blame for what happened, and I was not to blame. But they're very, very good at it. They have
Yeah.
ways of lying about you and character assassination that before you know it, everybody's giving you the side eye. And then it looks like, and then the more you try to explain it, then you start to look like you're spun in the wrong
Yeah,
direction.
the
So it
guiltier
puts
you are. Yeah.
Yeah, because, this person seems so, they might show concern and say, I really tried to work with her, but, her father was an alcoholic and, she did drink a lot at the last Christmas party and stuff.
Yep.
They lay their groundwork. I mean, they're not stupid. They lay their groundwork. So they get people enough I can't wait until you read the last part of the book when Bill talks about when he does his thing, because it's just sick. I mean, it's so evil that the way they can set you up to the point that everybody's on their side. And people will have known you. In my case, people knew me for over 15 years, okay? And this person was new. And they had these other people believing these things,
Yeah.
which were extraordinary.
Wow.
Things that anybody that knew me would not ever believe, but they have a way of getting people to believe these things.
Wow.
So that's what you're up against. Yeah.
That's just, it's, you
Yeah,
sit
and
back
when you're a victim,
you look at it and you're just
and
like,
when you're a
wow.
victim, nobody's your friend. Nobody's your friend because they start to wonder. Because in my case, I had my design stolen by a major company, and I did prevail in the end of the lawsuit. But nobody wins after 5 years of a nasty battle like
Yeah.
that. Okay, I don't care how much money I got paid. Nobody wins because you go through 5 years of hell, and your reputation is ruined, and
Oh,
people
yeah.
all think that you had to have done something wrong. And it's like, no, as much as you try to talk to people and tell them, you're digging this hole, so at some point you have to put the shovel away because it's like everybody has bought into this thing that there's, you had to have done something wrong. I mean, the trial was already taken care of. The conviction came in and you were convicted. So empathy for the victims is what I try to
And that's
talk to
unfortunate,
people about.
you talk about like the internet, or we talk about the internet, unfortunately people will post things and then, it was hilarious because, especially being a public figure and the trolls out there, the disinformation people, as we get into hotter topics, I would have my family calling me and say, is this true? And it's like, look, it's about as true as Obama is a space alien or reptilian, and there's things out there on the internet that say that he is. What I find amazing is how people actually, the psychosis of the fact that people actually read something and they automatically think it's true. They don't even.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to be said for coming to your own conclusions. Like after that, I will make my own decisions about people. I don't need you to tell me about them. I will make my own decisions about people based on what information I can gather. And also, Deborah Tannen, I think was her name, did a book years ago called The Argument Culture. And we devolve things down to this need to have two sides to everything, to the point that, you can't talk about World War II without bringing in some really hateful pro-Nazi people, that Holocaust deniers. So to a large degree, we've diminished our ability to have intellectual conversations by feeling like we have to have both sides. And sometimes there isn't both sides, okay? When you're dealing with a psychopath, there aren't two sides. There's just the victim side is the one you should be on, not listening to the psychopath side. But that's the side that rings out the loudest. And you got to wonder, what was your family thinking to even wonder about that? Because the person was so good when they told them that it's convincing to people.
Well, they see it on the internet and they haven't disassociated. They still think that the internet is a media source, and thus people, people have credibility, and it's, you don't realize now. I think as we matured in the internet, these are things that were, several years back. I think as people have matured in the internet, they realize that almost 90% of what's out there is bunk. You can't believe, you can't.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because if you're up against a good psychopath, they know what buttons to push. They know they know what little things to say about you that can appear to be very plausible in their misinformation, because
Gotcha.
you might have said something that that would start to ring true for people,
Gotcha.
because they know how to take those few little words and twist them around.
Yeah,
Um,
they'll take the
I
fact and
remember,
intermix it.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. When I was really young, I did charter flights for an incentive travel company, and this was probably my very first encounter with a psychopath. And there was a group of us. Basically, we would meet a group of people that were going on a trip that they won, and we would meet them at the airport and fly on the plane with them, and they'd spend 4 or 5 days there, and it was your little group and blah blah blah. Well, there was a psycho in the group, and he was sleeping with one of the secretaries. Okay, so I was, I'd worked with these other travel people for a number of years and stuff, and so we would meet up, and after the event was over, we'd grab dinner and go to somebody's room and have dinner. And I was probably one of the more visible people because I'd worked with all these people at different events and stuff. So anyway, so this psycho starts thinking that somebody's sleeping with this guy, and because of things that I would say that got twisted around. Like I would say, "Wasn't it fun in the room the other night?" Well,
Uh,
there was 10 of us there, okay?
yeah.
So you extrapolate out and make it sound like there was 2 of us, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, there's a a loose person in this group, and it's got to be her. So this person actually starts spreading this information around. Well, come to find out, it was the secretary that he was sleeping with. It wasn't me, but because I used to be more open with people,
Yeah.
and we would joke around and talk about being in my room, and there were 10 of us there, okay? But I never said there were 10 of us there,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
So this person would gather would gather these little bits of information and then just totally slam dunk me with them. It
Yeah.
was like my very first kind of junior experience, and it was just befuddling to me because these were all people that knew me. How'd they believe this stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, I was out with everybody, okay? We were all as a group. I didn't have time to slide off and have an affair with anybody.
Yeah.
I was innocent.
Yeah.
But because you could take isolated things that I said and repeat them to other people, then pretty soon, the next time I say something about having dinner in my room, you're thinking, yeah, so and so said that she'd been doing this. And they leave out the other 10 people, okay, that were there.
Yeah.
So that's how they start to plant little bits of information. So
Yeah.
it starts to make sense to other people.
The
It's really
well,
sick, but
the art of manipulation. I mean, it isn't. I mean, it is amazing. I mean, I see it in business. I've seen it in business on several occasions. I mean, I've had it. I've experienced it firsthand, and unfortunately, I'm in a position in my life where I don't have to put up with it. And you talk about disengage. I just walked out and said, hey, I have a, this is your employee. I'm a consultant, and I've been a consultant all my life, and I just said, I told the company I was working for, so this is your employee, you deal with it. And until this person's dealt with, I am suspending my contract with you, because I'm not putting up with
yeah, well,
this
it
type
will.
of stuff.
Yeah, well, see, yeah, but the thing is, though, is that think about the people who work on the inside
Oh,
or are married to these people.
yeah,
They don't have that. As a consultant, I had the clarity of thinking when I became a consultant for many years, because at the end of the day, I drove away, okay? I could
yep,
listen to your problems very well all day long, because at the end of the day, I drove away to my own office. I didn't have drama there. I didn't have, I didn't allow the employees to maybe we
yep.
had our own kind of culture there. So at the end of the day, I drove away, but imagine the people that are locked into that day after day,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
into that work or
yeah.
that relationship.
Well,
And they walk
eventually,
away and they,
yeah, well, eventually they did get rid of the person. I mean, they did. I mean, the company,
yeah, but
yeah, I mean, they had to.
but they
They had no
but they
choice.
probably but a lot of people probably,
So, oh,
a lot of people probably went off feeling pretty lousy about themselves in the meantime.
yeah. No, I agree. It did take some time, but it did. And, and I communicated with some of the people that were there after the fact, and they were all happy, but they were all kind of like, and I will tell you, in this case, it was a female. It was not a male,
Yeah.
typical. It was. That's why I was curious is how many of these psychopaths do you see that are actually female? It's a good mix. I think I think is more prevalent probably in the males, because males still in our society, and it is changing, but they seem to be still at the head of the ship.
No, I don't think they are at all.
You don't think so?
I don't think they are at all.
Awesome.
As a matter of fact, no, not at all.
I'm glad.
Women.
Well, I'm thinking
Women
like
can be
in
a lot
industry.
flyer.
Well, yeah, but if you look at like
No.
CEOs, executives, and stuff, I mean, what is I don't know the number, and maybe someone
Well,
I
there's
need
more
to look it
males
up.
in those positions.
Yeah.
But remember, there's a lot of women in mid-management you got to get past to get to that position. And just about after every interview I've done, and we've been offline talking, the host has had, most of them have had a story they've told me about a woman psychopath they'd had in their career.
Really?
So I think that the numbers, they just don't know. No one's done the studies. They just don't know. Because 1 to 3%, I don't believe that for a second. And then they always say there's fewer females. No, my worst experience was with a woman psychopath. Okay. My very worst experience.
Yeah.
And like I said, several of the people, I would say 3/4 of the people that I've done interviews with so far, when we've talked offline afterwards, they said, yeah, it was a woman that was, and I didn't want to say it because it would have narrowed down where I'd been in what job at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news, but I think women play as big a role as men. Women just don't get caught as much.
They just don't get, yeah. Well, I mean, and to be honest with you, men got the ego, and they don't want to admit that they've been, I don't want to say duped, or that they got sucked in either. I mean, no one really does, but men, more so. There are a lot of, and I've done the reading and stuff. There are a lot of rapes of men on college campuses, more so than what's obviously being reported, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that what man is going to admit that it's.
Well, do you think if you're a 6'4" man and you're married or in a relationship with a 5'2" petite little blonde woman, do you think that the police are going to do anything but laugh in your face when you go in there and say that she beat you up?
Well, exactly. I mean, look at culturally. I mean, look at culturally. You have these teachers, these female teachers. But thank God our judicial system in some regard is blind, because you have these female teachers we hear about all the time in the news, where they're predators on these children and these high school kids. But yet you always have the snicker in the background going, well, what, hey, he just made manhood, the pounding of the chest. And it's like, you look at it and go, that's rape. It doesn't matter. That is statutory rape. It doesn't matter who the individual is. It's that you have an adult that's taking advantage of a child, period. End of story.
Exactly. And I'd venture to guess that all pedophiles are psychopaths. So I don't see these women as any different, but we certainly don't punish them like we do men. So women, that's why I really don't believe the stats as far as the women are less likely to be a psychopath. I just happen to have found 3 males. That doesn't mean that I believe that there's more men psychopaths than women.
Okay,
and
good.
I don't believe that I would have come out with any other data. I don't think, because all 3 of them had the same patterns in how because we went through a long thing, the editor and I, as far as how to present it. Did we just do one guy's story all the way through, or did we combine them together so you could see patterns? And we went with which was a lot more work, combining them together to see the patterns. And I'm 100% sure the outcome would have been no different if I would have had a woman in the group with the other 2 men.
Gotcha.
Because the patterns were there for the men, and I'm sure the patterns would have been there if I would have found a woman psychopath. We just don't talk about them the same way.
I got you. Well, I got to, let me remind you, because I want to be mindful of your time and everything. We're 48 minutes past the hour. Is that, is that okay? Do you want to continue to talk, or do you want to?
Well, I mean, if you have more questions,
I have one more, and I think, let's be fair.
Sure.
I want to, and I promise that this will be the last question, of course, unless another one arises from it. Let's be fair. We talked.
Okay, listen, let's put it this way, Jeff. It's like my favorite subject, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So I've spent 3 years, so I love to talk about it. But you know what?
And I'm learning.
I don't have people in my life I can talk to about it, because you know what people say when they say, well, what do you do? I say, well, I'm an author. And normally most people don't say, well, what have you written? Because the few people that I've said, "Oh, I just finished a book about psychopaths," I mean, they're just kind of like dumbstruck. They just look at me like,
Well,
so,
you know what
and
it
when I,
is. Well, they instantly think of that, that thing of, in the movie, Clarice. They think about that, and they're like, wow,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like I had the forum for almost 18 years. The conversation has been kind of slow because I've been busy with the book the
yeah,
last few years, but there's still a lot of good stories there if people want to go there and read it. But yeah, even when I had the forum, I mean, I tried to tell a few people that I knew and that I had this forum for victims of psychopaths. I've always kind of done my own thing, and
yeah,
people were just kind of like I could see them kind of exchange looks between themselves, like, is
sure,
she really for real?
sure, yeah,
So yeah,
and
yeah. So
yeah.
now I really don't
Well,
know.
I got to ask myself because I'm fascinated. I can talk for hours on. I mean, there's a reason why you are a guest, and and like I said, when I put these shows together, I kind of look at the shows that interest me, and then I reach out to those authors and stuff. And this is something I just what struck me was in our lives, and then I started to see the political realm and all of that. And just to be fair, I just want to ask this, this question, Hillary. Um, you see traits there, or not? I mean, I see obviously there's some
Sure, sure.
pathological issues, but is there traits
Yeah.
there?
Um, well, the traits you want to look for are being the smartest person in the room.
Mm,
Okay, check. Even based with and remember, I come from a family of lifelong Democrats, so I'm not like, uh, I'm try to be very neutral about these things when I look at personality types.
sure.
She does, one thing about psychopaths is that the way that they lure their victims is by pretending to be a victim, okay? Because that's how you get kind and caring people to pay attention to you. Because let's say that we're in a relationship and I unmask, meaning that when the mask drops and those black evil eyes come out and stuff and you lose control,
Hmm.
not you, I mean the psychopath loses control, it's a scary thing for the victim. And that's one of my questions to them was, well, what do you think happens to your eyes when you lose control? And all they could tell me was what people have told them, which was, you were really scary crazy last night. I thought I was talking to the devil. Okay. And that's been my personal experience too when I've had experience with psychopaths. So here's where the victim plays into it. So let's say the next day you're a kind, caring person. You had this kind of out of control argument the night before. You saw these beady black eyes come forward. The person was kind of, off the rails as far as the sense of evil in the room was pretty deep. So, you're still thinking you're dealing with a normal person. So you sit down to have a conversation about this. And you say, last night we really had some conflicting things to say to each other.
Hmm.
So what do I say if I'm the psychopath? Well, what I say is what's going to work on you as the victim. And I'm going to be the biggest victim in the room because I need to be that person while I'm victimizing you to get your empathy. So these guys have a whole each of them had a list of things that they use, okay? And one of them is I was abused as a child. So you try to have a talk with me the next day. I'll play the psychopath, and I
Okay.
unmasked, and I was really evil looking and kind of off the rails, foaming at the mouth, kind of evil. And you say you were really scary last night, and that really threw me off. And I would say, you just don't understand me. I was abused as a child. That's why none of my family speaks to me because they were all such horrible people, and I just had this childhood. You don't understand because I've met your family. They're all nice people. I wasn't raised by those kind of people. Well, what's a nice, caring person going to do?
Yeah.
Say, hey, I think you're full of crap. Um,
No,
you're gonna reach out. You're gonna
yeah.
feel empathy for this person.
Yeah. You had me.
So they
Uh,
use yeah, you use they use your empathy and your kindness become weapons.
yeah.
So they're looking for people that are highly empathetic and people who have a lot of empathy and compassion and kindness, which are all just wonderful traits to have, okay? But if you're one of those people, like most of us are, you're the kind of person they're looking for. So they have an answer for everything. So, and one of their biggest answers is, which you kind of getting back to the Hillary thing, she certainly has a pattern of always being a victim. Okay, now I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not going to try to diagnose her, but I just want to lead you to some
Yep.
things to
Check.
think about.
Yep. Check.
Check. Right wing conspiracy. Everything is a victim.
Yep.
Even when you look at like the FBI, Comey seems to have had his hands tied behind his back to not bring the indictment, because why would he then go on to say that everything else was untruthful and blah 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 blah? I mean, I don't know if you watched, and some of those people who I find pretty disgusting that were on that panel asked some very interesting questions. I like to be open to all sides. And they said, well, what about confidentiality? And then, she had her attorneys look at these things. They weren't screened for confidentiality. I mean, this was a whole loose wagon deal, okay?
Yeah.
But yet she's able to just brush that off and lie with ease and not take any kind of responsibility because she's the victim. So I don't know. This lying with ease, the husband having so many affairs. I mean, most psychopaths, you watch any Dateline show, they've all had multiple affairs. They don't know how to have any kind of one-on relationships. They're very good at hiding their affairs, because if they're caught, they have a way out. They always have a way out because they're always in control. So, you got to look at all the patterns. And remember, she's been in politics her whole life.
Yeah.
So whereas, Trump is rattling off at the mouth like a lunatic, he really has the emotional foundation of probably a fourth grader, okay?
Yeah.
Now that could come from many reasons. When people, now he's never supposedly, according to him, done drugs or drinking, but there certainly seems to be some abuse in the family. The brother, 43, is pretty young to drop over a debt of alcoholism.
Yeah.
I drank pretty heavily. I was never an alcoholic, but I drank heavily in my 30s and 20s and stuff, and I didn't drop over dead at 43. I quit drinking at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, drinkers are depressed people that are hiding from something. So, what was the brother hiding from? He wants to paint his father as this glowing figure. Well, maybe like father, like son. His father was always bailing him out his whole life.
Yeah.
He signed for loans for him. He got him in contact with banks that he was friendly with. And his father sat back and let him stiff all those people for all that money. And they were all people like you and me. These weren't, people can somehow rationalize stealing from big companies, but these weren't big companies. These were little people.
These were small contractors, and the tendency of, if you don't give me the service,
They went out of business.
Yeah, these are, and he still does it to this day. And I know we're talking about Hillary, but I mean, the thing is that, Trump does to this day. If you don't give me the service I deserve, I'm not going to pay you. And then,
But look at her.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the, my thing is that her, well, I want to hear the comment. Her husband has a history, of this predator. I mean, let's, agree, disagree, whatever. There's enough people out there that are saying this.
She was as busy slamming those victims as anybody.
And that's the thing, is that she, for some reason, she's out here, destroying. I mean, there's a litany of history, regardless of the history of his sexual impropriety. There is a clear history of her attack mode. I mean, that is written. That is very clear on how she's destroyed or gone after these people. So
they feel like Maureen Dowd has always gone after them with the New York Times. They feel very entitled because they say they left the White House broke. I mean, look at the Clinton Foundation. New York Times has done a couple of just compelling articles about the sleaziness behind the fundraising there that she was doing while she was Secretary of State. I mean, and then she'll point to other people and say, well, Colin Powell had his own private email. Well, but he didn't have a server in his house, okay? Yeah. He didn't have, remember, you have to be classified to have classified information.
Correct.
Well, first of all, her attorneys who weeded out those 30,000 emails weren't classified.
Correct.
The people who set up the servers weren't classified. Correct. You notice they jumped ship pretty quickly.
Correct.
So you look at patterns in any no matter if they're a psychopath or they're just downright a crook, you have to look at people's overall patterns. Okay,
Hmm.
show me who you are, not tell me about it.
Yep.
And I always have this feeling that if you tell me who you are, I need to listen and pay attention.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you have a propensity in your my life, for example, and you have a tendency to be too victimized by everything, nothing's ever your fault. You have a tendency toward not being very truthful. I take a look at those things, and I will naturally, over time and graciously, I will get myself out of the situation
Yeah.
because it's not how I roll.
Yeah.
But I have nothing at stake to explain to you that I think you're a liar, you're a victim, or I think you might be a psychopath. I just feel it's my responsibility to myself to have good boundaries and to peacefully leave.
Yeah.
Like I don't need to get you so pissed off you're throwing poison balls over my fence to kill my pets, okay?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't need to drive the situation in that direction,
Yep.
because you know, be careful what you ask for. So just look at her patterns,
Yeah.
okay? But remember, Donald Trump is over there just going off the wall
Oh,
with all kinds of. I think he was stunted. If you use drugs and alcohol at an early age, you become emotionally stunted.
Absolutely.
And you talk to any psychiatrist.
Yep.
So something stunted his growth at an early age.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is true. I mean, that was one of the things that many of careers and everything, I was a drug and alcohol counselor at a youth facility, and worked with troubled youths, and it was ran by mental health. This was we would take children, young men and women, mainly men, who could not go through they just would not thrive in a juvenile detention center. These young men had special needs, mental needs and stuff, and so we would remove them from that facility. We had it was a part of D.D. Wallace. I think they're now defunct, but they had a 400-acre facility, woods, and I would work as a counselor. And you're absolutely right, is that these young men, especially the addicts and stuff, the time that you start using drugs and you become dependent on that is where you're locked in at that period. Can you overcome it?
Yeah, this
Absolutely.
isn't just my.
Yeah, no, it's theory.
Well, but if you don't overcome it, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. You can ask any psychiatrist this.
Yeah.
You become so to deal with somebody who's been a lifelong drug or alcohol user, you're really signing up to deal with a child.
Yep.
But then you see, so getting back to Hillary, so you look at her patterns, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She has yet to come out, and all people want her to say is, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
Then she makes that she only had one interview with Chris Wallace on Fox. She says, "Well, maybe we were talking over each other, and my mind got wired or something like that, something crazy like that."
Yeah.
Yeah. See, it's like there's this inability to. They're never ever wrong. Okay.
Yep.
Nothing that they have ever done will ever be wrong. So, like I said, it would be reckless of me to start and diagnose these people, but I will share with you what traits to look for.
Yeah, the behaviors are there. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but remember, she's also had a whole bunch of years of polishing these behaviors too, whereas he's been off scamming the real estate market and stuff, okay, and building himself up with books and that kind of stuff that other people wrote. So he was over building his own marketplace, and then I think that he even surprised himself that he's gotten this far. But the interesting part is that I think that he has diminished his brand, which I think in his own mind, getting so high up was going to bring him more wealth because his brand would be worth more. But I think what he's going to find is that it's going to have less value because the people who are cheering him on are usually undereducated, lower socioeconomical people because they're not hearing that he's only speaking like a fourth grader. Okay, Make America Great. We're not in the cesspool. Okay, we're a pretty darn good country. So that's where that whole Hitler fear model comes into the whole picture. So she, on the other hand, now they feel very entitled that they've got their few $100 million that they've gotten off of all these donations and running shady organizations. So Yeah, so you also see in psychopaths, you see a very strong disconnect. They see everybody else as the little people.
Yeah.
So it doesn't bother her to show up wearing a $16,000 jacket. And then, Bernie Sanders really pushed her to the left, okay?
Yeah.
Um, but then if you look at the rest of the behaviors, instead of reaching out to his supporters, they diminish them.
Oh,
Okay, they
absolutely.
cut them off. There were supposed to be 800 of them on the convention floor in this unity thing with the Democrats. Hey, they screwed them.
Yeah.
Just frankly, they screwed them. Okay, they screwed them, and they've turned all these people. If anybody ends up in the White House and his name is Trump, I would probably, if I were to run around and try to play the blame game, I'd probably put it on Hillary because she had a chance. All those millennials were giving up money they didn't have to support Bernie Sanders' cause, and that
Yeah.
took her by surprise. Obama took her by surprise, okay, before.
Yeah.
So Bernie Sanders, she got taken by surprise again because remember, the tiger doesn't change its stripes. So this was going to be a coronation.
Yeah.
This was not going to be an election, and this took her by surprise.
Yeah. I don't think she
See, they don't
expected
know
it.
how to pick. No, of course not. And they
Mm.
certainly didn't expect some gray-haired little guy out of Vermont to come and really take her by storm. So, but remember, they don't adapt very well, this personality
Yeah.
type. So, an adapting person, let's say you or I were running and a Bernie Sanders came along and kind of took us by surprise. Well, she has supposedly adopted a lot of his platforms. Now all of a sudden, remember, they only agreed with gay rights like a couple of years ago, okay? That wasn't that long ago.
Well, exactly. I mean,
Most people,
yeah, I mean, they got her on the record saying, men, marriage is between a man and a woman. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
there's a
yeah,
plethora, there's a plethora
yeah. So
of reversals, and the fact that she gets her dumb Southern accent when she's in the South and she, talks. I mean, I find it offensive and everything, and and I will
I
give
know if I were
kudos.
trying to,
Well, I will give kudos to your
if
candidate. I've always said Bernie Sanders, out of all three of the candidates, was the only actually out of the 16 plus 16, 17, 18 candidates, right, that were up there. Except Fiona, I believed her, but Bernie Sanders, out of all the candidates, was the only candidate that I actually truly believed. Now, I didn't agree with his policy, some of his policies and stuff, but
yeah, well, yeah,
but I believed him. I actually believe that he believed he wasn't kowtowing. He wasn't trying to pander to get my vote. This is what he believed. And I've always said that when someone tells you the truth, you can work with it even though you disagree with it. It's
that's
like,
right. And look at
yeah,
how look at how far he got. The media blocked him out because
yeah,
it was a coronation for Hillary,
yeah,
okay? The media blocked him out, and he still gave her a run for her money.
yeah,
Now, a rational person, let's say we're in a political fight. Let's say it's between me and you, okay?
yep,
And I ended up with more votes than you. So I was going to get the award at the big convention and stuff, okay? I would have done everything I could have to take in your people under my wing. I would not have shut them out at the convention hall.
mhm,
These are working people that paid their own money. These were not the billionaire class of people they hang out with. They didn't fly in on private jets. They don't run big pharmaceutical companies, all these people that have destroyed the economy. I would have taken them under my wing. I would have made sure that they would vote for me. I would not have snubbed my nose and called them those Bernie bros and
yeah,
planted stories about violence that didn't exist.
yeah,
So anyway, so look at all these behaviors. Okay, are these behaviors of what you would call a high functioning person? We could argue if they're a psychopath or not, but are they high functioning? I would say no.
yeah,
None of them are. They're so embedded into their own money and their own personal power that's why Bernie lit a fuse with people, because here comes a guy who, you got him and his wife are just lovely people. I
yeah,
mean, how could you argue with them? I
yeah.
mean, you may not agree with them, but they are lovely and sincere
Oh,
people.
I
I
would
mean, look at all the people.
absolutely love to sit down and have dinner with them. There's a few politicians that I met that I had opportunity to sit down, high ranking, presidents, and just kind of passed. Had no desire to sit down with them and talk to them and stuff. But on that note, we have a caller that slid in here
Okay.
from Ohio. Caller from Ohio, you are On the air, you're talking with Jeff Norton, your host, and also our guest tonight, Dianne Emerson. Do you have a question for Dianne?
Yes. Hi, Jeff. This is Becky from chat.
Hi, Becky.
I'm becoming a regular call-in.
No, that's
calling
fine.
from Ohio here.
That's fine. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, Dianne, I've just been really intrigued with how versed you are. I've gained a lot of insight, more than anything I've learned previously, just by listening to you tonight. And I have a question. And when you were talking about politics there and some of the candidates, it kind of brought up one of my questions. I have a friend who thinks her husband is a narcissist with anger issues. And they always think they're right. They're never wrong. But I wonder, what is the precursors that would lead into saying, no, they're not a narcissist, they're a psychopath? Or how do you tell someone?
Well, not all narcissists are going to have anger issues. Okay, that starts to. Now it depends on. Can you give me an example of what she's told you about him? Does he control things? Is he? How long have they been together?
They've been together for over 10 years, but she does not feel like the home is her home. She does not feel that she can go to the store without justifying every penny she spends. And then there's physical violence at times. And I just really worry about her because she always says, oh, he's just a narcissist, and I just have to learn to deal with it. And I've been divorced and remarried and happily married, and I don't think you should have to deal with living that way. And I'd like to help her out. She's a very good friend of mine. So I'm really concerned about her. At times he's hit her, he's hurt her. He puts her down, tells her she's no good and so forth. But then the next day he wakes up like nothing's wrong and talks all joyous and happy to her. Is that sound familiar to you? Or?
Yeah, it certainly sounds like the patterns, and abusive patterns go hand in hand. And remember, they don't process information the same way. For example, it's easier sometimes for people to think he's just a narcissist and a psychopath. Okay, so it's harder because they think of Ted Bundy, so it's harder for them to, in their own mind, make that kind of a leap. And one thing to remember is that he's been working on her for 10 years.
Yeah.
So she probably feels very devalued right now. And it's a tricky slope as a friend, because if you try to overtly, it's trying to get an alcoholic to put down their drink, because by now he has her so conditioned that she doesn't deserve any better. And she probably, I'm just guessing, would probably be financially insecure without him. Would that be the case?
That's definitely the case, and she also puts herself down before anyone else can. Yeah, she's learned to put herself down before anyone else can, because he always does it in front of people. So she goes ahead and does it and airs it all out so that he has to try to take away some power for him. But I don't like her belittling herself that way.
Well, but see, it's a tricky path, because she's still under his control at this point. Yeah. And so Fred had some really good examples of what he will do to try to turn the friends against them. Well, actually, they all kind of did.
Yeah.
Because once they see somebody else come in too strong of a way, if you come in too strong the best you can do is try to be there and be supportive and listen, not try to hand out information, because until somebody's ready to accept information, I've always felt that we find the answers when we're willing and open to seeking the answers. Then we'll start to ask the questions. So the main thing to do would be to just be there, because she's probably just an extremely sweet and caring person. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's been my
Yeah.
role so far. No matter what time of the day or night she calls, I pick up and let her cry to me. And I don't try to put down her husband because I don't want her to think I'm hating on her husband. I just talk about what a good person she is.
Yeah, well, you're doing the right things because the minute you start putting down her husband, let's say, and remember she's in a very fragile state because she's probably got the worst case of PTSD that anybody could imagine, okay, because she's been abused for so long, and she's in the denial stage. So the minute they get into the next argument, she'll say, well, so-and-so said that she agrees with me that you're really this monster and stuff. Well, that's only going to set the fire under her even worse. I mean, it's not going to help her situation. So what you're doing is very wise because too much agreeing and accusing will just get back to him. So then he will figure out a way to shut you out of her way. So
Because that's been the issue is trying to. One minute she says she wants to leave, she needs to get out of here, but then she feels she's stuck financially. She can't make it on her own, just like you said. She's just going to have to learn to deal with it, but she's miserable, so I don't know what to say to her sometimes.
Well, you might maybe get a copy of my book and have her read it at your house, and I certainly wouldn't recommend she take it home because he may know he's a psychopath because it's amazing that they really do know what they are if they're sophisticated enough.
I was actually thinking about that is that, your book is what the Bible is to the devil. If you really want to key off a psychopath, get this book and put it on the kitchen table. I do not recommend that at all. That would not be healthy for you.
You might just have it around your house. Does she come to visit you?
Yes, we meet. Well, she lives in Indiana. I live in Ohio, but we meet up every so often and play card games with each other. But I'm very interested in your book because I thought it might give me insight with her too, and if we both read it, or
well, what you could do is just make it comfortable.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
She's very open with me. It's just that I'm afraid if I was to talk ill of her husband or say, Julie, you really need to get out, then she would, the next day when he's feeling good, she'd be upset at me because, okay, it's a good day. Now she loves her husband today. You know what I mean? But then tomorrow she'll get upset with me. So I just stay neutral.
Yeah, well, either that or she'll bring you up in the heat of the argument that you agree with her, that he's really mean and all these things. And so then what he'll do is he'll that because now she's probably, I can pretty much guarantee you, feeling like she's crazy.
Yes.
Because he's done a very good job of convincing her that she's crazy, and that's what they excel at. They can take a perfectly rational, nice person and then turn them into somebody who can't make any decent decisions because PTSD. I would also, if you want to help her, read up about the signs of PTSD. She will clearly have, and the other thing that victims tend to do is get lowered immune systems, so they start to get all kinds of illnesses and whatnot over a period. Your body starts to break down, and that's
really hitting on several things I see in her. I'm in physical therapy, and I see anxiety in her. I see her pulling at her hair at times.
And she'll probably start to lose her hair. She probably is losing her hair. Her hair will start thinning out, and these things happen over time. So then what happens, which becomes even trickier and harder to watch, is that the system breaks down. So then she becomes more dependent on this monster.
Mm-hmm.
So then she's sick a lot of times. She's depressed. She's anxious. So working and feeling like she can go out and get a job becomes not really an option in her mind because she's worthless, because she feels worthless because he's told her she's worthless, and now she believes it all. And then that's what gaslighting is all about. So even if you get her to read the chapter about gaslighting, she'll start to see what kind of process he's used on her mind. And then, hopefully her mind will start to open up for some questions.
Yeah.
Do they have children?
Yes, it's kind of a second marriage, so they have children from one marriage, but none between themselves.
Well, that's lucky then.
Yes. There's one other sign that I see that I'm wondering if it plays a role. I'd like to ask you if you don't mind.
Sure.
The male tends to think that he's all that. He's a stud. He can go out. He can flirt. He can talk with females. But if she even looks the wrong way, she's in trouble by him. Is that common?
Yeah, it's very common. And what's interesting is over the years, women who I believe when they describe themselves as attractive, I have every reason to believe that was true, will become attracted to men who they would say when they look back, they say, he wasn't even my type. I mean, he wasn't even attractive. There was nothing good looking about him, but it's that charm and that oozing persona and that confidence and stuff that just sucks them right in there. But yeah, they are the center of the universe, and I would be very surprised if he hasn't been carrying on multiple affairs behind her back. She probably just has become desensitized to even look for them because, in Mexico they have this saying, what is it? What the eyes don't see, the heart won't feel. Something like that.
I do believe
so
that's because he doesn't come home and she makes up excuses and said, or I think he's talking to the receptionist, but I don't know. I don't want to say again. It's a fine line. I don't, with her. That's why I wanted to call in because you have such great insight. I'm very interested in purchasing your book.
Yep.
So
well, she's been programmed to not ask the right questions. Remember, if she feels like she asks the questions about, I think you're sleeping with so and so, she probably in her heart, most people in their heart know the truth. Okay, like when you hire a private investigator to trail your husband or your wife because you think they're having an affair, 99.9% of the time they are. You just really are looking for affirmations for your gut instinct. You just want somebody else to tell you that it's true, which is kind of interesting because why not just accept your gut? Why not just figure you're married to a lying, cheating cad, Well, because your system's broken down. You have gone along and put up for so long that you're no longer functioning in the real world. You're just dealing,
wow.
you're who you were.
Yeah.
That's what I mean right there about you. That's the next thing she's been talking about. You just nailed it. She's talking about that right now, hiring a private investigator.
Well, I would tell her to take that money and put it in a private savings account somewhere before I would spend the money.
Yeah.
It's just wild that you said that, and that was just her conversation with me yesterday.
Yeah, I would definitely.
Well, she can. I'd save my money and put it in a. I'd encourage her to give you the money to hold, or to try not to get too entrapped in case she gets wobbly and goes to him, because you don't want that evil in your direction. But I would personally, because I don't have PTSD and I'm not with relationship with a psychopath, but I would personally take that money and put it into some sort of secret savings account so the day that I can escape, I've got some nest egg. I wouldn't spend it on a private investigator.
Yes.
He's just going to confirm what you already know. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with private investigators, so people don't need to write to me and tell me about that, because I think that they're wonderful. And, if you're really trying to get to the bottom of some situation, I think, like if I had a kid that was murdered and the cops wouldn't help me, I'd be all over the private investigators.
If you need evidence, if you're going to proceed with something and you do need the evidence to take to the courts, but nowadays, it's almost, you don't have to prove fault to get a divorce, to get separation and all of that anymore.
But people will still hire private investigators for that kind of stuff because they want to have their instincts verified.
Mm-hmm.
But really, if she can scrounge up money for a private investigator, if she hires one, it makes her vulnerable, because if he finds out
Yeah.
she's hired a private investigator, things could get really dangerous really quickly.
Oh,
Okay,
and he
because
gets,
remember,
yeah.
yeah, he's losing control, and it's 100% about control. So
Yep.
it could create a slippery slope. And also, I look at it as, use that money, try to get that money to use as a nest egg, so you feel less dependent. So when you do make your break, you can start to stand on your own 2 feet. But the main thing that I have found with victims, the one thing that they all share is a weak sense of boundaries. That's what makes them rush around with that can of white paint, painting all those red flags white,
Mhm.
is a lowered sense of boundaries. So and they also, you'll see these guys talk about it. They program the victims in ways to break your boundaries down.
Yeah.
All the way they're checking your boundaries. There was this abusive guy. He was kind of a third rail kind of guy that would probably end up in prison and stuff, a pedophile kind of guy. But he said something really interesting. He said, when he finds a new victim, what he does is he smacks them on the first date. And you think, wow, that's pretty fast. But here's his thinking: either they run, or he's got a victim for life.
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah,
Well,
these other guys, they do it in more subtle ways. So they're testing you along the way. They'll test you with little comments and stuff to see how much they can get you to accept. And pretty soon, they get you to the point, like your friend, that you're accepting it all. I mean, you're feeling rotten about yourself.
Yep.
You're probably thinking you're the ugliest thing on earth. And he's probably no winner, is my guess, okay?
Yeah.
But in his mind, he's a winner because of that narcissism coming through along with the psychopathy. So, yeah, he's a real winner, and she's probably, in his eyes, a real loser. And probably, I'm just
he's
guessing,
actually
she
gorgeous,
probably.
and he's not
That's what I was going to
what
say.
he thinks he
I was
is.
just
He
going to guess.
spends
He's
hour and a half in the
he's probably
bathroom,
kind
you
of,
know. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but he's
thank you
my
very
guess is
much.
going to
I
be.
appreciate it. I am going to go ahead and purchase your book, but yeah, as I listened tonight, I just kept thinking, boy, that's Julie. That's
Oh, wait.
and I'm
Yeah, Becky, wait until
sorry.
you actually get the book and you start reading the stories. Um, it is amazing. I can tell you, I have a list and of my relationships, people that I've met and people that I've talked to and everything. I have a list of people over the course of my life that fit into these stories, and it's just it's just amazing. It's an eye opener. Absolutely. It's a great
But
book.
when you look for it, if I can add one thing, it's Dianne with 2 N's. So if you do a search for
Yeah.
Dianne with 1 N, you won't find me.
Well, we
But
made
it's
it.
Dianne.
Yeah, we actually
Yeah.
made it. We actually made it easy, Diane. If you go out to the midnightocean.com, we have a link to it to the Amazon store.
Oh, okay, great.
Yep. So they can
Great.
do that, and there is no markup there, Becky, or anything. There's it's straight price as you would get it in the Amazon, and that also helps us out, a little bit. I think they give us a couple pennies.
Yeah. Well, Becky, good luck, and what a kind friend you are. And just
Yeah.
remember that it didn't happen to her overnight. So it's going to take a lot of regrouping.
Yeah.
Um,
It's sad. I have 3 daughters, right? And then I have 2 granddaughters and a grandson. But, I've always said that the first time, especially their significant others, I've told them, their boyfriends and stuff, the first time you hit my daughter will be the last time that you hit her.
Yeah.
and I think that's the problem, is that we let it go. I mean, even I get frustrated. We have a scenario here in the house or in our neighborhood where we have a house that's, been shut down many a times. Sheriff's over there and stuff. And even, I find in our society that people just don't want to get involved, because I don't know if it's a matter of being afraid themselves, or if it's being, fearful. Like, I had, this house, Sandy and I were coming back from the Gulf, and, we heard, we were a good, I would say, half-mile away, and we heard screaming in the road. And then of course there was a female there and a guy, chasing after her. And my first instinct is to get involved. I'm one of those guys that
Yeah.
I'm not going to I think it's our responsibility. But even then, even after getting involved, with the situation, you have the victim. In this case, she was being chased by this guy out of this house, And once the police got involved and everything, she refused. She didn't want to press charges, and it was
Well, see,
clear
that's what happens.
criminal intent.
Well, that's what happens, and that's why police don't like to hop in on a deal like that, because they'll get in the middle, and then the woman will actually jump on the back of the police officer to get her. Yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
sick cycle.
Yeah.
It's a very sick cycle, and it's a matter of the person being beaten is feeling so isolated. I imagine your friend probably doesn't have a lot of friends or family still involved, and they're very good at running people out of their lives. So the person gets isolated, and that's the way that they want it to be, because it's all about control.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think a couple of things, but I think in general in society, yes, people are getting stabbed and killed all over the place, and people just stand around, and luckily they'll at least these days photograph it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is a resistance to being involved, but there's also a resistance to being involved in a battered case, because the battered victim will usually turn against the people that are trying to
Help them.
So that's why I always say
Yep.
kind of tread carefully, because you don't want to give her ammunition to go to her husband and start saying, well, she agrees with me that you're all this and blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, exactly.
So
And yeah, you're absolutely right. Law enforcement even says, they're very careful. They have to watch both. There's plenty of videos out there and examples where, you're taking their life away. And, because I've always said, just call the police, And it's not that simple. And you're absolutely right. There is a form of PTSD there. Yep. Yep.
And also, sometimes if you call the police, let's say you're the victim, you call the police show up, you're all wound up, you've had all these years of being told you're crazy,
Yep.
you're now feeling crazy because it becomes a fact. That's what gaslighting is all about. And the police show up, and they might haul you off because
Yep.
he's standing there calm, or she is standing there as calm and cool as a cucumber. So now you're looking like, you have confirmed what he's been telling you, and the police will actually gang up. There's been cases where therapists have ganged up on the victim versus the psychopath. So it's a really, really tricky. It's going to be like going on an icy lake.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean,
she's lucky she got you in her life.
Yeah. I mean, you're dealing with years and years and years of abuse, and it is not. And I know a lot of people will say, a lot of people will say, well, call the police. And, like I said, with my daughters, I don't even make it an option. If my daughter calls me, I don't care what my daughter thinks or what she's going to do. I'm going to push the issue and I make it perfect. And I'm sorry, but that's the discussion I have with her boyfriends and stuff. Look, you touch my daughter and everything, I don't care what the situation is. You're going to deal with me. You're gonna do,
Right.
and that seems to work. I mean, I'm a pretty ominous guy, at 6'6", and I'm a solid dude. So so that usually works.
Yeah,
but it is a touchy situation.
Dealing with a friend. Yeah, but dealing with a friend who's with a psychopath, it's really it's going to be like are you like her only friend probably?
She's Dianne, or that was actually Becky.
Gone,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, she's off. Unfortunately, I dropped her. She was
okay.
on, and then I dropped her. I thought she was done, and then she
okay, yeah.
So
well, I suspect that Becky's her only friend, so it's a tricky game.
Yeah.
It's a tricky deal, and so the best thing you can do is be there, because they're going to need somebody when they get out.
Yeah.
And safety is the key.
Yeah,
I wish don't want to get there.
I wish we all had answers, for those types of situations, but we don't. I mean, it's just
No, we don't.
It's gut wrenching. I can tell you that when I see it, I don't put up with it, and then, but if you choose to go back to it, then I guess that's on you. I mean, but like I said, I saw that incident right down the street, and I got involved, and no sooner than they got the parties together and started talking to them. Even though there was issues there, neither of them wanted to press charges because, they, for whatever reason. And so you just stay out of it. And at that point.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's sad.
So
it's really sad.
So going back to Hillary. So we have check. in check.
Yeah. Look at her. Look at her vote to go to the war. She completely,
Oh,
a lot of that had to do with the money that the Clinton Foundation has got from all those
yeah,
different countries and
yeah,
the people who make things for war.
yeah.
Um,
Well, the classic, even
she
this
had,
week, I mean, the classic was well, you have Assange at WikiLeaks who's dropping, these emails where she, the arms deal. We're finding out that the reason why, the ambassador Stevens was in Libya to begin with was, he was brokering an arms deal to ISIS. That's coming out, and instead of her saying, I don't even know how you would answer that one because that's just criminality to my standpoint. But now the big thing is they want Assange to be prosecuted. That's what she's saying is that well, Assange is the criminal here for releasing that information, and it's like,
well, but see, that's another symptom. That's another symptom is that deflection is always their best friend. It's like you can never pin anything on them
yeah,
because they will always come up with some other boogeyman that's worse than what you did. I mean, really, here's a person that's running for president and she hasn't had a press conference in over a year and a
oh
half.
yeah, yeah, and the one that
Well, why?
she had one, didn't she have one the
Because
other
she's
day
a
with
victim.
the Latin?
Yeah, well, that didn't go too well.
Yeah,
Just because she got a vice president who speaks Spanish, I mean, that didn't go too well because people want to know answers. People want
yeah,
her just to sincerely apologize, and they have a very difficult time. They don't apologize. That's just not in their DNA. And if a psychopath apologizes to you, keep watching out the other eye because they're up to something.
yeah.
They're
There's an
just trying to throw
alternative
you off
motive.
guard.
Yeah, there's an alternative motive.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll apologize if they think they need to apologize to you to keep you in their good graces because they're relying on you financially, or in some cases they're relying on you because it's a good image to be married.
Yeah,
I mean, they have all kinds of reasons that a normal person wouldn't stay in a relationship over. So, yeah. So, I mean, what would be so hard about saying I made a mistake? Why would you have to keep lying? I
yeah.
mean,
A normal
who does
person
that?
does that. I mean, I've done it. I've sat here and said, look, there's things that I've done in the past that I ain't proud of. I made mistakes. I fixed them the best that I can, and I learned from them, and I moved on. That would be a
Here's the
normal
reason
sane
why
person answer.
yeah, well, here's the reason why I'm not a liar, okay? Because it takes a lot of work.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
you've got to you've got to be really committed into the jumbling, okay?
Yep.
Because to be a good liar, and none of them are really that good of liars, but see, they just know how to deflect you when they're lying, okay? They know how to throw you off the trail. Somehow they will turn your confrontation over catching them in a direct lie. I can guarantee you that you will walk away being the one apologizing when they're that good, when they're like Fred. You will be the one who will be apologizing and begging their forgiveness when they're done with you
Wow.
because that's how they twist the lies. Yeah, I mean, she twists the lies around to all of her supporters are like, yes, well, I'm with her, the first woman president. Well, you know what? I want a good woman president,
Yeah.
not just the first one. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything to me at all. And I've grown up in a place that, being a woman hasn't always been that easy as far as going up the corporate ladder and stuff. So, yeah, people got caught up into this coronation deal so now she even gets their sympathy even more. Well, you see, I did that press conference. That's why I haven't done one in a year and a half, because you saw the way they treated me. I mean, Tim Kaine even spoke to those people in Spanish, and look how those questions they asked. See what a victim I am?
Yeah.
See, when somebody's too much of a victim, you got to pay attention. Like I was dealing with somebody that I'd befriended for quite a while, and I just kept seeing this victim stuff, and I thought, you know what? Here you're right about these people. You think you're pretty smart about them and stuff, and you got one sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
It's like, so I just figured out a gracious way to get away because I don't need to explain to you all the reasons why, and I don't need you to confess to me that you've been lying all this time and stuff. I don't need any of that stuff. I just need to quietly, in my own peaceful little way, get away.
Yeah.
See, but but the pattern there is it always comes back to her being a victim. Like they were so broke when they left the White House. So of course having all this money is important to them.
Yeah.
And then they've got their entitled daughter. My God, she's married to that guy. His parents were just crooks.
Yeah.
You know, and he's I think he just got caught in some deal, but the news cycles are so fast, or he defrauded a bunch of people into some sort of
yeah,
deal.
he's got a hedge fund. Well, I can tell you what it is. I mean, he's got a hedge fund, and they're finding out that there was some play, and I've always said that if you wanted to nail the Clintons, go after the hedge fund, because the SEC, that's one thing that I've learned, is that the SEC plays by a whole different rule book than the FBI does when it comes to some of these inside trading things. They have no problem. Those guys at the SEC will prosecute. I mean, look at who they prosecuted in the past. Even their own. They went after Spitzer, and because that's a stepping stone.
Spitzer actually, if you look at his history, if you put the prostitutes aside, okay?
Yeah.
I think he was kind of set up because of his dealings with prostitutes, because people don't like people who really are into law enforcement. And, I'm not excusing his behavior at all. But I think there's probably a reason why he had a big tumble, because people don't want honesty. And we've become a very low information society. And really, the fact is that has been letting the psychopaths, the inmates are now running the prisons, okay?
The asylum, yeah.
Because we have accepted their behavior. Our tolerance for psychopathic behaviors in business and politics has gotten so high that, that's why when Bernie came along and Trump came along, people were ready just to toss out the whole system. Unfortunately, they tossed out the wrong guy when they tossed out Bernie. So, that's the rationale people are using. But see, they're not really willing to still peel back and look at the information critically.
Yeah.
They want to just pick a side. They don't want to critically analyze.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with you 100%. Like I said, I've always said that. I never liked Bernie's, the social agenda. I'm sorry, I was never a big fan of it. But like anything else, I think he was a reasonable man. I believed what he said. I believe that he believed what he said. He wasn't just kowtowing to the populace. And I think that he, out of all three of the candidates, he probably would be the best president. And then the thing is that, some of his agenda we can move forward, and a lot of it you can't. I mean, that's just the nature of politics. I mean, a lot of people.
Yeah, but his history, he didn't start chumming around with black people last week. He didn't start chumming around with gay people a year ago.
I know.
I mean, the guy has really walked the walk.
Yeah.
I mean, Hillary's now talking about $15 minimum wage. Well, that was only because of Bernie.
Yeah.
Hillary's happy with having a couple $100 million. Her daughter's got a $10 million apartment. So what does she care about people who aren't making a livable wage?
Yeah.
Bernie was the one who pushed all that stuff. Yeah. And the sad thing is that if the millennials don't go out and vote or all go third party, it's really going to all come back in a very ugly way on all of us. We're all going to pay the price. Of this kind of behavior.
Yeah, unfortunately, darned if you do, darned if you don't, right?
Well, I don't know. I really look at it. My sister's a very moderate Republican. She's pretty. They live in Kansas, which they really have. That state's really a screwed up mess for that Tea Party governor. But if you made money in Kansas the last 7.5 years, you made a lot of money because of the low taxes. But of course, the schools, there's no date. I mean, there's nothing for the poor. But that aside, she just is amazed at people saying, "Well, I'm going to vote for Trump because Hillary's such a liar." So they're not even focusing on the lies coming out of his mouth, because she's been lying for much longer, because she's been in the system for much longer.
Yeah.
So people have more of a history with the lies, and then the more she digs herself in on more lies, the worse it gets. So it's kind of like, pick your poison. Like I said before, I've already decided I've got to pick my poison. Yeah, I'm mad about the Bernie thing. I'm mad about the way those people got treated, because a lot of those people didn't have that money that they sent in for that campaign. And for all the ways that they tried to squash him, he really rose to the top of the pile. And
He did.
They're decent people.
And
say what you want about
And he did it. He did it respectfully, and he did it as a politician, and he did it as, there was
He never got nasty.
never got nasty, never got in the dirt. He could have very easily. It wasn't hard to do, and he could have, and he didn't, and he chose not to, and I respected the man for that. I mean, there's a part of me, this this is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping Donald Trump shoots himself in the foot and refuses to do any debates, right? And the party basically throws him out. I'm hoping that Hillary Clinton gets indicted by the FBI, and so she's no longer qualified, or at least can't get a security clearance. And then someone else, I don't know who the white knight is, coming in on the horse. I don't know who it is, but I just hope, and I was kind of hoping from our conversation that we could do check. Well, this one has one less check than this one, but it sounds like they're kind of equal. So you just completely blew that up for me, Dianne. I just want to say thank you. And I don't know, maybe Bernie needs to get back in the race as an independent. I mean, I know the Libertarian Party is running some two strong candidates, but I am a realist. As much as I support them and stuff, we have to, get above that 15% with Johnson and everything. But and they do have a history in politics, and these guys, I think Johnson as a libertarian candidate, he's a conservative, but he does what he says he's going to do. So I can see some honesty there. But the problem is that you got a political system that unfortunately is a two-party system. So anything that you elect outside of that system is basically a lame duck. And you're not, once again, we're going to have 4 more years of nothing coming out of our government, which some would say might not be
a couple hawks.
Might not be a bad
Hillary's
thing.
A very well, I don't know. If anybody rode on a white horse, Bernie has the numbers, but it's probably, like I said, he's, I wish he would have played a little tougher.
Yeah.
But he played it well. He got young people motivated. Mm-hmm. Nobody else has been able to do that. Mm-hmm. Everybody else thought they had to have all these big donors and stuff. He did it $27 at a time.
Yeah.
So he really has rocked the boat. Hillary wouldn't be coming around the $15 minimum wage for people. How do you expect people to work on any less than that? So he has pushed her to the left, but let's see if she stays on the left. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced. Even Trump and his kids were talking like they were junior Bernie Sanders people up there talking. So
yeah,
I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
Yeah, his daughter was talking about daycare for all.
Daycare.
I'm not.
Yeah.
When you got pathological liars, I think they're all saying what Bernie said because Bernie lit people on fire, and so they're all trying to get some of that fairy dust.
I actually think, and this is my thing, if Bernie would have said yes to Trump, you would see a Trump-Bernie ticket.
Yeah.
Seriously. I actually think that they obviously went after the Bernie, they're going after the Bernie vote and stuff. But, Trump, if you look at his history, a lot of his policies, and, we're getting into the politics now and, don't want to do that. But, a lot of Trump's policies and politics in the past, if you look at what he said in the past, are more in line with Bernie Sanders than with anybody else.
Well, but not really, though. Bernie's never been a racist. Trump started off with a racist thing Hitler did.
Well, yeah.
Trump,
I'm talking about
go back
early
and look at
Trump.
Japan.
I'm talking about early Trump.
Yeah, but I really think it's true, though. He could shoot somebody in the street and people would still like him.
Well, yeah.
He has been off the rails. He's totally off the rails. How do you excuse somebody? I really had kind of forgotten about how the whole nuclear thing happened when I was watching all the World War II stuff. And then when he started talking about questioning in 1 hour meeting 3 or 4 times, why don't we use the nuclear thing? I'm thinking we've forgotten about Japan.
Yeah.
Now. Nothing to excuse there, but really things were a lot different. World War II was probably the only what would be considered by historians a necessary war. That was truly evil. And there were a lot of reasons why we couldn't get into it earlier because the sentiment just wasn't there. I mean,
Yeah.
FDR really, I mean, that guy died in office. I mean, he at 61 or something when he died. I mean, he looked like he was about 95.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, if he hadn't have brokered that deal and if Churchill hadn't have hung in there, everybody wanted to go ahead and just let Hitler take over.
Yeah.
So if it hadn't been for a couple key figures, I mean, and here we go again. So I'm not excusing the nuclear bomb, but remember, sentiments were pretty high when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. I mean, it was a whole different era. I mean, so we have to drive. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I have to drive to Costco 2 hours. So the only stations I can get are AM, right? So I listened to about 10 minutes of Glenn Beck on the way there and about a half an hour rush on the way back. And Glenn Beck was going on and on about what a heel FDR was and this and that. And thinking, God, I can't even listen to you anymore. I can't. Why don't you go back and look at history? Why don't you look at real history?
He's a revisionist.
And then come up with and then let's talk about who was the heel.
Yeah.
So I almost feel like sometimes I feel kind of horrified. Like all this stuff is just replaying itself. I mean, Hillary is such a hawk. She is. Well, that's the sad part. That's the sad part. Can't we? Everybody's got Netflix. Go watch. Go review your history. Go review your history.
That's too hard, Diane.
Hitler was a loser.
It's too hard. What do you mean? And we're too busy. We're too busy watching. Whoever's stuck on whatever island or whoever's dating whoever on whatever bachelor show and stuff. And God forbid we actually use media to enlighten and to entertain ourselves. I will tell people, it's funny as we're getting up to the top of the hour. I by the way, I knew we were going to go 4 hours. I just want to say that. Now, is that a narcissist
Well, I didn't
comment?
know if I trusted you. To tell you the truth, no. To tell you the truth, I didn't know enough about your show. Okay.
Yeah.
And when somebody says, "Let's talk for a few hours," I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute. Are these people going to be calling in and acting like goofballs and saying?" You've had some great callers, by the way, calling in and say, "Am I a psychopath?"
Yeah.
Like, no. That's why I kept telling you. I said, "Let me tell you one more time, Jeff.
Yeah.
If anybody calls in and starts asking me, am I a psychopath, the conversa's going to have
it's going to end. No, I'll trust me. I'll dump them. No, it's we have a great. This is a very young audience, especially this type of for this type of show that we're doing now. And but I can tell you that they obviously you got the quality of the audience. We've got some real thinkers in the group. And so it's and we're growing every day, but I do appreciate it. On that note.
Well, I just wish people would think, if you really, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. Like I used to know somebody, and I'd say, well, what is that? And they go, you don't know that? How could you not know that? And finally one day I said, you know what? I said I love to learn.
Yeah.
I said, so why don't you knock off these comments? I said because. What I learned many years ago, I worked at Intel. They sent us this mind-boggling engineering course, the marketing group, and we were like, our heads were spinning, talking about binary numbers and all this stuff. And so the second day, the guy got kind of testy with us, and he goes, none of you people are asking questions. And one of my counterparts, Craig, he said, you know what, sir? He said, you have to have a certain amount of information to be able to formulate a question. Yeah. And I've always remembered that. Yeah. So unless you know a little bit of information, you can't ask a question. Yep. So when this person started after me as far as, you don't know that, I said, you know what? I'm far from stupid, okay? I may not have my Ph.D. and all that stuff, but I'm far from stupid. I said, and I really don't appreciate those comments. I said, I'm asking because I want to know. I'm not asking so you can try to belittle me like you have more power and more information. I'm asking a serious question here.
Yeah, I need knowledge.
Please, let's stop.
Yeah, I need knowledge. And that, that's the benefit of doing this show. I mean, that's what I love about when I switched from pure politics, because we did a pure politic type of podcast. And when I switched from that, because it was the same thing, we're broke every day, every night, same thing over and over and over again. And when I came back and when my friends asked me to come back, I said, look, I'm going to do a show and we're going to have different subject matters on pretty much every night. Now we call it a paranormal show because that tends to what fits really well in this time slot. But to be honest with you, I mean, we want diversity and everything. And I can tell you this, one of the benefits of doing this show, especially this long and this late at night, it has unhooked me from the media box, the TV, and it has made me read more and more, and it's just amazing. Yeah, the quality of life too has just gone through the roof. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, instead of watching the dumb shows and the things that dumb you down, I'm reading. I'm going out to Netflix, I'm going out to Amazon, and I'm renting the documentaries and the videos and watching those, and it's just open my eyes.
What I would recommend is on Netflix is I kind of dove in a little bit too radically, because the first show I watched was The Code, which is a fascinating docudrama. I guess they did a Hollywood movie about it, but I understand about the guy who actually broke the code that saved on Omaha Beach and actually did the initial binary numbers for computers. Fascinating story. But anyway, so then they always show suggested things. So then I hopped into Auschwitz, which was a little bit too steep of a jump. So what I would recommend for somebody doing it in a more practiced way would be to start off with Ken Burns' documentary about World War II.
Yeah.
And then it'll start showing some things about, the different aspects of it. I mean, some phenomenal things went on as far as the kind of technology that came out of World War II.
Oh.
And also some of the slimy things we did when we turned the other way because we wanted to get these guys who developed this technology that used prisoners to build it.
Yep.
Yeah, we were pretty slimy in that deal.
Well,
I would start off with.
We're actually still slimy. I want to step in there. Have you heard the latest where the FBI has finally admitted? Well, I don't know. We're still tracking the documents, but there are documents, and there's a picture where Hitler is actually fled to Argentina, and they have pictures of his house that he lived in, and they also have the documents from the FBI that said that they knew about it.
I don't know that I'd go that far, because I think I pretty much believe that he killed himself because he was a chicken, and he had every fingernail into the thing at the end. I mean, he even got kids to go out to war and stuff at the very end when, he knew the gig was up, but he was too much of a coward. He didn't want to. He was too much of a coward to get caught, and that's why a lot of those guys were able to escape and stuff. Some of them escaped through the Catholic Church. I mean, the whole thing was slimy. We brought all those rocket guys over here and stuff, and turned the other way. And I mean, what was amazing to me was at that time there was no technology, and how we sent out just hordes of people to hunt down these people, because they really came up with some very innovative things. It's too bad it was all done on the backs of people. And once you get information, you could ask questions. Because, see, here we're having this conversation. You thought Bernie was a complete socialist, but now compared to the other two, he seems like a pretty good dude.
Yeah, I would take a socialist over a psychopath any day.
Yeah, I would too. I would too.
Checkmate on that one. I mean, come on. I would. But like I've always said this, is that as long as you know what you're dealing with, even in business, right? Because business is opposing views, right? Customer always wants product A, and they want it at a cheap price, right? Your job is to give them product A at an expensive price. So business is give and take. And when you negotiate all of this stuff, but the key is you got to know who you're negotiating with. And I've always said that Bernie Sanders was a guy that I could see negotiating. Of course he has some very lofty goals. And, I'm a left-leaning libertarian. I believe my core principle, if you listen to the show long enough, I believe in small government. I don't think that the government should be the number one employer in the United States. I'm just a firm believer in that, number one. And then number two, I believe that we need to take care of those that can't take care of themselves. And those are our indigent, our elderly, our children and stuff. The people sitting around watching TV and Oprah and, that that can get up every day and get on Facebook, there's computer jobs we can find for you, or there's something you can do. So I don't believe in
Right.
in that. And so I am a left-leaning liberal. I do believe that there should be an avenue for education if you want to pursue, because, I come from the technology world and we're getting our butts handed to us. And it's because of the lack of, of education in this country, or proper education, and then secondary education and everything. So I do believe in that. Healthcare is a mess. Healthcare is a mess. One thing is that if you're going to give free healthcare to one segment of society, then you should be giving it to everybody. I don't believe that one group should be treated higher than another group or less than another group. And it upsets me because I see me I pay very high premiums for healthcare, and I see individuals who have the same health needs as I do pay nothing. And it's just, to me, if you're going to give it free, you got to give it free to everybody. I think I take the Morgan Freeman approach. When, I don't know if you ever watched that interview that he did with Mike Wallace, and you can apply his statement. Yeah, great interview. And I know we're going over a little bit, but we'll finish with this one. Morgan Freeman, Mike Wallace made the mistake of asking, well, actually it wasn't a mistake. It was awesome. He asked Morgan Freeman if he believed in Black history. And Morgan Freeman came back and said, no, I do not believe in Black history. And of course they got in a huge discussion. And Morgan came back at Mike, said, do you believe in Jewish history? Do you believe? And Mike was like, no. And he goes, why don't you believe in Black history? And Morgan, was just very blunt about it and said that I believe in all history. Black people belong in history, period. And then, of course, Mike Wallace, it's great exchange. And Mike Wallace is like, well, racism. And he goes, I don't believe in race. He goes, the best way to get rid of racism is to not talk about racism. Talk about, instead of me being Black, you being a Jew, or you being white or whatever, let's talk about you as a man. Let's talk about you as a woman. Let's stop talking about these things. And that's the kind of stuff, that I love, that exchange that he had with Mike Wallace. And there's a YouTube video, I'm sure you can watch it. And that's the type of approach
what
that
I think is great about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what though? Here's my take on that. That's really easy for Morgan Freeman to say that, okay? He's not living in a lower socioeconomical thing. He's probably not going to get his head blown out by a cop who's going to come up behind him and claim that he had a gun, and his camera just happened to not be working the moment he shot the guy in the head. So, yeah, I don't buy his argument. I think that we're very racist. We're very racist as a country.
I agree.
Racism spends about. How do you think? Trump came out of the barrel talking about racism. No. Hitler came out talking about racism. The Clintons have been horrible towards racism. They started the mass incarceration of blacks when Bill Clinton, because everybody wanted to be tough on crime. We incarcerate more people than any other country in the world. So no, I'm pretty strongly. I have some real issues with our. And then we've turned over the prison system to private organizations and this mandatory sentencing stuff. I mean, we've gone nuts. We're just nuts, okay?
I agree with that.
And we just keep getting nuttier. I hate to sound like people are going to kind of shiver leave our house. I'm like, yeah, I do. But I think that, I'm 65, okay? And I'm really glad that I'll be dead when all this stuff probably boils over. And I know that sounds horrible and it sounds really pessimistic, but I don't know. Maybe I've spent too long interviewing psychopaths and I need to leave Nebraska. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you have a little PTSD. I don't know. Indirect, but no.
Actually, I'm a pretty functioning person. I'm a very eccentric kind of a personality. I'm probably not for everybody. I think normal's overrated, but I don't mean to sound like a cynic, but I have kind of a view on things that, to me, we need to wake up, and that's the main concern for my writing, is to I want to see people's. Sure, I want to sell books because books will help me move out of. I've spent enough years in poverty here in Nebraska writing this book. I mean, I've got a decent life. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I have a nice house and stuff, but it's not my geographically key. I mean, I moved from California and Sedona to Nebraska to write. I mean, it's a wonderful place. Don't get me wrong. But I'm a very liberal person in a very red state. But anyway, so and people will probably never hope to understand me, and I'll probably never understand them, and that's okay. It's all great. But you know what? The thing is, though, is that I just hope. It's not to me. It's not just about selling books. To me, I just want people to open up their intellectual eyes and look around. Yeah. Look for these patterns. You know, if you're in a job and you suspect your boss is a psychopath, he probably is. My advice to you is you're not going to win, get out. No. And you're going to think, well, that's kind of a lousy attitude, but know what? That's reality because you can sit there and tell me that you're going to win this game and you're going to hang in there, and I will tell you until I'm blue in the face that it's not going to work that way. Yeah. Read how they talk, read how they act, and know when to get out because, yes, I think that Fred made the most astute comment. The world is becoming more like us than you. Yep. So, and I don't mean to sound like my hair is on fire and I'm some extremist, but really look around you. Oh, no. Who do you think crashed the stock market? Were these all functional people? Yeah. Or would you guess they're probably psychopaths? Yep. I mean, really. As
they're throwing the bags of money in the back of their vans and driving off, so they shorted the market right before, you know.
Well, yeah. Look at Big Pharma. They come up with drugs that they pass off like OxyContin. They pass it off, and this thing is just harmless. Yeah. Now we've got a heroin epidemic. So these things aren't run by rational, functional people. I mean, they're high functioning psychopaths is what they are. Yeah.
And you know what's really like I said earlier, and I did allude to this, is your book. Your book is to a psychopath what the Bible is to the devil. I hate to say it, but if you, I'm telling you, thank God in the Norton household, you know, it passed the litmus test because the book laying around and everything didn't set anybody off in our house. But I can see where someone who was a psychopath who picked this book up and started to read it would go, oh, this is nonsense, this is junk, you know, like I would expect, you know, someone evil to do with the Bible.
Actually, I think they might read it and learn from it, which would be the deal with the devil. But you know what? I was more concerned about the information. Yeah, they're proud of who they are. They're actually. I was shocked by their self-awareness, and they're proud of who they are. They don't kid yourself, and they come right out and say this. They're proud of who they are. They wouldn't want to be like us on a bet. I mean, there's absolutely no way. Yeah, Fred got a little bit ticked. Yeah, Fred got kind of ticked off at one point because, you know, we're born with knowing these things. They have to learn these things the hard way. Remember, they're the victims. See how they keep circling back to that thing? Yeah. So
I'm special.
Yeah, so I'm just hoping that if only one person, if only maybe the one gal who called, and was it Betsy?
Yeah, Becky.
What's her name, Betsy? Becky. Only one person gets helped, I will feel relieved because I'm sorry, it's becoming an us against thing. And if this election doesn't convince more people, I don't know what will. I really don't know what will.
No, it's definitely opened my eyes. I mean, I'm applying, you know, the characteristics and the traits and stuff in the book and to what, you know, what I'm seeing, and I have my list, you know, and I will tell you, I had my issue with that manager at that one company, I could never figure it out. I could never figure out why they enjoyed or why they did what they did, and sought enjoyment out of it. And they are definitely, they definitely check, you know, and,
but didn't it also make you feel lousy for a lot of years?
It did, because I felt lousy for years. I'll tell you, I felt like maybe I wasn't, you know, it was that whole, what's the Marlon, not the Marlon Brando, I can't remember. It was a modern version of Mutiny on the Bounty, and it had the famous actor, and you know the guy was going nuts, and basically he was on a Navy ship, he was a captain. Oh, not Marlon Brando, Humphrey Bogart was the captain.
Oh yeah.
And they do the you know, at the end of the movie, they basically shown that he was, this is a decorated war hero and that he was crazy. And then they're all in the dinner room, all patting each other on the back. And the first mate or the first officer comes down and basically says, just tears into him at the end and says, look, the issue here was never him. It was us. It was you. When the guy needed your help, did you offer to help him? When he asked for you to do this, did you do that? And the whole movie was this whole, Humphrey Bogart was the bad guy. And then the last 5 minutes of the movie actually that was the movie, that made the movie. And that's kind of how I feel is, what are we doing? What are we, instead of sitting there and saying it's them, maybe it is us. And, man.
Well, it is us as long as we let them multiply, and as long as we let them stay in charge, as long as we let them, batter down things. We let the lobbyists run wild. We pay so much more for pharmaceuticals in this country.
Oh.
Do you realize we take like almost 90% of the pain medication in this country?
Yeah.
Big Pharma is scared to death of pot. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Pot, anything. Yep.
Yeah, I know people in Canada that I've got chronic pain from a triple ankle fracture. Can I get marijuana in Nebraska? No. I would run the risk of being made an example of. It's not a felony here, but I wouldn't take the chance in this state.
But
they make you complicit.
But you can go to a doctor and get an opioid.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
you can get
exactly.
I agree with you. I mean, some of the laws are not done because of sensibility. They're done because of what's best for the lobbyists and what's best for the politicians. I don't get it either.
And if you could tell me with a straight face that the big pharma people aren't run by a bunch of psychopaths, then I got some property I want to talk to you about over a bridge.
Yeah.
It's like we're the most dependent country in the world because we've given up our power, and I really want people to, every day I try to open up my eyes and learn something new.
Yep.
And I don't mean to become some sort of radical. I certainly don't engage in political conversation with people around town. I mean, that's not my thing. I'm not going to drive up to somebody with a Trump sign in their yard and get in an argument over it. But God, I really hope that we open our eyes up. I really do, because it's not too late. It's really not too late. I mean,
yeah. I hope you don't mind. I will definitely, because I'm sure we're going to have some political shows coming on. We had a great show last Friday with Alex Makovsky. He wrote a book called Liberal Bolshevism, and he talked about the Bolsheviks and how they're taking over. And and there were some parallels. I'll be honest with you. I saw some parallels in some of the Bolshevik moves and stuff, and also into the Bernie Sanders camp and some of the things that were going on there. And it's amazing. And I will tell you, I will definitely use your book in conversation when I talk to people, when they go, oh, why aren't you going to vote for Trump? You did it for me. And because I'm going to say, check, and then
you can say a lot of things about Bernie. You can say a lot of things about Bernie, but one thing you can't say about him is he's evil.
No, I agree.
I don't think I would. I would venture to have anybody argue to me that he's evil and the other two people aren't.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Like I said, I philosophically disagree with a lot of his ideas and stuff, but I think that he was someone that you could always work with. But going into negotiations with a person like that, I'd rather go into negotiations with an individual that I completely disagree with than go into negotiations with someone who's a psychopath. And because no matter what agreement you come out of the deal, when you're dealing with a psychopath, it's not an agreement, because it ain't going to be adhered to.
That's why they're all talking like junior Bernies right now.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. I can tell you for a fact Bernie wouldn't have gotten us in any more wars. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't tell you for a fact that either one of those other people won't. I can tell you for a fact we all would have had health care with Bernie, and pot would have become his first legalized thing to get away from Big Pharma.
Yeah. Do
you realize that he did a study on Medicare, and in the states where marijuana is allowable, because, when you get older, you have pain. And people are paying out of pocket, and actually Medicare prescription drug costs have gone down in states where pot is available for senior citizens.
Well, my thing,
and that's saying a lot, because They don't have the money, but yet they're paying out of pocket to get away from those darn pharmaceutical drugs.
The argument that I always use when it comes to marijuana, medical marijuana, and just marijuana in general, especially medical marijuana, let the experts, i.e. the doctors, tell me, and I've yet to hear a doctor that's not on a government payroll or on pharmacy payroll, right? Big pharma payroll, come out and say
Which
anything.
they all are,
yeah,
pretty much.
well, some of them are, even even Gupta, from CNN, he's on CNN's payroll, did an excellent series on it. And, and guys that aren't dependent upon the drug industry for their money and their kickbacks and their vacations will clearly come out and say the medical benefits. And, to be honest with you, what is wrong with offering comfort to those people who need it? And if that's, if it's kittens, if it's puppy dogs, or if it's pot, what is wrong with giving people who are in discomfort, who have a medical need for it, what is wrong with giving them that comfort?
Well,
why have we become so jaded?
See, because when the brainwashing started way back when, the war on drugs, it was an effort to get against the black people and what they consider the older hippies. Same thing when the epidemic, when cocaine was popular amongst upper mobile white people.
Yeah.
We got a slap on the wrist. Okay, I mean, it didn't happen to me, but we got a slap on the wrist. Black people ended up incarcerated for the rest of their life because crack became a different. So that's how they moved pot into the same category as meth. I mean, there's really no comparison.
Yeah, there's none whatsoever. One's a chemical. One is chemically. Well, one is grown. One is made by nature. One is chemically produced, right, through a chemical process.
But that gets to my point as far as we need to become information gatherers. We need to have enough information to ask questions. Complicity is what got us where we are right now. And Bernie was the first person to kind of start to rattle our cages and say, listen up, folks. We don't have to be this way. We can be better than this. We don't have to go gunning around killing people. We don't have to lock up everybody who looks the other way that we don't like the color of their skin.
Yeah.
So, this stuff, it all gets ingrained, even fat food, for God's sakes. That was written by an aide that they wanted to get the fat out of foods. Everything went low fat. Well, people became fatter because of the low fat foods.
Because of the low fat foods, yeah.
I think we just need to learn to ask questions and not be, but you have to have a little information to be able to ask a question.
Yeah, I agree.
But the answers are out there. And no one person.
Yeah. Oh, did I lose you? I sure did. Oh, no. Hopefully Becky will come back, but you're listening to the Midnight Ocean. We're in overtime. We are definitely in overtime, and probably her battery ran out on everything. We'll give her a few minutes to dial back in to the show so she can say her good nights and everything. But yeah, that's probably what happened. It's amazing. Yeah, here we go. But we're talking with Dianne Emerson. I know that we've kind of skidded off the rails here, kind of went a little south, but hey, that's to be expected. That's what happens when you have great guests and a great conversation. And that's what it's all about here at the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. But we'll let Dianne get back online. Here we go.
Say that.
There you go. You're back.
Information is power.
You're back. You're back.
Yeah, information. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, information is power. Let's just try to start using our heads about stuff. We can always learn. Learning is growth.
Dianne, I can have a whole nother show with you other than psychopaths. I mean, I love the conversation. I really do. I mean, it's enlightening.
Well, we can have another. We can have another psychopath. Maybe some of your people might have questions they want to talk about later.
Yeah, no,
because you really, like I said, you got to have information to ask a question.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I know that you have an appointment in the morning, and I've got some production, some producing to do. And I actually promised the boss, i.e. Sandy, that I was not going to pull another 6-hour show. she, she, it was, yeah, last night
Okay.
was pretty crazy, but I do appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your great book. And I will definitely talk it up. And this is a must have. I mean, it's an amazing book. It's opened my
Well, I
eyes,
appreciate
especially in
that.
the political world. Well, I love it. I knew going back and forth with you on email that I had a tiger here and everything, because I
Well,
knew it wasn't
it's
loosely written. It was definitely not a loosely written book. It was one that was based in fact, and a ton of research that went into this book. And I love the conversational style of it, the fact that you allowed them to give their input and allowed them to show their true nature. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed that part of it.
Well, I appreciate that because, when you hold yourself up for a number of years writing and you come up with a new subject, a new way to approach a subject, you come out with a lot of insecurities. You're like, are people going to like this? Are people going to learn anything from it? And I just kind of went into it thinking, if I learned something from it after dealing with victims for all these years, then heck, maybe some other people might too.
Oh,
So I thank you for your compliments. It's very well received.
no, I'm definitely gonna. It's funny because when I get off I've got some other friends who are a little bit more major media than me, and a lot more major media. I am definitely gonna hand them this book, or I'm gonna tell them to go buy it. More importantly, I'm not gonna hand it to them. I'm gonna give them the link and say, look, you want to see a book that's gonna explain what's going on here? Here's your book, and
I appreciate that.
Who knows? Maybe we can get you on a lot bigger market than myself explaining this stuff, because it does fill in the gaps. And I do appreciate the fact that you were honest enough to go down both parties and say check, because a lot of people, obviously have their own agendas and everything. So I hope we feel the
You
burn.
know what? I think that yeah.
I really do.
I know, I feel the
I
burn.
really wish
That
you
way.
would run now. The more I think about it, please, Bernie, please. This is
Yeah.
I'm a libertarian, left-leaning libertarian, and unfortunately, I'm not going to get behind my own party because I just don't. I mean, I like the candidates. Don't get me wrong. I like the candidates, but I just
Yeah,
don't
but,
think
you
that they
gotta
have
look
the
at the
ability.
numbers.
That they don't have the
No,
ability
and they don't have the numbers.
Yeah, they don't. And I think
No,
Bernie
they don't
definitely
have
would.
that. That guy's got the charisma. He's got it all.
Yep.
I mean, really, he has it all. And yeah, I'm glad you walked through it this way because, I don't want to appear reckless. I mean, I'm not trying to diagnose anybody without ever meeting them,
Yeah.
but I'd like to have people have information and
Yeah.
come to your own conclusions. I mean, if you think I'm crazy and it doesn't make any sense, then that's fine. Do whatever you want to do, but just check off the marks yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the information's there, so do with it what you may. But yeah, we're in for a pretty rough ride, I think, in either case.
Yeah. Unless we get the white knight.
Hey, maybe staying holed up in Nebraska may not be such a bad plan after all.
That's right. Well, that's why we moved out of Chicago. We had to get out of the city. We're in an area which is very rural and very, we're coming from the nature's coast here in Florida, and it's in my town. You don't. This is a great town. When we first moved here, people came and actually introduced themselves to us, our neighbors. I mean,
yeah, I know.
That's a great town. I mean, they did. When we moved in, it was the either the pie or the bottle of wine or, the bag of green stuff, which we said, hey, look, we don't do that. But to each their own, whatever it was, our neighbors showed up at our doorsteps to introduce themselves to us. And it's been we actually feel like a community here, unlike we were in Chicago where we were just living, right? Just getting by. So,
yeah.
All right, Dianne, I hate to let you go, but we got to say goodnight.
Yeah, now that I figured out you're not some,
some kook.
My subject is also attractive. It's also, well, I always tell people the truth. I don't mean to be harsh, but
yeah.
I am kind of attracted. My subject is attractive to the alternative UFO kind of people, but then yet it doesn't really fit, but it's attractive to people in your area. So I was a little hard on you, and I'm like, hey, I'm not going to hang around for 4 hours. Okay, Jeff, can you narrow this down a little bit here? So well, and I wasn't sure about being on open call-in line. I mean, if people started calling up with these things. I thought, I don't want this to run downhill here.
Yeah,
So
no. We
anyway,
control.
I would love an invitation back. So yeah. So anyway, if you can think of any other time, just let me know.
Yeah, we'll definitely get you back. Later on. I think probably a little bit closer to the cycle. I can already see where I can fit you in right before the big election, and especially after I give your book or give your suggestion and your book out to a couple of my friends in media and stuff. And like I said, I can't make any promises. I don't make promises like that because I don't control those people, but I will definitely be putting your book in front of them.
When people are ready to listen to information, they will listen to information.
Well, they're looking. They're I can't tell you how many feelers that are out there right now, and especially amongst the, how do I say that, it's like a cabal, right, of media people, and I came from that, and I know those people from the other industry that I'm involved in. Believe it or not through this industry, but through the other industry, I set up most of their systems and stuff, and so it's funny because now they know I do this. And I'm kind of slowly infiltrating into their conversations, and they are looking. They literally are. I can tell you, there are a lot of media outlets right now that are trying to go, what is going on here? What's the phenomena that's going? Because we can't explain it, and it's clearly in your book. It's the behavior. The problem is will they have enough kahunas, I guess is the word. It's inappropriate, but it's kahunas. Will they have enough the kahunas to actually call it out for what it is, to do what we did tonight, where we went down the list and went check, 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 and there you go. There's your answer. And this is why this works.
Well, but see, to me, that's more diplomatic than I'm not some nut that's going to sit here and start raving that they're all psychopaths. I can show you the markers, and then you can help decide for yourself.
Come to your own conclusion.
If it makes sense to you, then. Well, that's how I think we all grow a lot better. I mean, I didn't know, like, before I started writing the book, I didn't know if I was going to come to any conclusions. I didn't know if they'd say anything useful or anything like that. So it's always a matter of keeping, I think that we grow older more gracefully as we learn and move along rather than getting locked into one spot.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So anyway, it was certainly a pleasure.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank you.
And I will chat with you. And, if your people want to have a call in just for, if they have some questions, because now they have a little bit of information, maybe we might get some more relationship people that we can help out.
Yeah, what we do is, all right, so what we do, and if you're okay with this, we have what they call hashtag TMO guest. That's TMO guest. And what you can monitor that hashtag through the, obviously through Twitter. And if they have a question, they can actually post it there to get to you. And then the other way too is, of course, and this is actually more for the audience, because I know how to get in touch with Dianne. If you have a question, get out to our midnight listener page. You can ask me, you can message it, especially if it's private and you want to keep it private, you can messenger it to me and I will pass it on to Dianne, and you guys can commence your conversation through private messaging and stuff like that. And of course, Dianne, I will filter it. I'll make sure that there's no craziness.
Yeah, and I'm not on. I basically I just did a Facebook page for my book, so I'm not a Twitter person. And,
yeah. Okay.
So even though I started out my career in high tech, that'll probably never be me.
That's fine.
I'm kind of.
I get it.
Worried about writing another book, so
so going back to that, if you want to reach Dianne, the best way to do is just message me, and I will make sure that the message gets forwarded on, and of course your information will be held, and also your comments and stuff will be held in strict confidence.
Yeah, I have a Facebook page under my name that I do check that.
Oh, do you? Okay.
They could also, yeah, if they go under Dianne Emerson, they'll find me. Or if they do it on Google, or if they just do it through you, whatever works for people. People just need to understand that everything is always confidential, because you're not in the kind of position that you want to have your information blasted all over the place. So
yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Okay, well, it was certainly a pleasure, Mr. Florida.
I
And
appreciate it.
I will chat with you when I chat with you.
Yeah. Look forward to it. I'm sure we'll have some conversations here in the near future. So, all right.
Yeah, sounds great. Okay, well, I will
Take
talk
care.
with you later. Thanks for a
Good night.
very enjoyable chat.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, bye-bye.
There you go. Author Dianne Emerson, author of Psychopaths in Our Lives, my interviews with three very, I don't say, well, I'll say sick individuals, psychopaths. No, it was great conversation. Once again, I appreciate everybody who joined in, calling in and everything. That was awesome. Thank you. It made it a very enjoyable night. It's good to have people call in and to participate in the show. Like I said, when I put this show together, I said that it is for you. I'm going to keep the phone lines open a little bit longer. I know, because I promised you guys that. If you would like to call in, the phone number is 312-588-1200. It's an open topic. I know there's a couple of you that want to talk about some things that went on last night. This is your chance. I will, like I said, leave the lines open just a few minutes longer to give you guys an opportunity to call in. Love to hear from you. Once again, we're in overtime mode. It's the nice thing when you run the show and you own the production. So if, like I said, I will give you probably the next 2 minutes. It'll be 30 minutes after. If you want to call in, talk about any of the topics that we have been discussing over the past week and a half, feel free to do so. I am here. I am open, and I will be glad to respond. What a night. Incredible night. Unfortunately, too many checks in both columns. For those that are new to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast, I ask that you get out to our website, www.themidnightocean.com. Follow our shows. We have a new RSS feed. We're going to be adding TuneIn and also iTunes later on this afternoon. So we'll have those as well. So we're growing. If you're watching us on YouTube, please go out to the Midnight Ocean. Follow us on YouTube. Make sure you suggest. The other thing too is I have inside information that if the best thing you can do to help us is actually the views. Watch the views and everything. Follow us on Facebook. We have a page set up specifically for the Midnight Listeners. That's Midnight Listeners, all one word. You can participate there. The more and more I see you guys participating in that group, we will offer you an invitation to the Midnight Pirate group, which is actually a very private group, and it's our own Illuminati. So, no, it's just a way for me to communicate a little bit more privately and stuff. So we look forward to hearing from you guys. It was a great show. I think we have a caller coming in, so we'll honor. Here we go. We have another caller. All right. Caller, please say your first name.
Hi.
And hey, if you're listening on the radio, please turn it off because there is a delay and it will mess you up. Hey, caller, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
It was a great show tonight. She
Thank
is
you.
a wonderful guest.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the show last night and kind of the general comments about the so-called patriot movement
Sure.
that's going on and
All right.
stuff
All right.
in Oregon.
So before you make the comments, let me lay some groundwork because it got a little testy and it got a little off rails, and I don't want that to happen here. So the first thing is we'll talk about fact, right? So things that we know. I don't want to hear about so-and-so told me this or so-and-so told me that. I know that you have some information, and I'll be glad to share it with the rest of the audience, but I want to just make sure that we deal with fact, number one. Number two, we don't attack anybody that can't defend themselves, right? So if you have something to say about an individual or a person, unless they're on, I just ask that you keep it to yourself. And then, when that person, I'm sure they'll be on again, you can, obviously, come full bore. But those are the ground rules. Do you agree to those ground rules?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And
go
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you called me.
I only kind of got involved peripherally with what was happening in Oregon because I had been, seeing some things on YouTube and was looking into it. And then I saw things get what I consider to be really strange and kind of malignant. And when I saw, I guess just kind of generally, when I was seeing people, calling for people to come out there and bring their weapons and we were going to do this and that, and I saw some really strange things going on. And then I know you said you don't want to have anybody in particular, but there was a certain journalist that was involved in the Bundy Ranch standoff, and I had seen some things that really concerned me. That there were people going from one side to the other, from these militia people in Bundy, and saying, the feds are here, they're going to kill you, they're armed. You guys, it's going to be a bloodbath. Yeah. And they kept saying, Waco, Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to stop you right there because I think, let me tell you my experience with mainstream media. Number one, or any media for that purpose. Number one, people who make this their living, and I'm just, this is for me as well as who I'm talking about. Everybody in media tend to stir the pot to number one, they have some great role models. Remember the Morton Downey show? Remember Morton Downey? The big mouth and stuff. Yeah, I mean, so in media there was this thing about in order to be heard, you have to be the loudest, right? There's this concept in especially in alternative media, because in mainstream media, obviously they own a channel, right? They literally have a channel in every house in the 350 million homes, or how many homes there are in the United States, or for the world for that matter. So us in alternative media, in order to get that and stuff, we have to do our, it was followed by, you had Morton Downey, you had some of the other, who's the other, the daytime talk host that a lot of people watch. Yeah, well, you got, not necessarily Geraldo. Who was the other guy from Chicago? Not Mort, but Jerry Springer. You had Jerry Springer. You had, let's just talk, and then, and then you round that up with unfortunately, Alex Jones is in that group too, because Alex does some outrageous things. The thing with Alex is that I will say, even though I don't agree with his tactics, he is right. I mean, most of the stuff he produces is, if you do the research yourself, is correct. But needless to say, there is a certain level of entertainment. So it's not shocking, as there's a gnat flying around me in the studio. It's not shocking to me to hear about media, individuals in media doing that. In other words, creating the story. And there's a rule in real media, you're not part of the story. You are to report on it, you are to talk about it, but not become part of it. So I always, and this is my rule of thumb, with dealing, especially with alternative media. When you become the story, or when you interject yourself into the story, you are no longer considered media in my eye. You are considered propaganda. Propaganda either for or propaganda against. So that's the litmus test that I apply to a lot of these individuals who go out and run into these issues and play both sides and do things that, I don't look at them as media, and I don't call them media. They are propagandists. Now, as a propagandist, what is their job to do? Remember when we were invading Iraq, and you had the guy, the journalist, the propagandist sitting there. I think they call him Ali, Media Ali or whatever, where they could have been driving tanks through. Actually, they were driving tanks through Baghdad, and he was sitting there in front of his podium, and he was like, "Oh, the Americans are not here," and there's tanks going through. I've always said,
going on here.
yeah, I always thought it would have been a great skit on Saturday Night Live to have, Ali, Media Ali sitting there and having American soldiers walking in, taking his podium apart as he's saying, "There's no Americans here," and stuff. So, they're propagandists. You leave the point of being media and you become propagandists. And that's exactly, I know the individual you're talking to, and I'm not going to mention his name either, and everybody else knows who we're talking about. He was a propagandist. He was not part of the media. Because he became part of the story, and so that's
what really concerned me as I saw things starting to unroll, and why I felt the need to become involved.
Sure.
And speak up about what I was seeing.
Yep.
Was that I think this went on to a, like they say, a whole another level, and I really do think that a lot of it was an operation to create a honey trap and to, get the word out to all the crazies that you can, and make sure that you get their names and phone numbers and get them on a mailing list. And,
get who shows
round them up and get everybody on a list.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with it, and I'm gonna. Says, I don't disagree with your assumption, because that is a very valid point. The government has a history of doing that, all the way from Facebook to different sites that they set up, to get people to register. The fact that when I ran Patriot FB and some of the other sites where I had government officials and government employees and stuff join into the groups and stuff, I don't doubt that one bit. I don't have any evidence of it, because obviously they're not going to, produce evidence. I know that there has been some individuals who have claimed they have evidence. Unless you have the memos, unless you're Assange, or if you're Snowden, but more so Assange, and actually have the memos that say, "Hey, this is Operation Infiltrate, whatever," everything is speculation, right? But I can tell you this, I can see it happening. It is very plausible, based upon the history of this government. Our government infiltrates groups all the time. Like I said, I know people personally, and I know people that's what they do for a living, on the law enforcement side. So what's to say that they're not going to infiltrate?
A couple of things that you mentioned last night too, that I wanted to just give you some additional information that I came across. Like, for instance, I don't know if you want me to say the name, but you guys were talking about the fellow that did The Voice of Idaho, and then he, got busted, and he had moved to Burns and stuff. And I read the court documents from, I think it was like 2009 that he got busted, and he basically made a deal with the ATF.
Okay. So hold on.
Documents.
So there's court documents that you read. I don't have, as long as you're not doing hearsay, right? So there is a court document. So who are we talking about?
It was Michael Emery.
Michael Emery. Okay, so we have Michael Emery, and
you can find the documents on the Oregonian live online.
Okay.
They've been covering this stuff really, really well and really digging deep into.
And these are these
stuff.
are legal documents. These aren't documents that the Oregon has put together. These are actual the legal documents from the court case. Okay, that's fair.
These are court transcripts.
Fair game.
Yeah.
Fair game.
And you know, there's some really, really strange things surrounding all of that.
Yeah.
And it appears, and from the documents that I read and the other, you know, the court documents and the other things in the Oregonian and some other places, I think that's some really good evidence of things, people being set up and people being confidential informants and, you know, being supposedly embedded journalists that were actually working against the people that were there. And the other thing I wanted to mention, you were talking about the Hammonds and how this supposedly all started, that people were coming to support the Hammonds. And I also read court transcripts from their situation and, you know, why it had come to the point that it did. And there were actually two different criminal court cases against the Hammonds from I don't remember the exact years now, but that, again, were PDF files that the Oregonian put up.
Yeah.
And
well, hold on. Let me for the new listeners, the people that are unaware, the Hammonds were basically a father and son team. They were farmers there in Oregon. The government charged them with arson, whatever reason. They agreed to a plea bargain. They took the plea bargain. They did their time in jail. The judge that was involved, after they did their time, the people, when they came back out, the judge, for whatever reason, thought that their sentence was too light. They didn't spend enough time, and then ordered them back to jail. That started the whole movement to people going to Oregon. So I just want to make sure that people understand the very high level of that, and how, you know, whatever manipulation, which to me stinks of high heaven. It sounds like double jeopardy, but I guess that's a common practice. You know, I get not common, but it does happen in our legal system where a judge, if they feel that someone got out too soon or whatever, can re-implement a you know, the sentence. It's not that unheard of.
Correct.
What's that?
That's what I wanted to correct, because what I read from the court documents and the PDF files and a couple of other different sources, the Hammonds did take a plea deal, and it wasn't just because they had, you know, burned off some brush and whatever, so, you know, for their cattle, and they were ranchers, not farmers, but they had been told specifically not to try and do a controlled burn because it was drought conditions, and they twice let it get out of control, where they had to send in people from the BLM to control it.
Sure.
But also the business with the time that they were going to do in jail, it's my understanding that there was it was a federal mandatory minimum, and the judge sentenced them to less than the federal mandatory minimum.
Yep. And
it was the prosecutor that, when they found out that they were getting out, and they went back to the judge and said, hey, wait, you know, it's required that they spend, I think it was like 6 years or something like that, and they did 2.
Yeah.
And I think the father did 2 and the son did 18 months or something like that. And the prosecutor went back to the judge and filed a motion contesting that.
Yeah, grievance.
It actually agreed. Yeah.
Yep.
So it wasn't the judge that decided. The judge didn't take it upon himself.
But at the,
wait a minute.
But hold on. At the end of the day, though, the judge does, and I understand the mandatory minimums and all this stuff, but the judge actually, no matter what case, whatever, the judge has final say, and the judge could sentence whatever they want to. And, look at the rape case and excuse me as I cough. I do apologize. I need to mute myself. Hold on 1 second. Let me clear my throat. So the judge does have that ability to do it. It's just that the judge didn't exercise their judicial power because they probably didn't want to go against the Fed, which is a whole nother story. But regardless, it was a bad situation to begin with. It wasn't
double jeopardy because they weren't tried.
Yeah, they weren't tried. Exactly. And you're right. It was not a double jeopardy because double jeopardy, they weren't tried twice. And I should clarify that. To me, it feels like double jeopardy because they did their time. They completed it. They did what they were told to do. They pleaded out. They weren't found, they pleaded to that sentence. And so there was a deal made. Part of the plea bargain is there's a deal made, and the prosecution, I don't care what they say, the prosecution was part of that deal, and they knew that going into it. They agreed to it, and then they came back after the fact and said, "Oh, well, this is not fair." And the reality of go ahead.
Well, I guess I disagree with mandatory minimums, and I disagree with a lot of the stuff in there, and I think they kind of got a raw deal in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, the Hammonds were not innocent.
Oh no!
In this, I
don't think they were innocent. I don't think they were innocent. And to be honest with you, they were like, look, we're going to go do our time. They plead. They pled out. So they admitted that
on top of it, On top of it, too, though, is that the court documents that I read, like I said, it wasn't just one incident and an accidental sort of thing.
I heard that too.
These guys were specifically defying what, like the local, like Department of Natural Resources had said, and they burned thousands of acres. Plus, their burning of that land, not just theirs, but the public land, again, it was solely for their financial benefit to make it better for cattle, period. It wasn't, and everybody saying, oh, they were doing it to make the land better, and they were good stewards of the land, and that's a bunch of crap.
Well,
it's not true.
All right, so this is the reality. Regardless, and this is the way I approach these types of arguments and these things. If my neighbor owns a piece of property next to me, and I do anything that's going to destroy or devalue that property, I should be held accountable. If the federal government owns a piece of property, they're no different than at that point than my neighbor. Now, a lot of people will say because it's the federal government, we own it. Now, getting into the legal issues of should the federal government even own, because under the United States Constitution, the only land that the federal government is actually entitled to own is where Washington, D.C. sits, right? That's the property that they are allowed to own. Everything else,
Well,
but you need
that and for forts and
forts and but they have to give due and they have to pay for those. The thing is this is my thing. There's a bigger issue here that needs to be argued in the courts. This whole takeover of the land, the fact that I don't like it, let's face it, I don't mind the park system owning the Grand Canyon. I don't mind the park system owning the Rocky Mountains and Shasta and all of those things, because frankly, they do a great job. If you ever been there as a citizen, it is beautiful. Yeah. It is incredible, and the park systems do a great job at doing this. So I don't have an issue with that. Where I start having an issue is when I'm hearing now that they're going to be selling this off, and I'm still looking for that research. I have not found the research that said there was some subjection out there, some people that were making claim that that's what was going on. Now, I do know for a fact that the uranium was definitely being sold to Russia. So there's some things that I do know factual, and some things that I suspect is more bunk or whatever. But let's just face it. It's a bad situation. They were bad actors who, for whatever reason, chose to use this as a rally cry. There were more than likely, absolutely, there were representatives of our federal government in one capacity or another that were present, that were culpable. I'm sure. I'm 100% positive. Well, I'm not 100% because I don't know. But I would say that, knowing the history of this government, I believe you are correct. That there were federal officers taking names and addresses and pictures of license plates and stuff, because that's what they do. You can go to any gun meet or whatever, and they're out there with their cameras taking pictures of your license plates. So of course they're gonna use this opportunity.
Another aspect of this is that some of the stuff that I saw going on stunk to me that it was beyond FBI or federal government involvement. A lot of the stuff that was going on looked to me like, and I hate to even say it, but like CIA, Black Ops, nasty crap that they pull in other countries.
Well,
I don't.
I mean, what do you suspect, or who do you suspect, and how do you suspect that?
Well, it comes from seeing the what I'm calling operatives and agent provocateurs in this.
All right.
And since we're not naming names, but that like 3 or 4 of the really, the people that had been like kind of the faces of this, and they were, people that in the past were, like taking an AR-15 and shooting the Koran and setting it on fire, and, trying to start, just trying to incite violence, from what I could see.
Well, I mean,
and then
you have
walking away from it.
But hold on. So let me give you an example. You have the Bernie Sanders movement, right? You have a socialist. You have different peace movements. You always have agent provocateurs in those groups. You always do. There's always some knucklehead who's got, and we all know who they are. Let's profile them. It's the ones wearing the bandana over their face and the Sky Fox. The guys that have the most to hide are the ones that you got to watch out for the most. So the thing is that I mean, I don't think it's as sophisticated, and let me tell you why. I don't think that the CIA was involved, and I don't, who knows, right? None of us were there. None of us, I think there was enough other representation within the federal agencies that the CIAs didn't have to send in their, their goons or whatever. I think that, like I said, there was already, it's kind of like, local police going, I got this, don't worry about it. And I just, the other thing too is our government does make deals. And I gave you guys an example yesterday of a buddy of mine who did not play ball with them, but they wanted him to play ball. And I can tell you, my buddy did not play ball with him. Our government does that all the time. They will hook someone up, and then they say, look, lead us to the bigger guy, and then, you know, you're going to get a lesser sentence, or you're going to go wherever witness protection. I don't doubt that, because our government has a long-standing history of making deals with people who have been, you know, incarcerated or going to, you know, under trouble. I mean, that's how they capture most of the bad guys, is that someone rats on them or someone turns on them and stuff. So I don't doubt that at all.
In some of this stuff, it almost is looking to me like some of these people, I think, were set up to commit crimes so that then when the crime was committed and they reel them in and they say, "Well,
I told you, this is not no, I told you yesterday, this is not speculation. I have a buddy who had an FFL. He had an FFL gun shop.
Mm-hmm.
He called the ATF, and this is all in court and everything. They said, you know, ignorance of the law. I wish we can use the Clinton now, that, well, I didn't know I was breaking the law, that defense. But the thing is that he called the ATF and said, you know, I have an opportunity to purchase a street sweeper 410, not a 12 gauge, but a 410. And can I purchase that? The ATF, who they have two different branches within the ATF. You have the industrial branch, which is, those are the guys that monitor the FFL dealers, all of your gun dealers. Then you have the enforcement branch. Those are the guys that kick in your door. The guys that are from the industrial branch, ATF agents, tell you flat out that you don't ever want to meet the enforcement agents. Those are not the guys you ever want to talk to. So they even tell you those guys are, you know, so, and they work together, and so my buddy who purchased this 410 street sweeper, and for you guys that don't know what a street sweeper is, go out and Google it, but it looks like it's a shotgun that shoots multiple rounds, and it's, you know, in a can and stuff. He thought he was purchasing a legal firearm that he could purchase, and he even asked, and he was given the okay that he could do that. Well, come to find out, it was an ATF sting. What happened was, there was a guy that bought a gun that the ATF nailed for possession. The ATF then turned him to turn on my buddy who owned a gun store. And the ATF does that. They send in people all the time to test you at a gun store. I know that firsthand. I know that without a doubt, without, you know, as I sit here and look at you on the video. So they sent this guy in. He bought the firearm. The ATF came in, said, you're now, you know, in possession of a class 3 firearm, a felony, because you don't have an SOT license. You got to have a special license for that type of gun, and you don't have a Form 4 for the gun. But the more so, he didn't have the license to have that type of firearm in his possession. They then told him that he could either help them, because they wanted to go up the channel and get another gun dealer who was bigger than him, and they needed his help to do it, and they wanted his help. And my buddy said, no, I ain't going to participate. So because he said no, he then got, you know, prosecuted and went to prison, federal prison, on a gun charge. So I know that happens.
You'll be really interested in reading that PDF of the court transcript for Michael Emery.
Yeah,
because
they do it.
He basically got himself out of a whole bunch of trouble when he was doing stuff that he knew was illegal. Yeah. And, you know, was basically, you know, building bombs for some guy, and ended up, you know, working, shall I say, with the ATF.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's in Oregon there, and he's the voice of Idaho, and he's going to be an embedded reporter there. Yep. And then all of a sudden,
and he has a long history. It smells. It does. I agree with you. It smells to high heaven, because, you know, number one, you have a record with the ATF, and here you are getting in a car and going right into the heart of the dragon. You know, either A, you're a fool, or B, you're a plant. I agree. Well, that's what I would think as well. Any logical person would probably come to that conclusion as well.
Well, and that brings me to the other point, that why I started kind of getting involved in the discussion about this stuff is that I'm seeing all kinds of red flags all over the place, and people just doing and saying some really strange and creepy things, and looking into who some of these people were and what their background was. And then if anybody came forward and said, you know, on all these live streams and these discussions and chat rooms and stuff, if anybody came forward and said, you know, this looks like a really bad idea, and it looks like a honeypot to me, and you guys better watch what you're doing, and besides, you maybe better take a good hard look at what the supposed reason for this protest and this subsequent takeover is. And anybody that was saying anything like that, even just questioning it, they got just stomped.
I know.
I mean, people were making death threats to people.
Yep. And that's why I do not participate in the patriot kind of movements and stuff. I said this before, I have my core about 5 or 6 friends that I trust explicitly with my life and my family's life. And if we ever need to rely on each other, we'll help each other out and everything, because, you know, one of the things I've always said this about the patriot movement is that there's a lot of people with good intentions that believe in what they believe in, and you got to respect them for that. But the other part of it too is that there are a lot of people who are just opportunists, and these people are every society. When Cook sailed the islands, right, looking for the route around to Asia, the spice routes and stuff, and we're talking way back when, he documented that when he would go to these islands, and there were certain islands that he went to, there was always a segment, and this is just culturally, this is some anthropology here. I'm going to throw down on the show. He said that culturally, there was always a group of individuals within that culture, no matter what culture, whatever island he went to, that were opportunists. In other words, when there was a conflict, he observed that there were certain individuals that would jump into the conflict. But they would always hang back. But then whenever there was a conflict, because usually, sometimes when they went to these islands, the natives didn't know, who Cook was. They would trade with him. But whenever it turned to conflict or went south, there was always a group that would jump in. They weren't part of the main group. They weren't part of the main tribe. They were kind of agent provocateurs. They saw an opportunity and they took it. You have that in modern society today. Do I believe that most of England believes that they should smash and grab England? Well, look at the riots that happened in England a couple of years back. You had a couple hooligans who started the riots, and then you have that mob mentality in which people jump in and stuff. So you're always going to have that, and especially in the patriot movement. It's passionate. I get it. There's nothing more important than our freedom. I respect that viewpoint from everybody. However, the problem is that you have to be careful, because you will always have people who are opportunists. You'll always have people who will jump in. Another example of that, and I'll just, we'll leave it here because we are running out, and I got a lot of work I got to get done before, and we're already in overtime, big time. My thing is this. Have you ever watched, are you a football fan? You like football?
No.
You're not a football. No. Are you into sports at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, let me tell you what happens usually in foot. Well, I mean, but you can still see this example. You have people who are not football fans, right? That don't watch football. You can really care less about team A or team B. When a team goes to the Super Bowl, right? It's amazing how you'll always see those people who are never big sports or big fans of any kind of sport or anything. You'll see them wearing the jerseys, and they're the first ones to go to the party. They're the first ones to go out and celebrate.
In all the partying. Right? Yeah.
You see that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the same mentality of an opportunist. These are people that normally don't participate in the societal, or that don't participate. But when there's an opportunity to go to a party at work or whatever, they're the first ones there. They're the first ones in line with their plate, going around the buffet. So Steelers or whatever your team is. I don't like Steelers, but they're the first, and that's that same mentality that you have even in the Patriot movement. So I ain't shocked by it.
What I saw with this stuff, though, to me goes way beyond it, because it looked to me like the people that they were promoting and setting out front of this were people that were doing things, saying things, and had a background and it still does, and it's still going on.
But I can play.
Trying to make
but
sure
hold on, I can play the other. I can play the other advocate. I can play the other advocate for you. If I was screwed over by the federal if I was screwed over by the federal government, wouldn't I be the first one there to argue or to voice my displeasure in the government? Wouldn't I seek out opportunity if I was screwed over by the man? I mean, look at all the people that are marching for Black Lives Matter, right? If you agree with their movement or not, there's a lot of people that have been screwed over by the police. And these are people that normally you don't see in the streets, but they're out in the streets protesting. And it's not because they're agent provocateurs. They're just pissed off about getting screwed over. And so I can see both sides of it.
That, to me, and there were a lot of instances that it's too much to go into. But what has happened is that it has made everyone that talks about constitutional rights or being a patriot or being in the militia or being a Christian or being a Mormon or standing up for freedom of speech or Second Amendment. I mean, I made a list the other day of all the different groups of people that what this thing in Oregon did made to look bad.
Not really.
And to me, that was kind of the main. The main thing that they wanted to accomplish is to make these guys all look like sexless
I don't know.
douchebags.
No, that's not true. And let me tell you why. I'm a Christian. I'm a constitutionalist. I'm a Second Amendment. I'm not in a militia because we don't have one here. I am a card-carrying 3%er. I am everything that you just listed, except, like I said, a militia member. And I don't look bad in my community. People don't look down on me.
I think a lot of these people, it seemed to me like they were going out of their way to make those groups of people look really bad.
Well,
and to discredit
you
them.
you always have people that make people look really bad. I mean, you have Christians, you have society. Unfortunately, we have gotten to the point where you have certain, you can be the most religious person in the world, a great Christian, and you will have other Christians criticizing you. You will, God forbid, you have Muslims criticizing you. So that's society. So the problem is this, it's what do you do about it? That should be the question. I don't care what you think about me or what you might think about me or whatever. The question is what am I doing about it today? That's what I wake up every morning and ask myself. What do I do about it today? And that's what, that's the reason why I got out of the Patriot FB and I got off of the show and stuff, because I got tired of fighting this battle with people. And like I said, I will tell you this. The people that make us look, or the movement look ignorant, are the people that are in the movement. We don't need any outside resources. We do a good enough job at making ourselves as fools.
Well,
You know, we really do.
and
Think about it.
I think probably half of the people that are in these so-called movements are plants.
Well, they're
You
not.
know?
They're
I mean,
plants. I don't want to say half. I will give you that. I'm sure there are plants. The federal government doesn't have that many people that can do this. You might have one or two, you know, 2 or 3 or 4, but for the most part, you have a culmination. And let me tell you, you have a culmination of people. And this is what, because I've been in this movement. You have people that are that are doing it for the right reasons, right? You will. You do have those people. You have those, and you know there. You have opportunists, people who want to use the opportunity because they believe in anarchy, they believe in no government, and they believe in, you know, they're not even constitutionalists. They talk a good game, but most of them haven't read the Constitution. You know, how can you be a Constitution if you haven't read it? You have the opportunists, and then you do have people who are embedded, and they're opportunists as well, but they're embedded, you know, to impress someone. They're trying to make money. They're trying to gain, you know, whatever. And then you usually have people that have nowhere else to go. It's kind of like a gang. You know, they want to belong. People want to belong to something. So they come in and they don't understand the movement itself. But as long as, you know, I open arms, it's like a gang. You can belong to something. You have those individuals, but they have no clue what they're signing up for. And then you have you have the federal agents, or you have the local law enforcement. That's usually what takes up. And the problem is this that I see. Notwithstanding the provocateurs, the agents, the federal agents, each one of those other groups have different needs. You know, I'm gonna get Freudian psychological on you here. Each one of those have joined these organizations to fulfill a different need. Those needs are in opposition of each other. An American patriot joins because they have a need to protect, or, you know, they're a patriot. They believe in the Constitution. An opportunist has a need for self-fulfillment. See, so they're thinking about themselves. Opportunists think about themselves. Patriots, we're thinking as a group. Opportunists about themselves. The people who want to just join because they want to be a part of something, that's a different need. They want to be inclusive. They want to feel like they are part of something. That's a different need. Yeah. Those needs are in opposition of each other, because you got a group that's about commonality, about group. You know, we're a group. We're going to fight. You know, we're part of a group. You have a group that's opportunists who are individualistic. No, it's all about me. And then you have a group who is, you know, who just go along to get along, and they kind of bridge both things. And so what you find with those people is they jump between each of the groups. You know, they don't have a position. So that's what happens. And that's just group dynamics. That's group dynamic. They teach you that in college. And that's what happens. And that's why you have these infights. But my thing is this. You know in your heart what you are, right? You know in your heart what type of person you are, right? That's all you need to worry about. What you need to do, though, for safety and security for your family, instead of joining all of these groups, what you need to do, and I've said this, and it's based upon my experience, pick 5 people right now that you trust your house to, you trust your kids to. If you don't have 5, find 5. Spend the next year developing those 5, right? Those 5 people. Build your core group, right? Don't fall into this huge group of thousands of people, because you're competing with different needs. Get your 5 your Christian group, or whatever religion you believe in, or whatever. Get your core group. What will happen is that and this is my approach to building a movement. I was writing a book. So you have your 5 people. You pretty much know that, if there's these 5 people that you trust, you know that you don't have an infiltrator in your group. You know that you don't have, if someone's just coming along to get along, you know who that person is and you can weed them out. When you have a group of 2,000 people or whatever, it's hard to do that. But in your 5 friends, right? You know everything about it, everybody else. So you're safe. You're secure within that group. When it comes time, your 5 groups will join with another 5 groups, right? And you trust your members of your group, do you not? They're your best friends. You developed a relationship with these people, right? You trust them, right? If they go, I don't trust this group, what are you going to do? You're going to move on until you find another group of 5 that you do trust and that all 5 of you trust. And then now 5 has become 10. And you just do that. And that's how you build a movement. That's how you build a movement that is free from government intervention, which is free from government infiltration, which is free from people who have different needs at the particular time than you do. That's how you weed that out. You start micro and you work macro. There is a reason why the military is structured in the way it is structured. You start out with small groups. You have your training, the guys that go through the crucible, guys that go through the dirt with you at boot camp. And then you go into a platoon, a division, and you grow that way. But you all have the same common bond together. Now, as you will find in the military, like you do in the militia, as you add more and more people, you have more diversity. And you have more things. And the military weeds those that don't get along in the program. Those guys get booted pretty quick, right? They use them for what they use them as labor, throw them out. 3 years later, they don't allow them to rehitch. So, I mean, there's some concepts here that the militia needs to, it's not all about speaking to the masses. You need to just speak to 5. Start out with 5.
Well, and I agree with everything you said, and the problem is, though, is that, finding 5 good people, and, there's an awful lot of nuts, and, like tonight, there's a lot of psychopaths out there.
And that's your job, though.
Really good.
But that's your job.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about 5 people you meet on the internet. I'm talking, these are face-to-face people in your community, people that you know. People that if you go to a gun shop or whatever, people that you know, you do not. I will tell you flat out, do not seek out people on the internet. I mean, I do a radio show on the internet. You don't know me from Adam. Hopefully I gain your trust, and the way I gain your trust is through truthfulness and just, being able to call out the BS and stuff like that. But the reality of it is you don't know me from Adam. You don't know my background. You don't know who I work for or who I worked for. So don't, start local. We got to get back to local. We're looking too globally. Yeah, we got to get back to community. And it starts with your neighbors. It starts with like I said, I have 5 good friends that I know without a doubt I can give whatever keys, whatever valuables that I own, I can give to them. And when I come back, they will still be sitting there. Actually, they'll probably add to them. Say, hey, thanks, and here, by the way, here's a little bit more, and that's what everybody, and so you grow that way. Stop looking outside of your community for the answers. Your answers are right next door to you. Your answers are, that's the other thing too. I mean, get to know your neighbors. You'll find that you guys aren't that unique after all. I mean, so that's my word of advice. And
before I forget, and speaking about the infiltration and one thing or another, there's a great YouTube video called "How to Foil Your Own Terror Plot."
Oh, really? Okay.
You got to watch it.
I'll take a look at it. Yeah, absolutely.
Things you've ever seen.
I'll absolutely look at it.
And to me, it shows an awful lot about what this stuff going down in Oregon was. And it,
Yeah.
you know, what was so frustrating in all of this is that, you know, the things they were talking about, you know, the overreach of the federal government and, you know, freedom and the Constitution and all that, I agreed with all of that. But what they were actually doing was, it turned out to be like the opposite of what they were saying it was about.
Yeah, because you had different
and they
agendas.
were reeling in people.
You had people there with different agendas.
You know, well, the Bundys coming in and saying, "Oh, we're here to support the Hammonds." They weren't there to support the Hammonds. They were using the Hammonds.
Yeah, I don't know.
And in my opinion.
But
my opinion, and the way it turned out.
Yeah, I don't know what their intentions were, but their agenda, everybody has an agenda. I don't know what their agenda was. It was different. I think that's fair. I mean, if it was if it was advertising for them or whatever.
The first speech that I saw Ammon Bundy do after that parade or the protest about the Hammonds, and when the Hammonds said, you know, please, you guys, don't be, you know, pulling us into this. We're going to go into jail. We're going to deal with this through the court system. You know, don't be pulling guns and trying to, you know, kick something off in our name.
Yeah, we don't want to be part of it.
And the next thing Ammon was saying was that, you know, we have to take back the land. You know, this land is for us to mine and log and raise cattle on. And, you know, he wasn't there to, you know, get the federal government under control and get the land back to the people. They were there, and they flat out said it, that they want to be able to have that land for themselves for ranching and mining and logging and you know, whatever. But it was, and when they were doing things like, you know, they had an armed guard, you know, Lavoy Finicum was sitting there with a rifle across his lap on the entrance to the sanctuary. And, you know, there were other people, you know, particularly one supposed journalist who was standing there at this, they called it the guard post.
Yeah.
And these people come into this town, and then they say, you know, the federal government can't say what happens on this because it's public land. So we're going to say what happens here. We're going to say who gets to come in and who gets to go out and how long they can stay and who they can talk to.
Yeah, I mean, we could actually, this would be a great topic. Let me do this. This would be a very good topic for a whole nother conversation. I do agree with a lot of what you're saying. I mean, because that's the way that I interpret it as well and stuff. But I think that we need to give this topic a better conversation than what we're going to be able to do, you know, an hour and a half in overtime. I think it deserves a better conversation. So
go see the stuff that the Oregonian did. They really got into depth into this.
Absolutely.
And they've got all the stuff online and the PDF files and everything. It's great.
I promise you, and I promise the listeners here in the next, I know we are booked with guests throughout this month and also going into next month. But I promise you, I will leave a day open where we will just take calls about this and other types of issues. I promise you, I will look on my calendar, scheduling. I will see what days we can leave it open. I will announce it. I will publish it. And like I said, this is too big of a topic to try to hash out. I think we need to, give it more time, the time that it deserves and everything. So
and there are some really valid issues that were raised here.
Yeah.
And like I said before, it looked to me like there were people that were making sure that people that were raising these valid issues got stomped in the
Yeah.
dirt and made to and
Yeah.
tried to discredit them in any way they could.
I got you. So this is
And
the
then-
thing. Line up your information, get your PDFs, get your websites, get everything going. I will make sure, like I said, I will make sure that we give time to the topic. We'll allow everybody to have the opportunity to present their side. And like I said, he who has the most documented documents, not hearsay, will win the argument, right? And so this will give you time. I will announce it. If you're not a member of the Midnight Listener page, join that group on Facebook.
I don't Facebook.
What's that?
I'm not on Facebook.
You're not on
at all.
Facebook? Okay.
I'm not on Facebook at all.
Do you twit, or do you on Twitter or anything? Twitter?
No, I'm not on Twitter.
Oh, that's fine. Twitter.
No,
I don't
do
have to say.
Facebook.
Well, just follow it here. I mean,
YouTube
follow it here on YouTube. I am going to start publishing the upcoming events here on the YouTube channel. I just learned how to do that, so you'll see it. And obviously, I know I know who you are, and I know that you come to the show quite a bit. So we will definitely give you plenty of time and plenty of heads up to join into the conversation. But yeah, this is, to be honest with you, I after last night, the 6 hours we spent last night, and then everything else, I really want to kind of let my brain digest a little bit and kind of relax, and then but we will definitely have this conversation. So, all right.
But definitely take a look at how to foil your own terror plot.
I will. Absolutely. You have my word. I will look at it first thing tomorrow when I wake up. So, all right.
Thank you for the great show.
Oh,
and the
no.
discussion. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's all about the conversation. And that's the thing. I want to stress this to people, especially people that come into this show. This show is based upon our good quality guests and good quality listeners. We want conversation, right? There's two types when we speak. There's communication and there's conversation. Communication is what happens when you sit and you get lectured to. That's what mainstream media does to you. That's what everybody else, the talking heads, they are communicating with you. This show is all about conversation. Conversation is taking ideas like and unlike and merging them together and having an understanding and also a respect for each other. You got to remember, the world is a vast place. It would be pretty boring if everybody agreed the same way. It would not be, think about it. I mean, stop being selfish long enough with your own needs and your own desires, and truly think about how the world would be if everybody thought the same way. Right? And that's what a conversation is about. And that is our goal here at the Midnight Ocean. We're going to bring you great guests, and we're going to have great conversations. We are not going to disrespect you. We are not going to discredit you. We are not going to attack you. And more importantly, we're going to listen to you, because that's the other side of having a conversation. I just want to say what a show I thoroughly enjoyed tonight. Deborah was great. We had a great time, had a great conversation. I learned a lot. I learned that I need to go back and reevaluate my decisions in some regard to my candidates. It's just another phenomenal night. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and spend time with you in your evening, in your days. Thank you for your support, for, following us on YouTube, Facebook, going to our website. It's, I love doing this. That's why I do it. I am in the Major League Baseball of the industry. When I look at this, I love doing this. And so it's not a job. It's not a chore. It's a passion. But once again, I appreciate everything. I am going to call it a night as we are in our overtime, hour and a half overtime. once again, I just want to thank Dianne Emerson. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Thank you for sharing your wonderful book with us. It was a incredible book. We'll get that back up there here so you guys can see it for those that don't know. But Psychopaths in Our Lives, an interview with Psychopaths 3. And if you haven't already done so, if you'd like to purchase the book, go out to www.themidnightocean.com. Go to Diane's link as a guest, and then also you can go on the guest page and you can link. There's a link to the book. Go out there and purchase it. It is a really, really, I'm still, once again, I read about 5 books a week. Yeah, have to. That's my schedule. But get out there and read it. I'm finishing it up myself. I'm enjoying it. I'm also reading at the same time Alex Markovsky's Liberal Bolshevism, another good book. It's a little bit difficult to read, not in the sense that it's hard to read. It's just there's a lot of knowledge, a lot of history there. There's a lot of paging back and forth and everything. So reading that as well. And you can also get his book. We've linked up to it, so you can go to the guest page on our website, themidnightocean.com, and link to it. We have a link there as well. So with that, I just want to say good night. I appreciate it. God bless each and every one of you. I will talk to you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. We're here Monday through Friday, weeknights from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as you can see, in the past 2 nights, we've even gone into a little overtime. Until we talk again tomorrow. Also, that's the other thing too I want to get out before we get drowned out by the music is make sure you go out. We produce a little 5 to 10 minute vignette every day about paranormal news. So if you join us on the Midnight Ocean, you subscribe, you'll get that as well. And that is produced and shot out about 1 o'clock every day, where I talk about crazy stuff, news of the kooky and the wacky. So once again, thank you very much, and I will talk to you tomorrow. This is Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.